It's a new tournament, it's a new beginning for all new trainers around the globe, but this time, welcome to Pokémon UNITE Championship Series India Qualifiers. This is going to be the day number 2 for sure. We had plenty amount of matches lined up previously, which was done offline, but today you will be seeing a great run of matches of a lot of teams. Top 8 teams made it to this far, and joining alongside me on the desk will be my big man, Raider. So how are you going?
Well, I'm filled with excitement, to be honest. To say the least, the competition is going to be absolutely on par. And yeah, as you rightly said, today is the day when we will get to know who is the best team from Indian subcontinent and who is going to represent themselves in the finale of WCS 2024. There are so many questions, so many speculations, but Nikros, I guess this is the day where all the questions will be answered.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you just look back to the previous season of WCS 2023, it was SETUL. They had a good run previously. Before that, they went down to Japan. They played and they almost won it. I would say not won it, but they could have been the winners if they would have defeated Luminosity. But that was a different scenario. This time, it's a new season. It's a new year, I would say. And a lot of new teams, but a lot of old faces that we will be seeing in some new team names. That's for sure. A lot of previous trainers, experienced ones alongside the new ones. I am really anticipating for a heavy contest.
That's the best part for every WCS, to be honest. Every new season, every new year, we get to see some old talents which have got that experience and some new talents who are bringing in themselves as the prodigies. They're trying to perform, they're trying to bring in the X factor for the team, developing some new strategies, and all of that is obviously going to be filled with a lot of action. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of matches are going to be there. All the matches today that are going to be there, if I'm not wrong, are going to be from the lower bracket. So we'll get to see every single team that is there. And if I'm not wrong, today we are going to witness the top 8 teams which have qualified to this stage of India qualifiers in WCS 2024. So that's a big thing.
Yeah, for sure. The single elimination brackets were really interesting. We were seeing it, I and Lucifer, we are also seeing it. But talking about it later, now we can focus on the teams, the slots that there is for WCS 2024. From Brazil, there will be 2 teams. From Europe, we will be getting 3 teams. From Latin America North, there will be 3 teams. From Latin America South, there will be 2 teams as well.
Plenty of teams are going to be there, no doubt in that. From Oceania, as we can see, 2 teams will be coming in. From North America, 3 teams, as you rightly said. So it will be pretty interesting how all these teams which are going to get qualified, how they're going to take up a fight, and eventually what kind of calibration they are going to bring to the table. It would be very interesting to watch. Even from EUIC, we have got one particular team coming in, and from NAIC, another set of one team is going to be there. Not just that, we have many more slots coming in. If I'm not wrong, from India, the only team which is going to be on the top of India qualifiers is going to go ahead and get the ticket along with the bragging rights of winning the India qualifiers. It will be very, very interesting to watch. And of course, as the slot progresses, the advantage is going to be there for that particular team. They are going to showcase their talent, their true sheer domination is what I'm expecting at this point.
Yeah, already the other regions, they have also started their matches. So there has been teams who have already made the qualifiers done, and followed by that, we've got the other regions as well. From Japan, we will be getting 3 teams. From Philippines, there are 2. From Taiwan, Hong Kong, there is 1. From Korea, there's 1. And as we speak, it's the Indian qualifiers. And today, by the end of the day, we will be getting that one team who will fly down to Hawaii. And, they will be playing the World Championship alongside all these big teams. From there, Indonesia, there we have 1 team. From Malaysia, Singapore, there we have 1 team. There Thailand, LCQ East and LCQ West. So the LCQ factor is, again, you will have a chance for qualification, but there will be only 1 team from both those regions.
Yeah, it is going to be a fierce competition. That's what I believe Necros is trying to tell you guys. Because yeah, the slots are pretty much limited. Teams are absolutely amazing, and we have seen, like, from the last season to this season, a lot of evolution has been there, and you will get to see that, of course, very soon as the next particular matches are going to get progressed. But let's talk about the tournament rules as well, so that we have a brief idea of how the day is going to go. It will be a double elimination format where the PO3s are going to be the sequential terms. Tournament of the top 8 teams are going to be there from day number 1, and then eventually we have the teams that are eliminated are going to be there. Teams are eliminated after losing 2 matches, and the top team will qualify, as we rightly said initially, to WCS Finale 2024.
Yeah, for sure. The top team, you need to be the winner, and in that contention, there are a lot of teams, total of 8 teams. Still, not a single team has been eliminated from the double bracket elimination for now. But talking about the game rules, the match time, as we all know, it's going to be 10 minutes, and it is a 5-5 custom battle. The stadium will be Thea Sky Ruins as usual, but there won't be any restrictions on held item and no level limit. But the restrictions will be on the X license and the newest addition to the game, that is Phalanx.
Pretty interesting set of rules, and along with that, of course, there are going to be a lot of impressive plays. As per the rules, we can clearly see that the stadium will always be the TSK Ruins. The traffic phase have also changed a bit. Let's talk about that as well. The ban phase initially is going to bring us 4 amazing Pokemons which are going to get banned, and then we'll get to see the pick phase where every single individual that is there, the trainers are going to choose their amazing Pokemons, the class, the type of Pokemon, along with that which particular hell item is going to be there with them is also going to be the case. And then in the preparation phase, if there is any switches in terms of the selection of the Pokemons in between the team, that is going to come through. So obviously these 3 phases in the draft rules are going to be absolutely important. Initially you have to ban, then you have to pick, and then you have to be prepared to perform.
Yeah, I mean, previously it was only 1 ban that we used to see.
True.
Now we are getting 2 bans. That means you have the chances to just ban 2 of the Pokemons that you really don't want in your opponent's side. But now, talking about the brackets, we are seeing them on our screen. The upper bracket run has ended for 4 teams. That is Notelt, QRS, Blisson and Godlike Esports. But other 4 teams, they're still continuing themselves in the upper brackets, which is going to be SATUL, 6 Upper Moon, the Bloodline and Zenny Game Squad. So they will be playing the matches offline. We will be continuing with the lower bracket runs because there is so many interesting contention that will be coming up very fast, because you know, in the lower brackets it's all about a do or die match. You win, you stay in the competition, you lose, you're out of the WCS.
Nobody wants to get that, man. But yeah, of course, that is the fate that every single team is going to face if they are not on the edge, not performing on the peak. But remember guys, there is a massive prize pool that is also going on at this moment, and eventually the massive prize pool is of $37,500, where the lion's share will be going in the favor of that particular team, who is going to be crowned as the champions of India Qualifiers of WCS2024. They'll be getting $15,000 along with the tickets to Hawaii, Honolulu.
Yeah, I mean, see, when you speak about Hawaii, I always remember those beaches and the beautiful scenarios around side. But yeah, the players will be going to play the tournament for sure, but you know, it's always about the fun and the kind of enjoyment that you do throughout the journey, same as what Ash did in his Pokemon journey itself. He collected Pokemons, he caught them, he fought battles in the gym, but also he enjoyed the journey throughout, created so many friends, and it's all about that. I really believe all the trainers, those who will be going, see, there are 8 teams, but still there will be only 1 team and 4, I would say 5 set of trainers that they will fly down. So they will also be looking forward to create some good impact, like what True Gravity did in the ACL previously. They became the 2nd best team in the entire Asian region. So now it's time again for them to step up, or is it going to be new faces? That's a big question.
I mean, to be honest, it has been like 3 to 4 months since the ACL happened. So maybe there are certain interesting changes in the play style. The meta is a little bit different at this point, and we are here to explore how these legends are going to perform, what they're going to bring to the table, and how they're going to compete on the world stage. Because yeah, initially it was all about Asia, but now it's all about bringing the glory to India from the world stage. It won't be easy. By no means it won't be easy, to be honest, but yeah, then again the trouble will be there, the chaos is going to be there. But now let's move on to the particular matchup details. Which match is going to be there? Well, it will be the first match today, and it will be between Team No Tilt and QRS. Remember guys, these are the matches from lower bracket. That means, Nicholas, no chance to fight back if you lose in the PO3.
Yeah, for sure. But when you just talk about the rosters once again, Noxie, Scepter, they have been playing from a long time. They're the veterans in the game. They will be looking forward to just put up their experience to its best. But on the contradictory, we can see Yogi, Zula. I mean, they're the new faces. Those are the new kind of upcoming stars that I would say. Yes, it has not been a great journey for QRS, because yes, they have been pushed down to the lower brackets. It was not a great run or not a great start for them in today's day. They got taken down by a 2-0 scoreline in the upper brackets round 1 by 6 Upper Moon. So this is something that will raise a lot of challenges against them. But now when we come down, this is a do or die match, as we mentioned earlier. So if No Tilt anyhow manages to defeat QRS with the terms of experience that they carry, or if QRS with some new strategies coming up and putting them up on the table will be able to just defeat No Tilt, this would just turn the tides.
Of course, it is going to bring a new level of competition at this moment, the new strategies and the old ones. Who is going to be the winner in that? That's what we really want to know at this point. But yeah, remember guys, both of these teams, No Tilt and QRS, they have been beaten down already. From the winners bracket, from the upper bracket to the losers bracket, they're already here with a certain setback. Now they have that pressure on them, because they know if they lose, they're outside the competition. So it's going to be a very fierce battle between both the lads, and I truly believe it could be a 2-1, because whichever team is going to win, it's not going to be an easy one for them. It's going to be a close contention. And remember guys, if you win from the lower bracket, it is not at all an easy road. You have to move on to the next particular round, and then finally if you are there in the finale, even if you beat your opponent coming up from the winners bracket, it's not enough. There will be a reset, and that's the key point at this moment. Another set of BO3 is going to be there, and if you are able to beat your opponent, then only the lower bracket finalist team is going to be the winner of the India Qualifiers in W2024. So it is a lot to talk about. We have a lot of things to talk about, but even before that, we have the game getting started. Team No Tilt sitting in the purple corner, and the orange corner we'll get to see who are. So the first picks will be there from Team No Tilt. Meanwhile, when it comes to the bans, we already see a supporter ban coming in, a Hoopa ban.
Yeah, I mean, Hoopa is one of that Pokemons that is one of a kind. You just cannot replace with him with any other Pokemon. But on a contradictory, we can see Cure is coming up with an Umbreon ban for sure. This has been one of those nuisance that have caused a lot of trouble previously. And now, Kelmon, he said, I don't want to mimic you in your opponent's side. And on the other end, QRS, what's the final ban? Is it a Gyarados? Yes, it is. So the 4 Pokemons, those who have been banned, are in front of our screens.
They have been chosen. Now it comes down to the picks. What is Noxie going to pick? What do you think guys? An attacker, an all-rounder? What's going to be the choice? I think that at this point an attacker could be a good choice, and there you go. Almon is going to pick a Mew. A squishy Pokemon, but then again a very good attacker, a very good range attacker. I'm looking forward to see what kind of value Mew is going to bring with the solar beams and other abilities that it has got. Meanwhile, from Yogi's perspective and Beastly, we already get to see a Sylveon. Now the Growls will hurt, but I want to see if the Growls are going to come or some other abilities.
Yeah, I mean, getting a Sylveon is definitely something that will help them a lot from their side. But I was missing this Leafeon. I was thinking at first that why not locking the Leafeon at the first pick when you have got the chance? But it's like Scepter. He doesn't want to leave it alone. He will be going with that Leafeon alongside Kaizen on that Trevenant. It's going to be very troubling, because if you just look at the backstory of Kaizen, he has been very good on Trevenant. But in an end moment switch, Noxie decides to go with an Eldegoss.
Interesting. Now these are certain little surprises for even us casters. We thought that the Trevenant is going to come, but eventually Trevenant is there. Along with that, Noxie goes in with the Eldegoss. So we have the supporter coming in from the perspective of No Tilt. Now let's see what QRS is cooking, because they have already logged in 2 particular Pokemons. Now they want to go with a Clefable. This will be very interesting to watch, and even other tank is going to be there with sufficient amount of damage. Blastoise is going to get logged, and meanwhile Scepter, now is the time for Leafeon. I think probably he should lock it.
I mean, he's still kind of in a position where he's thinking whether to go with a Leafeon or maybe another ranged attacker like a Glaceon is definitely a good option. And if Hakira is going with a Buzzwole, I really want to see him go with that. But no, it's a double defender composition, same as what Kiora is going. But this time, it's the True Bro, Slow Bro coming into the comp.
Meanwhile, let's see what Zula is cooking at this point. A Speedster probably? Maybe that's the case. Let's wait and watch, because can't really say which particular Pokemon is going to get logged in. Maybe an all-rounder. Okay, it is going to be a Blaziken coming in from the perspective of QRS as their final Pokemon, as their final pick. Now it's the time for final preparation. Any switches between them? And we can already see a lot of switches being delivered. Calmon goes in for the Glaceon. Meanwhile, Scepter is going to play with the Mew. I would love to see what kind of value is going to be there. Kaizen switches to the Slowbro, and on the other corner, Akira goes for the Trevenant.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the comps, it looks really, really cool. I mean, the Blastoise will be there alongside. You've got the Crustle with that X's. He's playing for Rock Tomb or something like that. It's gonna be like really hefty amount of damage, as well as he can tank. Being on the Crustle, he has got a good amount of HP as well. On the other end, yes, there is Slowbro, there is Trevenant, who will be able to do the same on the contradictory. But overall, Calmon and Scepter, two long-range attackers coming into the question. The Glaceon as well as the Mew will be able to give a lot more damage compared to what Sylveon might be doing, but that AoE healing again on Cliffable is a very big plus factor for Team QRS.
Definitely it is going to be a very good value, but now the choices have been made. The selections are done, the bans are pretty much done, final preparation stage is over. Now the question arises, what will happen in the next 10 minutes? Who is going to take that lead? Who is going to get the advantage? And with that, we begin the first match, the first round of this particular first match as well. And it's a lower bracket round number 1, match number 1. We begin with it. In the purple corner, we can clearly see these farmings are going to get started very soon. The level evolution, the level advantage is going to be crystal clear in about 5 minutes or 6 minutes. So let's wait and watch for that.
Yeah, already you can see Trevenant really looking forward. I don't know whether he was playing on the stack build and he's looking forward to get the stacks done on an early note. Followed by that, when you just see he's being denied. Not lawless score. The Trevenant, he's losing the SP, but finally he dumps the first stack and will be looking forward to go for an exit. He's got the XP on him. It's a good one. It's a good opportunity for them to just fall back from this position. Followed by that, even Slowbro is creating hindrances for the tiny Crustle and the early note, and Scepter is giving all the amount of support that he can.
Well, Noted have already started to dumping some good goals, and eventually the AOS energies are getting collected. We can clearly see that the level advantage could come very soon, but on the other corner, in the bottom lane, we'll get to see a beautiful dump of 9 goals as well. The KO is also coming in. Some initial KOs, some initial damages are being delivered, but it's just not enough at this point. Obviously, main goal at this moment is going to be of evolution, and Mew finds another KO. On the Cramorant, he was able to get a Crustle KO. It's not enough. Zula falling back, trying to go for the Citrus Berry so that he is back with the right HP. Won't be easy for him. Meanwhile, on the top lane, there is a complete condition going on, but Trevenant is there, absorbing all the damages. Alternate Raw Blues also goes in the favor of Orange Team. Team QRS still having the upper hand.
Oh, look at the Trevenant. It seems like he's waiting for the opportunity to go for some more stacks, but the Cumbusken is just trying to exit as fast as possible. And from the very start, it seems like Notel has got one intention, that to pressurize Team QRS as much as possible, so that under pressure, they might be kind of facing some impact or maybe some pressure, so that they might kind of underperform or something like that. I really believe they might have got some more strategies into it, but for now, a Trevenant holding alone the entire top lane, it's going to be really difficult for them sometimes.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the first particular moment when Trevenant was trying to hold up the top lane, he was trying his level best, but currently you can clearly see that the damage is coming in, and there we go. Eldegoss is right there trying to support Clippable, and the Venusaur combination could be working out at this moment, but they have got the Blastoise to work along with it. But now, let's just see what happens. I mean, there's a KO coming in. That's absolutely impressive. We have already got an initial KO coming in on the top lane, 22-4. There is a serious amount of difference in terms of goal as well. Now all the Pokemons are hiding in the tall grasses because they do know that the damage could be coming in very soon. Eldegoss is already trying to impact the Combusken. Is it enough? Let's wait and watch. Russell cornering, and Glaceon has been KO'd.
That is the kind of thing I was talking about. The Exizors coming in alongside the Rock Tomb. It's going to be really difficult, as well as the Trevenant playing on the Curse, and maybe the Hornleech. Yes, it is. It's going to give some hefty amount of damage. The others needs to step out. The Rock Tomb makes the damage, but Mew, he's just better at it. Even the Blaziken is barely surviving in a very low HP. A good counter attack coming up from No-Tilt against Team QRS, pushing them back to their goal zone.
Every now and then, the people are trying to push in. Team No-Tilt having a very good control at the top lane at this moment, and they're trying to melt down the Regieleki. The objectives are very clear in their mind. Blastoise,
this is bad.
Along with the Trolls are going to come. Blastoise seals away the Regieleki, and with that, the complete pressure is on No-Tilt at this moment. Let's just see who is going to take that lead away. But there's a KO coming in. Slowbro finds a KO on the other tank. Meanwhile, the Optum could be coming in order to corner very soon. Trussell, not a lot of HP for him. But the goal zone is pretty much opened up. Nobody is really moving in to get the goals dumped. So the advantage of Regieleki that could have been there did not even came through. Cliffable gets KO'd by the Trevenant, and Mew rotates back to the bottom lane. But oh, look at this Blaziken coming right over here, trying to farm, trying to get the AS energies right in his favor. It's damaged by the Solar Beam. Not enough to completely move forward. Rapid Spins are going to be there to evade from the equation. Trevenant still holding the top lane, and he's doing a very good job at it.
They're not allowing Mew to just even come close to the objective. That's a really plus point for Team QRS, to not let anybody come in and even have a chance for a secure. That's a really good kind of strategy that they are going forward with. And you can see the scores coming up one after another. There is nothing that Team No-Tilt can do right now. But yes, they were looking forward to just increase their level and kind of make a level difference for themselves. But now it's not working because QRS, they've kind of equalized this. And Scepter, he's been completely read very well by Team QRS.
The idea is pretty much clear. They know what they're trying to do, and at this point, whichever the effort is, like No-Tilt is trying to guard the top lane, they are getting like complete obstruction in that as well. Trevenant trying to fall back. Eldigos trying to evade the whole scenario. It feels like that there will be multiple KOs coming in the bottom lane. Sylveon was able to dump another set of 30 good goals. And that's a huge raid coming in. Of course, No-Tilt is feeling the pressure, but where are the KOs? I feel like the level advantage could be coming in very soon, but there is not a lot of level advantage at this moment. Both the teams are like somewhere around 9 to 10 levels of evolution, which is good. Unites are being farmed at this point as well so that they can use it at the right moment. Trevenant trying to push back from the back. Rockman comes in. Keishan is stunned once again, could have been cornered. That's not the case. Trevenant goes in for the Unite.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can see the Sylveon is trying so well and he barely survives thanks to Cliffable, but Crustle deals the damage of Muse, Electro Ball, and finally he goes down. The Rapid Spin and the Hydro Pump is actually working pretty well, but they will be again looking forward to melt down this Regieleki with a hefty amount of damage. Glaceon steps up, finally gets 1 KO. But Regieleki, this secure needs to be done. Trevenant wants to make sure that it doesn't fall in the hands of QRS. But Sylveon is just too better. He gets the secure and also pushes the players of No-Tilt back to square one.
QRS nullifying every single strategy that is coming in from the other lads of No-Tilt. And that's one way to do it. Crystal finds another KO on the tank. The top lane goal zone is already being destroyed. Now this is not a very good scenario for No-Tilt. Of course, they are lacking at this point, but we are left with 3.5 minutes more. And the legendary boss Pokemon Rayquaza will be coming in after 1.5 minutes. So maybe something will change in that particular scenario. If they are able to get the Rayquaza advantage, maybe things will change. But currently, it does feel like that every single advantage, every single objective Pokemon that they're trying to take is just getting out of their hands. Now let's see if there is a possibility of this Regirock going in their favor. No, not at all. It's a Crystal who is going to take the advantage away. And with that, once again, the players are pushed back. But on the top lane, we can clearly see some more goals being dumped. And Blastoise and Trevenant are hurting their own moment. But in Swablu's at concern, who's going to take this level advantage? It is going to be the Blastoise.
Yeah, already you can see the start. I mean, No-Tilt, they had the kind of strategy Raider. They wanted to just push away, but if you see the level difference, it hasn't been that great. I mean, No-Tilt, they're just keeping the momentum up for themselves. QRS, they might be a little having a lead of the goal sectors, but the levels have been equalized, and I really anticipate that the final stretch, the Rayquaza pet, the legendary pet fight, it's gonna be really crucial for Team QRS. They have to make sure that No-Tilt doesn't have a single chance to melt the Rayquaza in their favor.
True, it's pretty much possible because we can clearly see all the players are trying to now farm the Air Synergies, get the Unites back in the scene, and then they can fight back. A valiant effort could be there from their corner. All the individuals are already in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Blastoise is trying to completely safeguard the top lane goal zone. Finally, he had to rotate back. Oh my god, Akira is going to get cornered. The Trevenant, if he goes down, that will be a massive blow to the morale. But that's not the case. Akira was able to fall back from the situation. Now in the legendary pit, get to see some beautiful chaos being through. Rayquaza is already there. Final stretch time is here. 1.5 minutes is what we have where the game can change. Solar Beam coming in, Crystal absorbing all the damage. Meanwhile, Cliffable just supporting there with the Moon Knight. Is it enough, guys? What do you think?
Oh, Raider, this is bad. The Crustle being completely discharged. He might be getting the healing thanks to Cliffable, but still, the Hyper Voice is giving a hefty amount of damage. Phantom Force being committed. Lots of Unite coming in the question. Sylveon finds the slow throw down. That's the first KO going down for Team No-Tilt, but look at Sylveon barely surviving, falling back from that situation and playing as a team, Team QRS. They are definitely looking forward to grab this opportunity, but they're not letting anybody come near to the tier 1 goal zone. But look at the damage. The Solar Beam still affecting so much, but they're unable to find any KO on Team QRS.
The support that is there from the lads of Team QRS is absolutely amazing. But this time, Cliffable could be at question. Oh no, he evades. Falls back again. Nobody hiding on the bottom ridge. At this point, they're trying to fight back. Let's see what happens up next. Is it possible to get Yogi down? Because if Russell goes down, then things might change in the favor of Team Notel. Other than that, it does feel like that Team QRS has got a very good idea of what they're trying to do. Slowbro is now at Christian. Blaziken is trying to put him down. Let's see if the Fire Fist is going to work out. Russell finds another KO. It's the LD Gods this time. Not just that, we have the Glaceon getting KO'd as well. Multiple KOs. Blastoise takes down Slowbro as well, but Trevenant finds Russell. It's a very big opportunity for the lads of Team QRS to go in and get some more goals. But look at this, Mew. He was trying to go for a good goal.
Oh yeah, they know it. They can go for the score, but Mew, he will be just looking forward to maybe divert Cliffable as much as possible. There's nobody to score. It's just them defending their own goal zones, and that's it. There is nothing more to be done. Team QRS, they win the first match of this BO3 series, putting Notel in a very questionable spot.
It really was a close one, to be honest, should I say. From the start till the end, we got to see a complete contention from both these particular teams. But yeah, when it comes to taking the advantage of all the objectives, be the Regirogs, the Regielekis, it was every now and then Team QRS. But they were unable to really convert it, because then they should have followed up with a lot of KOs, and also the complete goal destruction could have come, a lot of dumps of goals could have come into the picture, but that was not the case. Team Notel was able to fight back, but in all of that chaos, they already lost a very big advantage, and that was their top lane goal zone. It was destroyed. 119 goals were dumped from the lads of Team QRS, and they did a great job at it. Beastly, the Sylveon, with total 39 years energies being dumped, and along with that 3 KOs and 4 assists, definitely is the victorious one from the particular perspective of Team QRS. On the hindsight, when it comes to no tilt, I think the value of that Mew was there, but in terms of KOs, in terms of assists, not in terms of the goals being dumped.
I mean, I just want to say one thing, that this Cliffable worked like a blessing in disguise for Team QRS. Every time you saw their players getting dropped down to almost pixel HP, it was that one guy, one trick coming into the question, stepping up, tanking the damage, healing the other teammates, and keeping themselves alive in the final stage. Look at Scepter, 81,000 damage he did, but still the team of Notel were unable to find a single KO that could have just turned the tides in their favor. That was really unfortunate for them, but I really believe the kind of strategy or the kind of planning that Notel had for this match was completely drenched out by Team QRS.
Interesting play styles. Now let's look at the graphs as well. Moving forward, we can clearly see that from the get-go, from the start, it was Team QRS getting all the Regielekis, all the Regirogs in their favor, and also when it comes to the final stretch, we got to see like there was a contention, a minute contention for the Rayquaza, but then again there were loads of KOs coming in. And on the hindsight, when it comes to Team QRS, the multiple goals that they were able to get was initially in the first 6 minutes, but after that 4 minutes were basically a defensive perimeter being set by the players of Team QRS, and they knew that they had to hold off this lead in the favor that they had. And it's not a very big lead, as we can clearly see. It's a lead of like somewhere around 40-45 points, but they managed to hold it away in their favor. That was the best part for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking pretty good at first. They were holding it, and they just kind of had that intention that, you know, we have got the scores. It's not like we have a good lead for ourselves as well, so now we can just focus on just defending the Rayquaza, and we don't need to melt it. But for sure, the way they stepped up from the start, it was seeming like, you know, that Team Notel had no intentions of getting the scores, of maybe fighting for the objectives. They did try for the Regieleki, but both the times they were unable because of Sylveon. He got the last minute still.
The top lane Regieleki, definitely that's what you are talking about. The growl that was there in order to steal the Regieleki was absolutely amazing. Like, they had the total control, and then all of a sudden what happens, the growl comes in and the Regieleki was gone. Even in the bottom lane, whenever like Slowbro was trying to contain, look at this. This was the moment when Sylveon was able to take the Regieleki away, and after that the goal zone was opened up. I have just one complaint from Team QRS, and that is they were able to get all those Regielekis, rocks in their favor in the bottom lane as well, but they were not able to really convert that advantage in their favor in terms of the KOs, in terms of the EOS energies, in terms of the goal zones being destroyed. That was not really the case, but yeah, the legendary pit. This is something which happened absolutely amazing. Like the Cliffable getting KO'd, Cliffable trying to evade. Maybe now in the win, things that were like very composed, very strategic that they wanted to come up with. Even in the bottom lane, we got to see Cliffable pushing back to his own goal zone in the bottom lane, and eventually Mew trying to safeguard his own safe goal zone. They both had like somewhere around 80 to 100 EOS energies when it comes to the final stretch time period, but they both were unable to dump it, as they knew that there was a defensive perimeter that was set. So unfortunately, even when the idea was there for Team No-Till, they were unable to like really enact on it, and that's exactly how they were able to lose the first particular round. But remember guys, it's a BO3. The journey is still there. Yeah, there is a minute setback for them, and currently the pressure will be immense because they know that if they lose one more round, just one more round, they will be out of the equation.
Yeah, they will be out of the entire WCS, not even like they would be just out of the race even to just reach the finals or grab some chunk of prize pool for themselves. So this is going to be a tough call, but for No-Till it's again the simple policy. Even the Trevenant, he got 2 KOs, but it was way too late when all other teammates, those who could have supported him in the final stretch fight, were already KO'd and they were sent back for a cooldown. That was not the ideal time to just step up and find those KOs, and it did not add any value to the side of No-Till. But next round, they have to make sure, if even they have the same kind of composition for themselves in the next round as well, they will be looking forward. They have to look forward to just get the early game control in their favor, because in this match it was quite evident. QRS, they got the early game control for themselves, and from start, as you mentioned earlier, they fought for the objectives. They got all the Reggies as whatever they wanted, but still they did not opt for any aggressive push, maybe by 2 to 3 players or not. Like, they always went for a team fight. They always pushed the limits of no limits, and they kind of thrashed them in all the lanes, both the lanes, like maybe top, let be bottom as well.
Definitely, the close contention was there, but there were some moments where everything went haywire for the specific team of No-Till. Well, they were trying to absolutely contain the whole particular fight in their favor, specifically talking about the top lane. We got to see a lot of moments when they were trying to take the objectives in their favor. We got to see a lot of moments when they were trying to push and completely stack up the top lane so that they can destroy the top lane goal zone or get some chaos energies dump into that particular perspective. That was not really helping, because every now and then the Rock Room was trying to corner his opponent, and after that, of course, Sylveon was pitching into the whole scenario, and that's exactly how things started to topple down. But now let's talk about the team profile as well. From No-Till, when we asked them, how was your team formed, they said, after trying in many other teams, we ended up making our own team for WCS a month ago. So it's a very, very new team, a very fresh, pace-filled team, to be honest. Yeah, the lads, the individual players, they have got their experience, but then again, when it comes to a team scenario, the synergy, it's a new one. And that's exactly why I thought, like, we can clearly see that lack of synergy, that lack of coordination is kind of very visible, very evident.
Yeah, I mean, see, sometimes it takes a little bit of time, but for some teams, again, if we talk about True Gravity, it was formed before ACL and they won the ACL. That was something they qualified from the Indian qualifiers, and again, they made it happen. They were also the champions of India Open. So they kind of have dominated the previous 2 big tournaments that they have played, and that was formed also a month ago before the India Open. But when it comes down to QRS, we have asked them, what are your expectations coming into the tournament? They also say that they want to reach the top. It is a kind of dream that everybody wants, isn't it, Sareda?
Definitely. Everybody wants to be the best team in the world. Everybody wants to reach on the top 1% area. But then again, it won't be an easy way. Although Team QRS have already made a sufficient impact in their journey, as they have backed out the first round of their BO3 in the lower bracket. Of course, they're very, very, very contested, should I say, because remember guys, in the lower bracket, every now and then every particular team is fighting for their survival, to be honest. If they win, they fight back for another particular match. If they don't, well, the experience is something that they're going to get, the learning curve is going to be there, but they will be outside the competition of WCS 2024 India Qualifiers. And even if they are in the grand finale, even if they are able to beat their upper bracket finalist team, it's not going to be enough. There will be a reset. Once again, that BO3 is going to be there, and after that, if you are able to consecutively beat your opponent 2 times in the grand finals, then the result will be in their favor. Then the tickets for Y is going to come. Then the bragging rights of winning the Indian qualifier for WCS 2024 is going to be there. So a lot of stuff has to happen, even for Team QRS or even Team No-Till, if they are able to like bag out the reverse sweep very soon, which is going to be there. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case, or Team QRS is going to have their run of a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about the reset, it happened in the previous season itself. WCS 2023, SA2L, they had a great run from the lower brackets, and again defeating FSE Sports. They got the slot for themselves in Japan. They went there to the home of Pokemon that we say. They played there. They almost had a good close call with Luminosity once again, as we mentioned earlier. But now it's again a new team. But the twist is SA2L. They are also having that same roster. They are also in this WCS. they are playing in the upper brackets for sure. They are in the race and we might be meeting them very soon. Maybe in the grand finals directly they want to make their entry.
Maybe that's the case. Well, currently they have got the 2-0 undefeated, uncontested type of run in the upper bracket, but maybe very soon we might actually get to see him in the lower bracket if they kind of lose the first particular matchup that they're going to have in the next few stages, or even if they have that uncontested, undefeated run, we are for sure going to witness the grand final today. It might be that equation where we'll get to see Team SATL, but we are pretty excited. I mean, they are the legends, past legends, but we want to see if they are the current reigning defending team as well or not in this India Qualifiers of WCS2024. That's what we are here and eager for. But now the question arises, what will happen in this next round, the round number 2 of match number 1 today, where in the lower bracket we have No Tilt and Team QRS. Both of them currently are fighting for the glory. Both of them are fighting for their next chance to fight back in the round 2 of lower bracket. But of course, one team is going to go down. And from that particular perspective, I can see that Team No Tilt is going to have some serious pressure on their shoulders, as they have already lost the first round. Now it all trickles down to the one question, Necros. Will they be able to develop themselves, evolve themselves outside the pressure, or they're going to crumble down?
I believe there will be some certain changes in the picks. They might be changing with that Glaceon, or maybe with somewhat maybe the Mew might be changed or something like that. They would be looking forward to, because I really want if you have I mean it's a very close call, because I like those long range attackers for myself, like playing a Desi or maybe a Delphox to stun your opponents, because this time I kind of faced I kind of saw that the long range attackers were not able to function properly. If you talk about the Glaceon, if you talk about yes, here they were giving the damage. Even for Mew, the Scepter was stepping up so good. It was giving so many hefty damages to the opponents, but every time there were players who were stepping, dodging the moves, coming up and taking down the attackers on an early note to just completely ignore the damage or kind of their inclusion in any battle. But now as we move down to the second round, let's see whether my assumptions are true or not, because the bans they will be coming. The Umbreon has been banned on the first note from Team QRS on an early note, but on the other side, what is No Tilt planning?
Oh, there you go, already a ban coming in. Umbreon, definitely a very interesting defender, but then again, it has been banned just like the previous one, and again another ban which was there in the previous matchup is also here from the orange team, but I want to see what are the second particular Pokemon that are going to get banned. Okay, a Speedster ban will be there. It's going to be a Leafeon ban that we are witnessing. The ban phase is going to be pretty much over very soon. We just have to see which is the fourth Pokemon which is going to get banned. Okay, a Hoopa. Pretty similar to what happened in the previous matchup, but then again, Leafeon is a new addition in terms of the ban list. Now let's talk about the first pick. It is going to be there from Team QRS's perspective. I think they can stick with the same particular approach. Okay, they decided to go with the Mew. This will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they said, let us teach you how to play Mew. It might be that kind of conception, but this time on the other side, No Tilt, what are their picks? Are they going with the Crustle or something like that? But then, Scepter says, enough of facing Sylveon. It's time for us to even go with some kind of exchanged picks as well. They are still going to keep the Trevenant alongside a Sylveon. This is going to be really amazing, because yes, the Trevenant was very, very fruitful for the side of Team No Tilt. But now Sylveon stepping up can change the game. But for QRS, they have gone with the Blastoise, and now they have got again the Crustle on their side.
Well, I have no complaints with the Crustle from the previous match as well. He was absolutely phenomenal. The way Yogi played on it was absolutely amazing. The Rock Tombs, the kind of cornering that he was doing was absolutely great. So it's pretty much viable. It's pretty much justified why Yogi wants to go with the Crustle once again. But on the hindsight, Kylemon once again decides to go with the Blaziken and Noxie. Initially a Cliffable, but now wants to go with a Blissey. Okay, Blissey is being logged by Noxie. Now want to see what Zula and One Trick is going to pick. Yeah, we were able to get some speedster approaches also initially in the first round, the dark phase when it was there. In the pick phase, we got to see people who were choosing the Leafeon as well, but then they switched to Blaziken, then they switched to another particular Pokemon. Chandelure can be a very good choice, honestly speaking, but let's see if they're going to lack it. Oh, there you go, Chandelure along with an Ildigos. I think QRS is here to win, man.
Will be looking forward to see whether it's going to be a flamethrower or overheat. I really think it's going to be a flamethrower kind of moveset that the Chandelure will be trying to play. But yeah, finally, my wish has come true. I am seeing my Delphox in the composition of Team No Tilt. I want to see whether it's going to be that kind of impactful, because Scepter has been good on the long range attackers. Also, he's been good on all-rounders, and Scepter this time decides to play on the Blaziken and changes and swaps it with Kylemon to let him play on the Delphox. And you know what? Previously, Kyle was very good playing on the Delphox, which when it was introduced on an early note, from that time I'm seeing this guy, and when he steps up with the Delphox, this is going to cause a lot of trouble. That Fire Spin, the Fire Blast definitely will create so many hindrances, specifically for like the defenders, like maybe the Blastoise I can say. But if Solar Beam and the Flamethrower comes into the same question and it comes in handy, then Team QRS might be just closing this BO3 series in this round itself.
And I think Team Notilt are finally showing their main cards. As you rightly said, Kylemon playing on the Delphox, he's now going to bring in his OG Pokemon that he usually loves to play, and I think that he means business at this point. He obviously has to, because if they lose, they're outside the competition. We have said this a number of times, because now the seriousness of this particular competition is way too high. This is the last round, the last final 10 minutes that they have. Either they can write a new storyline to fight back for another set of 10 minutes, or they can just go out of the equation. That's what we really want to know. But from the purple corner, as I rightly said, Team QRS is going to already move in. Chandelier is there, so Lampent is trying to like go ahead and get the level buff as fast as possible. These attackers have to get in so that they are able to get all those damages dumping onto their opponent.
Yeah, leveling up the Chandelier will be really important, because again, getting that attacker buffed up early on just to support your front line, it's going to be really crucial. Same for the Delphox, he's staying in the back. Even for Kaizen, he's looking forward to just go and take a head-on battle, but not to let anybody complete their stacks. And as far as I remember, I don't see Crustle playing on the stack build, so it's still decent for them to just level up, steal the buffs from the opponent's pit so that they can't level up quickly. That's a good strategy, but Notal, the early game control will be very crucial for them.
Definitely, the top lane contestment is going to be there, and we can clearly see that there is a beautiful contestment going in. Although there is no sense of goal coming in from both the particular perspective, they're trying to go for the level evolution. You can clearly see that they're trying to farm a lot of wild Pokemons. Blissey is already there in the top lane along with the Sylveon. The Growls will hurt, but look at this Lampent finding in the tall grasses. Along with that, the Blastoise trying to attack in. Alternate Swablu's getting attacked. On the bottom lane, we do have a serious stack coming in from Notal. They're making sure that they put a lot of pressure onto their opponent, but the Citrus Berry has been collected, and the first goal of 12 amazing Chaos Energies have been already dumped. There goes on instead of 13, and with that, more 15 goals are going to come. So yeah, in the bottom lane, Team Notilt are actually having a great control, but now there might be some chaos. There you go.
Oh, I was really anticipating, you know, that Chandler will be stuff coming up and giving some hefty damages. Got the flamethrower up for himself, and now this is bad. Delphox is completely trapped out there. There's nothing more he can do. He needs to make a fallback, and Crustle will make sure that the scores are dumped. Just swing on more goals to just destroy this tier 1 for Team Notilt. And again, the scores have been kind of equalized in both the ends. It doesn't matter in that case, but that experience buff that they're getting, look at the Chandelier already on level 7, that will be causing a lot of damage and an impact on Team Notilt.
The pressure is going to be there, that's for sure. I mean, we talked about the level difference. We can now clearly see that Chandler is already at level 8. Blaziken on the other corner as an all-rounder is also trying to evolve up as fast as possible, and he's now trying to stack up onto the top lane, and the stack is kind of working. You clearly see the Blastoise getting pushed back a bit. Chandelier and the other Pokemons have already rotated, and this time Blissey might be at contention. Growls are once again going to make sure that the players are going to be set back a bit. Now, once again, Alternate Swablu's gets cornered away by the Blaziken. They get all those advantages that they really wanted to have, but Blaziken is going to get killed, that's for sure. Chandelier is doing a great job. I mean, he's being absolutely valuable at this point. The KOs that are coming in, the kind of damage, the kind of draining that he's doing in terms of HP is absolutely amazing. Other than that, even in the mid pits, legendary pits, we'll get to see the contained 51 to 51, not a lot of leads, but there you go, once again corners the Trevenant. Rock Tomb, a very efficient ability.
I mean, they will be annoyed. Notilt, if I was in their team, I was like, oh man, this Crustle is definitely kind of annoying me and tilting me for sure. But at this moment, the QRS, they're quite determined with what their aim is to secure the objectives. That's what they did in the previous match. But Notilt, this time making no mistakes, pushing the Regieleki to the tier 1 goal zone in the upper in the top lane of Team QRS. But now this time the Regirock, it will fall in the hands of Team QRS. There is no doubt in that, but Trevin is fighting as much as possible, but this time I really don't think he will be able to escape.
Oh, there you go. Once again, Trevenant goes down. Multiple KOs coming in already. Let's see what is the fate lying for the Blaziken. Again, some initial beautiful damages are going to be there. And Chandler wanted to dump his set of 40, but there comes the fireworks. Delphox definitely evades from getting destroyed in terms of the gold zones. Alternate Swap Blues once again at the contentions. Lockdown being there. This time I thought that maybe a Blissey KO could be coming in along with a Delphox as well. But the players were able to push back. There comes a fire spin, and eventually Mew is going to get caught in it.
For sure, this is just the beginning, and you can see Yogi is just trying to guard the front lines, but Hakira this time on the Sylveon, again he needs to step up and kind of level up as quickly as possible. He's on level 9. If he gets on level 10, this can be a little problematic for Team QRS, but that's what Sylveon was brought in for. Blastoise is still there. Look at the damage on Blaziken, it's so heavy. The Chandelier needs to go down in order for Notel to win this match, or maybe just get some good control, but this is an opportunity. Trevenant finds one on Chandelier, and instantly you can see the Exizor stepping up, giving some hefty amount of damage, but Trevenant just makes sure that there is no interruption for the scores to come.
Pushing back the opponents, and eventually we can clearly see right back in the Flux zone. Eligos was trying to struggle to get those citrus berries, and obviously the stuns were coming in at the right moment. Fire Spin once again is there in the tree grasses. Mew could be getting KO'd very soon. But there comes the ultimate as well. Let's just see how they're going to survive at this point. Yogi gets stuck in it. I think Russell is not like that effective in this particular matchup. We can clearly see every time and then Russell is just getting nullified, and Delphox and Blissey combination is just working out. Growls on the top lane. The Sylveon combination is absolutely amazing. Now they are trying to go for the objectives, and we can clearly see that there is a massive lead between Team QRS and No Delta as well. In terms of even the gold zones being destroyed, Team QRS have already lost 2. Raider is going to be there, and the Blaziken moves in.
Regi is being contested completely by QRS. They're not letting any room. They're not interested on the Regiliki because they know the kind of importance of Regis for themselves. Instantly resets themselves to go and defend the top tier 2 for their side, but Blaziken trying to push the Regiliki as much as possible, but now the fallback decision has been made. But Chandelier, we will not just let them slip away that easily, but Delphox, he's looking forward to just trap him out. This is a big opportunity, but a big 40 getting dumped up from Trevenant, it's for sure will make a lot of impact, but Sylveon is still opting for that one opportunity he can get to just push this Regiliki as much as possible, but that's not gonna be the case. But Mew, he also comes up with some sneaky scores.
Alright, finally on the top lane we get to see Mew going in for a set of 32. He's trying to push back a bit because obviously he's going to get contested with Sylveon and Blissey combination that is there. Delphox is now trying to root in along with another set of Pokemon. That would be Trevenant if I'm not wrong. For the bottom lane second goal zone, they might be able to get it done. But as we can see, Chandelier is already rotating. Along with that, even the Crystal is right here. Crystal gets stuck into the fire spin. This won't be easy. The tank is trying to evade. Well, that's good that the eject worked.
Yeah, I mean, if he would have trapped out in that fire spin, it would have been dangerous for the Crustle. I mean, it would have taken him a longer period of time for Team Notel to just get that man down. But for sure, that would have costed some time for themselves. Though this time Notel, they have a little bit of lead for themselves in terms of scoreline. But a lot of scores that has to be dumped. Still now, Notel, they haven't lost any tier 1 gold zone of themselves. But this fire spin is going to annoy a lot for Team QRS, and this time Delphox is working like a charm for the side of Notel.
Every now and then when Crystal is trying to move in, or any other Pokemon that is trying to move in from the perspective of QRS, there comes a fire spin. Everything is just spinning round and round and round for them. Look at this, once again! There has been like 3 to 4 fire spins where Team QRS has been stuck, and mainly it was basically the Crystal getting stuck every now and then. You can see that the level advantage is not yet there for Team Notel, but they have actually made a sufficient dent in terms of getting those goals, getting those score leads in their favor. But Kaizan, he's getting cornered at this point. Let's see if there is going to be a possibility of a KO for Kaizan. He evades, falls back. Yeah, the damage was there. Not enough to completely put him down.
Even after committing the Unite, Trevenant did not find any value, not any damage even on any of the Pokemon of Team QRS. But the melting, they might be looking forward. Hydro Typhoon being activated, the stun is here. The Trevenant might be falling down, but the Transfer Fire was coming into the question. Trevenant falls down, but for sure the Chandelier is doing so much damage, but still Blaziken finds key on Mew. And Chandelier finds a counter KO on that small Blissey, but still Blaziken, he looks on fire.
Blaziken definitely was able to get a big upper hand in it. Now Chandelier wants to contest, but let's see if he's going to get it. Quasar is also getting contested. I mean, they're trying to every now and then melt it away. Won't be easy when you have your opponents right there sitting in front of you and trying to put you down. Growls, yeah, they are containing them. But the spin is just definitely going to be on par. Blaziken, let's see what's going to do. Indeed, he is going to put down the Blastoise. Delivers a good value. Not just that, even Chandelier has been cornered and KO'd. Oh, even the Delphox goes down. This is a victory coming in for No Tilt. It does feel like that.
They know it. They know it. They don't need to defend it. But that 50, that 100 dump coming up from Blaziken might just turn the tides. Even Delphox defending the Rayquaza to its best. Mew is completely helpless while Kaizen, he deals with a lot of damage, instantly goes for a reset, but the 100 is dumped and we are going for the decider. There is no doubt for that. Team QRS, they tried very hard, but that Delphox is definitely something that they will be looking forward to ban in the next round.
I mean, as soon as Kalmon switched onto the Delphox, we were like, yeah, there is something different going to come that is going to be there in this particular matchup. And not just that, even I'm going to appreciate the Blaziken as well. A lot of value from its corner, and Chandelier on the other perspective for Team QRS, it has been very, very valuable. But I feel the Mew should have been replaced by some of the Pokemons, like Decidueye could have come, Inteleon could be there with the Pulsing Snapshot combination. It could have worked a bit more. But then again, Mew, as we can see, dumped 59 years energy, just one KO. We can clearly see where the lacking was there.
Yeah, the kind of damage he was doing was really amazing. We'll see when once we go on to the battle later, but sure. 5 KOs on Scepter, that Blaziken pick did work like charms, even with the Delphox having 4 KOs for himself, 55,000, 59,000 for Kaelmon, but the damage that Beast did was 58, followed by Chandelier with 59k as well. I mean, both the long-range attackers did their job brilliantly, but what lacked for Team QRS is that one all-rounder that they could have picked in the place of Blastoise. I really feel deep down in my heart that if it was kind of maybe a Scizor, maybe something else like an all-rounder who can give some hefty amount of damage to the opponents, this match could have been won by Team QRS.
Now the only advantage that Team QRS had initially after winning the first round is already done and dusted, because at this point it's basically more or less like a BO1. If Team QRS wins the next particular round or Notel wins a particular round, whoever is going to win it, they are going to move in for the next particular stage of lower bracket. But yeah, man, it is going to be a well-fought contested round. But moving forward, talking about this current round, we can clearly see the kind of abilities, the kind of demonstration of the aggression that was there from both the particular perspective was absolutely amazing. This time, we can see that Team QRS was able to get some Regirox and Regice in their favor, but every now and then, if you talk about the Regieleki and also the KOs, also the Cold Destruction, it was coming in from Notel.
Yeah. Notel, this time they didn't make any mistakes. I mean, at the first it was seeming like, they might not have the early game control after QRS stepped out with some equalizing scores, but slowly and gradually after securing both Regielekis, they were quite determined. Yes, now this is a chance for us to score some more and more goals, and they just did that job brilliantly. And I would say that I appreciated it very much. Even for, I would say, the Blaziken, he got the stacks done. He got 3 stacks, and in the end with the 100 score, he just turned the tides completely in a one-sided way. But quickly having a recap of this round number 2 of this BO3 series. From the start, the KOs were coming up from Zula as soon as he just completed farming from the entire mid lane.
Pretty phenomenal play coming in the mid lane as well. On the top lane, we got to see a lot of Regieleki seals being there from the Delphox and from the other Pokemons as well, like even the Growls were there. Every now and then from the top lane, we got to see Sylveon holding it off very well. Meanwhile, Delphox containing the whole bottom lane and trying to take some good fights. Along with that, the all-rounder Blaziken also working out phenomenally. So I would like to say at this point that every card, every particular Pokemon of Team Notel really worked out the way it was meant to be. Yeah, there were some minute misses as well, as you rightly talked about the Trevenant Unite being missed. Nothing of value came through that, but Fanciful Fireworks was absolutely amazing, and through that, a lot of damage was there for the players of Team QRS, and that's exactly where they lost a lot of control. And then finally, Blaziken took 2 KOs. It was the Eldegoss and Chandelure combination that he took apart. Look at this. Initially he was able to corner the Mew, and then after that we got to see the Chandelure getting KO'd, and then the clippable, not the clippable, but the Eldegoss was also KO'd. So a lot of KOs came through in the upper part of that particular legendary pit. So it was pretty interesting the way Blaziken worked out in the last particular round. But I would like to say that the turning point for me specifically in the legendary pit was basically that Fanciful Firebug, because that's exactly where the damage were done. People were drained. They were like kind of in chaos, moving everywhere, and that's exactly how, like, bit by bit, Blaziken, the other particular Pokemons also picked apart Chandelure. The other Pokemons like Mew were taken down.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of unites being committed one after another was really something that nobody expected. At least I really thought that after that Phantom Forest kind of not getting a lot more value, I mean, no, they will be like kind of Notal would be looking forward to just play a little late game, maybe saving up their unites for some later stages when Team QRS might just opt for that Rayquaza meltdown. But they utilize those unites very precisely and in a very accurate timing that I could ever ask for. But Blaziken came up from the top side in the legendary pit, finally finds those crucial picks to KOs that was really necessary for them to win this fight. But they had their intentions like crystal clear for themselves. They knew we don't want to melt the Rayquaza, we don't need the Rayquaza at all, but we need to guard it as much as possible. So we're not going to start melting them down, but if the opponents like Team QRS, if they started, we will prevent them and we will stop them no matter what it takes.
That's exactly what happened. We got to select Chandelure contesting Mew going in for the Rayquaza melting down scenario, and that's exactly where Blaziken pitched in. The Eldegoss was pretty much cornered and it all toppled down, like as you rightly said, every unite move. Initially, yes, the Phantom Forest was not that capable of taking down the particular Pokemons. Team QRS somehow dodged it away, and then after that the Fanciful Fireworks came into the picture. Hydro Typhoon was there, and slowly but surely they were trying to like corner out each and every particular Pokemon that was there from Team QRS's perspective, and that's exactly how Team Notal were able to get their advantage. Well, from the start they had it by taking down the Regielekis in their favor. Yeah, the Regirock and Regice combination was taken down in the bottom lane, but it didn't brought a lot of value for the players of Team QRS. So I think that in the next particular matchup, when it comes to the draft phase, Delphox ban could be something that is evitable.
I mean, maybe they will be looking forward to pick the Delphox on the other end. Like, same thing might just happen, like what happened with the Mew and the Sylveon. But once again, I would say that those objectives did really actually work sometimes, but they were not able to just push only because you know, Notal were kind of determined we're going for the scores. We're not here for the contention, because I really believe that if Notal came into the contention after they secured the Regice or the Regirock, these things could have changed. But now it's time for the decider of this very BO3 series of lower brackets, where one team will be leaving us from this WCS. Which team is it going to be? There's still a big question mark, but Notal, being on the purple side, they will be having the first pick preference for themselves, while Team QRS, they will be looking forward to ban some good Pokemons this time. But okay, Notal says we don't want any hindrances in the terms of secure, so we are going to stop that Desi coming into the comp as well.
The Decidueye is going to get banned, and after that Umbreon ban. It's pretty much obvious, like from the first match to the second, from the first round to the second round to the third round, the ban has been obvious from Team QRS's perspective. They have every now and then banned the Umbreon. Want to see what is the next ban? It is going to be a Hoopa ban coming in. So yeah, that supporter is pretty much out of the equation. From the other corner, let's see what QRS is going to ban.
Gyarados, Umbreon, Hoopa and Desi. 4 of these beautiful Pokemons have been banned. I mean, Gyarados was definitely one of those, is still one of the Pokemons that you don't want to see in the opponent's comp, because that can give you some hefty amount of damage. But Scepter, he has found a lot more value on being on that Blaziken. I don't know whether it's going to lock it or not. Yes, it is. He's got the first pick preference and he's going to do it. I was kind of unsure, because, you know, last time in that draft phase as well, we got tricked.
Yeah, man, obviously, like, they were trying to go over the Leafeon, and instantly, like, when the 1 second was left, then they switched on to the other particular Pokemon. But talking about the orange team, Team QRS, they've already logged in. Beastlayer has already logged in the Mew, and then on the other corner, Yogi goes in with Trevenant. Crystal would have been a very good choice for Yogi, but then again, he has gone with the Trevenant. I am looking forward to see what other Pokemons are going to be there from Team QRS's perspective. Meanwhile, let's talk about Team Notal. They have already logged in the Blastoise. Frontline attacker is definitely going to be on point. Meanwhile, we have Noxie going in for the Blissey.
Now this kind of raises a lot of questions. Like, now I don't think they're gonna go with a double defender comp for No-Tail, but for Team QRS it's still uncertain. But this time they have made the corrections to their mistakes. Maybe. Okay. Again, they played tricks with me. It's fine. I really thought that the Edgy Slash might be coming in the comp and things would have been balanced out. But they also remember that, you know, we can't let the Sylveon slip away in the hands of No-Tail. So that might just cause a lot more trouble for us. But it seems like they've also got the Eldig also followed by that. But No-Tail, the last two picks, very crucial for them.
Trussell is here, and so is the Blastoise. Now, Talmon can again go back to the interesting pick of having the Delphox in his favor, because Delphox has been quite valuable. We have seen what kind of menace it is. But an Espeon?
Yeah, now this is good. This is really good. I really like this pick because when you just play on that stored energy as well as the Psy Beam, it will give so damage to the players. Specifically, if you just talk about the all-rounders or maybe the attackers, if he's just targeting. But Edgy Slash coming in the comp, I really wish it gets confirmed. And yes, it is. Finally, an all-rounder in the front line followed by the Trevenant. This comp looks really strong for QRS as well.
I mean, whatever we wanted to see is already here, guys. Certain different type of picks, and eventually pretty interesting choices have been made. Now the question arises, what kind of value Edgy Slash is going to bring in? Along with that, how Espeon is going to be the menace that Calmon wants him to be. The final preparation phase is already started. Some switches that could have been there are already here. We can clearly see like Yogi is going to stick to the particular Pokemon Trevenant, and having just one defender, I doubt the choice. But as you rightly said, in order to balance out all of that equation, we already have Edgy Slash, which is a particular Pokemon which can easily tank up the damage as well and also provide that damage to the opponent. And I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case, because Edgy Slash along with the, I guess, the Eldegoss combination could be good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Edgy Slash coming into the question with that kind of movesets, what he's gonna play it. I'm really looking forward to it. Whether it's gonna be like the Iron Head, I might see that it's gonna be a wide guard followed by a Sacred Sword. That's the kind of moveset that he will be looking forward to play along with. But the Edgy Slash is definitely will be very fruitful for the side of Team QRS when you have got got two beautiful range attackers as well. But you know, all the questions will be answered right now as the third game for this lower bracket round 1, match 1 begins.
Alright, we already get to see a decider, and I'm so happy about that. Meanwhile, when it comes to this particular matchup, remember guys, this is a do-or-die equation for both the teams. Who is going to lose is going to be out of the India qualifiers, and then we are going to be left with just the top 7 teams. Meanwhile, it does feel like that this particular matchup is going to be even more close. Initially, of course, the goal is going to be all those Chaos energies being collected, the level evolution has to be there. That's exactly what the people are trying to do. Farming the wild Pokemons, melting them away, getting the citrus berries if they get attacked a bit. But yeah, meanwhile, Mew. I want to see what kind of advantage Mew will bring for Team QRS this time.
Yeah. I mean, they have to find something. Mew was not that bad. He did 59,000 damage being a ranged attacker. He did his job brilliantly. But what he needed was just, again, an all-rounder to step up and find the KOs for the damage he's doing. But now when they have got the Edgy Slash, I really believe that the problem will be solved. But for No-Tilt, again, the Blaziken needs to level up quickly as much as possible. He's already on level 5. Some few more scores might just level him up, but it's a 3v3 contention. This 850 was really important. This Swablu's in Algeria might just fall up, but no, it goes all in the hands of Team QRS and completely denying Team No-Tilt for his buffs.
The advantage could have come, but 8 minutes and 30 seconds is what we are left with in this final battle of lower bracket round number 1, match number 1. And there goes the Edgy Slash trying to get the best out of it, and obviously the level evolution and the level advantage is something that they are seeking for. Eldegoss back at the final form. Right there, the contention is going to be there in the top lane. There might be some goals being dumped, and that's exactly what happened. There goes a set of 13 goals from No-Tilt. They have started to get the goals done. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Espeon and the Trevenant, they're still fighting back.
This Espeon is going to be a pure pain for Team QRS. If it levels up this quickly, the stored energy is definitely going to give some hefty amount of damage, and this can be really challenging for the Trevenant even to score. Look at the damage that's done already. The Mew might be just guarding it out, but the eject button helps Yogi just sneak a fallback in a certain time, but instantly Espeon switches towards a fight, which is coming up from the top lane, while Sylveon might be looking for a close contention, drops down the Espeon to a very low HP.
Meanwhile, even in the top lane, we can clearly see that the Duo Blade is trying to fight back from the Blastoise, making sure that he holds his corner. No goals are going to get done from here, like 13-0 is already a scoreline that has been delivered, but there goes the Rock Tomb and once again cornering out the individuals, but Delphox was able to evade. There comes the stun, the Growls are going to hurt. Kaizan might be getting KO'd very soon. Let's just see if that's the case. Indeed it is. Mew is going to find the Crystal, and there comes the first KO.
The Garu was really fine, but now the objectives are the focus. You can see 4 of the players instantly looking forward to melt it down. Blaziken might just be the one to just hop into the fight in the last moment, but look at the damage. Trevenant, he was trying his best, but Blaziken got completely denied, and Mew will be securing this Regirock instantly. The push will be coming to the bottom tier 1 goal zone of Team No Tilt, and the scores are completely we might just be in the favor, but look at this intention. The Blastoise stepping up forward by the Espeon, finds a KO on Trevin and instantly pushes back the players of QRS.
No advantages for them at this point. QRS really wanted to make sure that the stack worked out in the bottom lane, but they have been pushed back once again. In the Legendary Pit, we get to see the alternate swap blues being contested by the lads of Team Neutral. Meanwhile, Agislash was able to slash his way and melt down the Regieleki for their team advantage. But as we can see, a set of 30 goals have been done by the Blastoise as well. Good advantage being delivered over there. Now they're trying to find out if somehow they can put down the Agislash. But there goes the stack. In the top lane, everybody is rotating back, and now they're going to dump some serious goals. 84 is what Team QRS is going to give. And maybe some more KOs coming in. Mew right there stuck. Possibly a KO for Mew could be coming in, but the eject has been used very beautifully. And they fall back once again.
The way Team QRS is just literally making the fallbacks and just surviving from those hefty damages coming from No Tilt is really immense. I mean, I never expected this kind of level of gameplay from Team QRS, but eventually the pressure that they're creating on No Tilt is really immense. Already having a good score lead for themselves. They won't be able to see the scoreline for sure, but the prompts that will be coming that it's a close battle, we are in a lead, those might just giving some hints, but No Tilt also knows it with the terms of experience that they had, that we need to score and level up faster than QRS, otherwise this match is done.
True, they really had to like push back from the start, but eventually they missed on that note. No tilts, they're still trying to fight back, but the bottom lane goal zone is what they're left with, and the stacks are coming in here. Once again, the Rock Tomb was there, trying to make sure that the Trevenant is going to get killed, but Trevenant goes in the flux zone and collects the Citrus Berry, and he's back with the HP. Blaziken, meanwhile, is also trying to come up with some hasty move, but Espeon finds a Trevenant. It's a KO streak for him. 2 KO streak already being delivered. Let's see if they are able to get some more. Now the focus is on Registeel. The objective Pokemon is something which is very, very important. But look at the top lane. Blastoise goes in for a sneaky set of 40.
Oh, Blaziken. He barely survives from that kind of damage, but Sylveon's hyper voice is just working like a charm for Team QRS, and then once again, the bottom Reggie, this time the Registeel getting secured by Team QRS, and this time they won't hesitate to push for the Unite coming from Espeon. Also Mystical Mirage being activated, Hydro Typhoon also comes into the question, pushing the players of QRS once again back, but not this time back only, but also fighting the KOs. The Mew barely survives and escapes from that situation, but the Trevenant again ejects it out. QRS, they are being completely pushed away, and what a counter attack coming up from the side of No Tilt.
Oh, not at all looking easy. The Trevenant wants to evade back, but there are multiple KOs coming in from No Tilt, as you rightly said, and there goes the bottom lane goal zone. It has been destroyed. Not just that, even the top lane goal zone has been taken down. This is something which we were not really expecting, but No Tilt, the way they are tilting this match in their favor, specifically for the first 6 minutes, is absolutely amazing. Of course, the last 3.5 minutes that we are left with can give us a different storyline to talk about, and I'm waiting to see if that is going to be the case. Meanwhile, the Australian swap rules have been collected by the lads of No Tilt. They have got their EOS energies, and when it comes to the level difference, it's not that big of a deal. Blaziken and Blastoise are at level 12, but on the hindsight, everybody is at either level 12 or 11 or 10 from Team QRS. Now their focus is to melt down their 6th ally, the Regieleki. If they get it done, the top lane is going to be well contested, but Agislash wants to go for a steal. Nothing will happen at that point. And there goes the Regieleki for them. Now they have made sure that the focus is going to get shifted on the top lane for Agislash and the Sylveon, while they can contest and stack on the bottom lane.
Aegislash was quite sure that, you know, from that position I can't just go and even try to steal for it. It might be like giving them the feed that they want for no tilt. But that overdunk that came previously in the bottom lane is giving them the lead that no tilt wanted for a very long period of time. But when you just look down to the very stage, the sword power giving a hefty amount of damage. Trevenant doesn't have the eject button to just escape from that position, but still he survives. That's lucky for him. I was just really imagining that how can he just survive from that amount of damage, but the sword power now, the Blaziken and Espeon will be melting down the Registeel for their favor.
Again, another set of objective being taken down by no tilt, and there you go, they have got the Registeel advantage with them. Moving in once again in the legendary pit, pretty close to it. I mean, the condition is going on. Even before the Rayquaza gets spawned, they really want to take the upper hand in their favor. Aegislash once again getting cornered, but somehow Blastoise was able to fight back, evade from that scenario. Of course, he's pretty much all alone in the top area of this particular legendary pit, so he does not want to just like go in, push back, and maybe get taken down. KOs are something which are going to be absolutely dreadful. But Aegislash, I think that might be the first KO coming in, and yeah, that is the case. Even before that, the Eldegoss goes down. Aegislash will be getting KO'd by the Espeon. This is not looking easy. There comes the Phantom Forest, and Trevenant goes down, even when the Unite was used.
3 KOs done. This is the chance. Notal knows it pretty well, but the Crustle coming with the X's, or the Hyper Voice being denied, but finally the KO has been done in the favors. The Mew is still there for the secure. The timing was not good. Blaziken finds it down. Team No Tilt looking forward to secure this, but the shields won't be broken. They are still there. Aegislash might be that one big hurdle for the Espeon to just get the scores done, but 96 in the bottom, still an opportunity. Blaziken, he will be looking forward to get the scores, get the 100 done, while the Blastoise waiting for the right moment to get the home goal zone dunked, and there comes the 100, which is completely inevitable.
Now they are unstoppable, man. There is no question in my mind that Team No Tilt is not going to win, and at this point the answer is pretty evident that they are going to win. They are going to move forward to the next particular stage in the lower bracket. Oh man, what a contention, to be honest. The way they played, the way they were able to like deliver themselves was absolutely amazing. But now the shields are getting broken as well. Akira is already down to his 9 EOS energies that he was trying to dump, but meanwhile Espeon going in for another set of 100. This could be a total chaos coming in, already pretty close to 800 goals. Now that's one way to win, a complete domination, should I say, in the legendary pit.
What a comeback by Team No Tilt, and that's where the experience factor plays the major game, and you know the scores are still coming on their way and there's no stopping to it. Team QRS, they might have got a greater composition for themselves. They got the Aegislash to fulfill the role that was completely missing in the previous match or previous round itself, but still they were unable to just stand out the tactics of Team No Tilt, and finally the victory falls into their hands with a 2-1 scoreline. Team No Tilt will be continuing the lower brackets, while Team QRS, their journey for the Pokémon UNITE WCS2024 India Qualifiers ends here.
Sad, but that's the truth. We are now left with top 7 teams which are going to move forward and battle it out for the glory, battle it out for the slot for the WCS 2024. Now looking forward to the whole details of this particular matchup. We can clearly see like the amount of immense damage that Espeon was able to dish out was absolutely amazing. Like 81,000, like pretty close to 82,000 to be precise. Even Blissey was absolutely on point with his recovery, 72,000 worth of recovery coming in from their corner. Yeah, when it comes to the damage dealt from the Crowls, from Mew, from Aegislash, it was just not sufficient. Yeah, definitely Mew was something which worked out a lot. But I think Inteleon or Chandelier could have been a little bit more valuable than as compared to this Mew.
Yeah, I was really I'm really upset about it, because, you know, Beastlayer could have got some more damage. I don't know what happened, why the Mew didn't function that well. It gave the Solar Beam damage to the players, but even after not having Cliffable, they were able to just counter it so easily. I mean, if you talk about Team QRS, they got those Registeel, they got the Regieleki, they got the Regirock. In spite of that, Team No Tilt, they completely got the bottom lane under their control. Every time, like 2 times they opted for a score, for a push, and both the times they were completely denied, and the counter attack was really tremendous for the side of Team No Tilt.
Definitely, every now and then they were like readily available with all those strategies that they were trying to cook eventually in the first few rounds, but yeah, in the last particular round, they can clearly showcase their talent by choosing the right Pokemons and also dishing out the right amount of damage. But let's have a look at the brief amount of replays that we have got, and eventually this will give us an insight what happened. If you guys have missed any action, you can clearly see it in this particular replay. The whole amount of like bottom lane contestment or complete shift to the top lane was absolutely amazing. Reggie and the Reggie Steel combinations that were getting just stolen by the lads of Team Notel was absolutely amazing. We can clearly see like the first Reggie that was spawned was taken down by the Edge Slash, but it was countered very early. And after taking the first goal zone from Team Notel, it was looking like Team QRS was pretty much in control. But lately, everything changed.
Yeah, I really thought that, you know, somehow they will be like Team QRS, the way they have started off things, they might just be getting the victory as well. But the kind of overdone decisions coming up from the side of Team Notel in the end moment was really amazing. And this time, dumping the Unites in the perfect moment, utilizing it to its fullest was definitely the key charm that played the role. Even after like the Sylveon and the Mew survived, the timing of Mew's Solar Beam did not work out. It was way too early, and still the Rayquaza that fell in the hands of Team Notel. Otherwise, if Mew was able to just kind of get the stick shot done, I still believe that the chances would have been minimal for Team QRS to win, because there were just only 2 players surviving from their end. The Sylveon and the Mew, they might have just dumped out 200 score, but they would have still got some chance, right? They would have still got some opportunities that they might make a counter attack or might bounce back from the position that they fell into.
Honestly, Rose, this will all the speculations, to be honest. I am going to appreciate Notel for sure. The way they played, the way they were able to like redeem themselves, should I say, with the combination that they were able to bring in and the kind of attacking formation that they had was absolutely amazing. Yes, initially for the first 5 minutes, I was like doubting what Notel is going to do. Like they were on the lacking and they already had their first goal zone in the top lane being destroyed, and after that they were lacking in terms of the EOS energies, in terms of the goal, and also in the level difference was pretty much evident. But then they decided to go for the legendary pit. They farmed the alternate Swablues and all the other Pokemon that were there, and slowly but steadily they were able to get their level back in their favor. And then the top lane contention went in, where they were able to get the Regiliki in their favor, and even in the bottom lane we got to see a uncontested, undefeated reign of terror for them, for the Reggie Steel. And when they had all those buffs, all those advantages in their favor, they definitely went in to take the whole advantage. Like I truly remember the moment when they were able to take the second Regiliki on the top lane, and they were able to like push back the Edge Slash, and also the Sylveon was pretty much busy in taking down that Regiliki, while in the bottom lane there was a complete stack going in, and that's exactly how they were able to get the second goal zone as well.
Yeah, I mean, say good strategies, good experience factor that played charm for Team Notel, and I really wish to see some more of this action in the entire lower brackets run, because it's just the beginning. This was the first match, and followed by that we have got another set of matches as well. But the upper brackets matches, you know, they're also going side by side, and you know, kind of we will be getting the gist about it, because as soon as it comes on our screen, we will get to know what are the results of the upper brackets. And it looks like we are getting some 2-0 games in the upper brackets. SATUL defeated 6 Upper Moon, and they've advanced to the upper brackets final, while Zenny Game Squad, they've also defeated Bloodline with a 2-0 scoreline, and they have also advanced to the upper brackets final. So that SATUL and Zenny Game, out of these two teams, we will be getting one of the finalists, grand finalists of Pokemon UNITE Championship Series India Qualifiers 2024 for now. But as we speak, Blissen Gaming as well as Godlike Esports, they will be facing off against each other, and the winner will be facing the Bloodline in the second round of this lower brackets, while Team Notel, who just won this match, will be facing 6 Upper Moon, who just took a heavy defeat against SATUL Esports.
It has been the case, and it has been one of those equations where people are toppling down, the teams are faltering down. I want to really see what happens up next, but yeah, the upper bracket looks absolutely amazing. As you rightly said, 2-0s, the dominations, the kind of chaos that we were expecting is absolutely there. SATUL and both Zenny Game Squad has been one of those teams which are undefeated, uncontested yet so far. They have not even felt a certain setback. It has been 2-0s for them in the upper bracket, so their run looks good. But then now the question arises, who is going to take the first ever finalist slot in the grand finals? That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, is it going to be is it going to be SATUL, or is it going to be Zenny Game? Say there are a lot of speculations, there are a lot of things that, you know, kind of go and run around back of our minds, but I would say it's like Zenny Game, the way they have the kind of lineup that they have, like Swifty, Disciple, Sora, Fura, Sadao, experienced players, and they have been exceptionally well. But really look forward to what is going to happen next, because even for the next two teams that will be playing in the contention, it's Blissen Gaming versus Godlike Esports. Both have faced a 2-0 defeat. Godlike Esports, for your information, they are that team that is True Gravity, who won the ACL of India Qualifiers, who won India Open as well. So,
Yeah.
a lot of expectations from them, but Blissen Gaming will be also looking forward to just take a revenge and continue their run in the lower brackets. While for Godlike, this lineup just joined Godlike Esports few days back, but now they're here to make the name and to uplift the organization's name in the global standings as well. And for them, to do that, they need to just step up and win all the games in the lower brackets run.
Yeah, it's pretty important for them at this point. I mean, there is no other option, should I say, for Team Godlike Esports and even for Team Blissen or any other team which is there in the lower bracket at this point. They have no other option. If they want to prevail, they have to go in a long run, and that's exactly why coming back to the lower bracket is not something that you really want to go with. You want to be in the winners bracket, where in the upper bracket we can clearly see it's just two teams at this point. We are already there in the upper bracket finale, where Team SRL Esports and Team Zenny Game Squad are pretty much getting ready to see what happens in that battle of a PO3. But yeah, in the lower bracket, we have already got our first team which has been out of the equation, and that is Team QRS. Unfortunately, they are not here with us anymore in the competition. Meanwhile, when it comes to Team Notilt, I mean, they have got their first step already been delivered. But remember, guys, there are many more matches for them to come up with. Many more interesting chaoses are going to be there, and then finally in the grand finals, whichever team, it could be Zenny Game, it could be Team SRL Esports, whichever team they face, if they are able to make sure that they go towards the grand finals, they are again going to have a very fierce competition in it. The reset will be coming in. That's the key point, guys. Remember, the lower bracket team, if they are able to beat their opponent once, they have to do it again in the grand finals in order to get the winning streak in their favor.
Yes, for sure. And I can forget Godlike Esports, I mean, previously known as True Gravity, they had a great run in the ACL in the main stage, which was done in Thailand, and they went all bonkers. The lower bracket dream run that they had was something that everybody wanted to see, and they just delivered it. But now, can they do it once again? Because against them, it's Blissen Gaming. We can see the experienced players like Tensei, Kid, Crowley, Strix. Oh my god, this is gonna be one hell of a match.
For sure. Experience is like coming to the brim at this point, I have to say. Every single individual is here ready with their strategies to play along with them. Eventually, as you rightly said, Team Godlike has got their lineup ready. It's Team True Gravity previously, and now they are Team Godlike Esports. I'm looking forward to see what kind of strategies they are going to bring into the picture. Ribbon, Zsol, Melon, Vulcan, these are four amazing individuals which have been so chaotic all through the way. Now the question is what will they do against their opponent this time? Blissen Gaming again also looks quite good when it comes to the lineups. Crowley, one of the legends from Indian subcontinent. I'm looking forward to see what kind of strategies are going to be there from their perspective as well.
Yeah, I mean, Crowley is one of that player that has big brains. He knows what situation to handle in what ways. So that's a kind of thing that I am really looking forward. And it has been a long time since we have seen Crowley going into the global. I mean, Revenant were the first team in which Crowley played. He was one of the first players from Indian region to go and play in the World Championship. But now it's time. It's a new team. It's a new contention. Blissen Gaming versus Godlike Esports. This is the situation that they look forward to.
You're talking about the new contentions. Well, we have got a new face on the desk as well. Lucifer, I welcome you back, man, and let us know how was your day and what kind of excitement do you have for the day?
I mean, excitement is on its prime for me, because this is the World Championship Series India Qualifiers, meaning best Indian team. I want to see who it is going to be. As you said, Blissen Gaming, I think this is a team that we are looking forward to, as Necros you mentioned. The big brain Crowley, what does he pull off? There's a Mew ban, a Hoopa coming in from Blissey, and I know he's annoyed by those quick teleports that we end up seeing, but Gyarados and Mimikyu are those all-rounders that everybody has to fear. Now Blissen, to start things off, they pick up the Trevenant. I think it's a very good pick. All of these games so far have been decided on how your defender plays. Now coming in with Umbreon. So far of all the games, not just here in the Indian circuit I'm talking about, but the other circuits as well, Umbreon has not been the best of the picks, because it has shifted into that I'm sorry, which is the healing one, right? I forgot the healing moveset, but that healing is not going to be enough for them. Let's see if it works out. Ruben on the other end is going to be picking up a Sylveon. We do end up seeing the Blaziken. Let's see if that Blaziken actually finds damage with the overheat, because in the last game, it did find value.
I mean, Lucifer, I can't just forget what that Blaziken... I mean, he wrecked the players. Like, it was nothing. It was just a piece of cake. But also, if Zisol is coming with that Leafeon as what he's anticipating for, those Solar Boinks is gonna give some hefty damage to these all-rounders like Blaziken and Trevenant. But Trevenant has been exceptionally well in the past 2 to 3 games that we have seen.
Let's see how that works out, but the Slowbro is coming in. I like this, and we find...
Oh, it's
Crowley,
done.
Come on.
It's done.
Strix. Yo, you can't.
It's coming out.
Now, Necros, here's the thing, right? I wanted to see the Scizor. We've not seen the Scizor, right? Scizor is still a very viable Pokemon. On top of that, we were about to see the Slowbro, the true bro, and they don't pick it up. And I think for me, Crowley, right as now, I'm going to be a tad bit angry on you. But on the other end, we end up seeing a Dragonite. Now, if you remember their ACL run, Necros, this Dragonite annoyed every international team on that stage. They were about to pull off the biggest upset and maybe even crown themselves as the champion. They did come up at #2. Maybe they're here for vengeance, but Necros, I think a lot of fans are going to be a tad bit disappointed on this lower bracket start here for Godlike from the initial first match that they played. Let's hope it works out. We have a Crustle for them as well, and this is what I was talking about. Your only one defender is not going to be as viable, and now I remember it is Wish. I had to remember a Wish to get that Wish as a healing, and with that, healing is going to be something that they don't have to be worried about, but the defense power with the Crustle is going to be fulfilled.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, 2 of the players are playing on Stack Belt, the Meowscarada as well as the Blaziken. It will be important for them to just complete it. I don't doubt Crowley at all when he's playing that too on a speedster. He has been exceptionally well. But as we mentioned about the Godlike starting from the lower brackets, but no, we remember the ACL run, like the lower bracket might just be the lucky charm for them, but all the answers will be here right now as we start off the first game of this BO3 series between Godlike and Listen Gaming.
Start it off. As of now, it looks like just... Okay, so the Zatu is taken away and they shift to the top part, the EVs. We don't see any EVs coming in on the side of Listen Gaming. I don't want to see what works on the stacking. For now, the red buff is going to be taken by the Gossip here so that it helps out the little teeny tiny Torchic. Vulcan should get his stack as well as in. He does start getting it. I'm pretty sure it should be a Wish build because as you mentioned, right, they have tad bit squishy Pokemon, both the EVs. They're playing on a triple.
I really get this is the situation. Sylveon also coming into the question. That Hyper Boy is giving some hefty amount of damage. Vulcan, he's also there. It's 3 people out there, 3 players from Godlike Esports. They have a good run, and we know Akul, he has been exceptionally well playing on that Dragonite. In the ACL we've seen, but the Solar Boinks is something that Crowley needs to be a little aware of. The 850 is coming into the question. The Solar Blade comes in, and the Trevenant falls down. The Mean Look trapped him very bad, very, very badly. But Melon, again on the Crustle, will be going with the scores. 30 coming up from Zisol as well. And Ruben, on the other hand, just making and paving the paths for Akul to just complete the score lines for himself. But it seems like Trevenant has got some different intentions. But oh, this is bad for Ruben. He barely survives, but one even basic attack damage could have got that KO on his end. But Sylveon is still there. The scores are being dunked by Godlike Esports. They want to have that early game control for themselves, and Trevenant, they're not allowing him to level up that quickly. And now the Eldegoss as well as the Meowscarada are being trapped out. This is something that they definitely look forward just get the control, but the scores are completely inevitable by Blissn Gaming. They just can't do anything because the kind of control Godlike Esports they're showing, it's really something that Blissn Gaming, it's like a nightmare for them. But talking about it, the Dragonair, it has gone around the legendary pit, just kind of going and just farming as fast as possible, but that Muscarada again, one coming up in the question, the Crustle and the Umbreon will be there to take care of him, and followed by the Solar Boinks in the contention. The scores are completely coming one after another, and the KOs are just going in, and for now, it's like the situation, the levels are being up one after another. You can see the level difference that Godlike Esports they're creating right now. They've got an open field of gold score line, and it might be possible that Dragonite with the Hyper Beam will be looking forward to get that overdunk for himself, because the 30 score might just be a little challenging, but yes, again, the Regirock is something that they want to secure for sure.
I mean, definitely they really want to take that advantage in their favor, and I'm looking forward to see if they can really get it. I was sitting on the back ends and trying to analyze what was happening in this game, and to be honest, Godlike Esports is doing a great job of showing that destruction, maintaining their stack, be it the top lane or the bottom lane. They're doing a very great job at it. Akul really wants to go for a stack of 30, but even before that, they're trying to push back their opponents. They're absolutely on point with it. Now, there will be another set of 35 goals being there, and there goes the bottom lane as well. Muscarada trying to fight back. There goes the KO. Oh my god, every single goal advantage, every single objective Pokemon, they're getting it all. Leafeon gets one more, and that's Muscarada. The KO streak will be coming in. Now, the speedster, all-rounder, and the attacker combination is definitely working out, and the stack on the top lane is quite amazing to see.
For sure, look at the team push. They want to push this Regieleki so bad, but the counter attack is just too amazing. Hyper Beam doing the damage. Trevenant, he goes down, but now the Regieleki is still not hit. The Exorcist coming into the question. Dragonite also looks forward. The Solar Boing comes the Blaziken, and now the Regieleki, it might have got the hit. Yes, it is, and the scores are still being done. Oh, my bad. The Regieleki did not hit for sure, but the scores were still done and dusted. It's a 225, and look at the steal beyond. It switches to the bot lane and instantly gets the score dunked.
Well, this is not looking easy. 265 to 23. Blissen Gaming definitely needs to step up at this point. If they don't, journey is not going to be easy for them. And initially, it is looking like Team Godlike Esports is having a total control, and they're getting multiple KOs. And look at this, once again pushing back Muscarada, and there goes the KO. He can get another beautiful one. Eselgor is also going to get contested. I mean, they're farming the wild Pokemons, meanwhile getting the original ones as well. That's amazing. Now it's the turn of Trevenant, I believe.
Oh, he just survived. Crustle finally got taken down by Eldegoss. I was really wondering that Gardevo's Unite might just crumble him down, but Akul on level 11. This is a pure disaster with the Muscarada coming with the Unite. Gets a lot of damage on Umbreon. Followed by that, he charges on Sylveon, but the Solar Boings coming in, denying the fact that Mr. Crowley, you're not allowed to come this close. But Akul, and as well as you can see Strix waiting in the tall grasses for the right moment to get the steal, but it seems like there has been a lot of hindrances, but the Crustle is surviving in a very low HP, needs to just reset. But I've got my main man back on the desk. Sam, I'm really looking forward to see what can be the outcome, because Godlike Esports, they're completely annihilating the players of Blissen Gaming.
I think this is what happened to me as well. For a second I went boom, and now I'm back a boom. And I hope Godlike are going all out. Is insane. I'm right now kind of baffled because Blissen are unable to get an idea about what to do about this comp. And this is what I was talking about, the Dragonite, right? Pulling that off is the one that's annoying them. They're unable to find anything. Look at this, Ruben.
No.
That was a support just trying to get some dunks in, and they stop that. Now look at this, Vulcan tanking so much, but Wish immediately heal back up, and that Sylveon goes behind Eldegoss, for sure confirms the KO. And now Crowley, trying his best to survive, is trying to run away. Did put the flower, but it's not going to work out. Even the Muscarada is out for business. It's going to be Nurse Joy to take care, but is this a viable decision? No, it is not. Trev decides to jump in, and they both end up getting fainted. Necros, right as now, listen, I'm pretty sure they have no control of what they want to do. It is just Godlike reigning terror.
11-14 Leafeon is just wrecking everything that is coming in his way. Let it be Muscarada, let it be the Trevenant, Blaziken, that doesn't matter. The kind of damage, the amount of damage he's doing, it's literally immense. And also stealing these buffs from the farming pit of Blissen Gaming. It's really something that they never imagined, and now the way they're just thrashing them, it's really something that they're enjoying. They push the Regieleki, but yeah, keeping the Blaziken busy at its work. They will be focusing on the bottom Regi for sure, while Sylveon and the Crustle both are just waiting for the right moment because they're just 10 more seconds on the clock.
This is going to be uncontested. They're going to quickly get it, but Crowley on Mioscarada. Now they see him. I think they don't have any more time. They decide to call it quits, and that Regieleki will be there. Melon, it's a little bit of an tussle. Ejects, the Crustle will survive. Leafeon was the distraction, and now everybody go back to their own half paths. But now coming into the final stretch, the last 2 minutes, listen, they have to go for this. They have to get the Rayquaza, and they will have a chance. Take 1 point against Godlike, otherwise Godlike will get game number 1 under control. Crowley on that Mioscarada again taking the top path score, but you can see even after that 46 dunk, it's still not destroyed Necros. That's how much Blisson in the very start of the game was stopped. Now then again going for another whole dunk, this should give them a score plusing of 90, and that's going to be a 94 finally to destroy the top goal zone, getting the score to 186.
Godlike Esports are quite aware that, we don't need to meld the Rayquaza, we don't need it. We can just defend it and we can win this match. But looking towards that, Sylveon has got some different intentions. He's coming and going for 100 dunk. But for now, you see the Unites being committed. The values might be falling into the pieces, but the Leafeon is down and out.
This might be an opportunity, but they're still lagging behind. The 300 is going to trouble them. As you can see, the right side team is on a huge lead. Nice Unite to get away from this tussle. And now Umbreon gets stuck, but doesn't matter, steals the shield and runs away, and now they know Blisson, they have no chance in the game. Rayquaza is their final hope, the final card they have to play in, and they are jumping in, swooping into it. Russell has been caught along with the Dragger Knight. That goes down. This can be an opportunity. Vulcan was a little tad low, but with the wish and then the Hyper Voice secure coming in. Godlike will secure game number 1, and Blisson can't do anything about it. Eldigos is going in for a lower bottom 43. That's going to be an 86 score. It's not going to be enough against the Shield score coming through of 76, and then it's going to be an 84. This game is secured for Godlike Esports.
Yeah, what a game, what a start that they had. From the very start of this round, or I would say this match, Godlike did not give a single chance for Blisson to even step forward. But this final stretch fight, Sam, was something that, kind of brought back the hope for Blisson Gaming when they first got the Leafeon. I really thought that that might be the turning point. Even the Dragonite being cornered up by 3 of the players of Blisson Gaming. But it was not the case. Godlike, they were just too good in this situation.
Yeah, I think the early fight control itself, Nikos.
Yeah.
There was nothing from there. 543 to 272. Look at Ruben alone, 246 score on him. And this is why I said Crustle is going to be the one who will give them the factor of the proper defense. And you can see Melon on 12 assists. Same goes for Vulcan, but you could see Vulcan, right? Constant healing as well to his teammates, and that's the reason on recovery. He's at 74,000.
15 KOs on Zisol of over 1 lakh damage. Even Ruben closing up to like 99,676, close to 1 lakh as well. Denying the fact, even like long range attackers like Strakes, even like Mr. Crowley being on the speedster, the Blazikens trying to just find some value were completely denied. And the main thing was that early game control, as you mentioned earlier as well, that they were not able to complete their stacks. Crowley and the Mioscarada and the Blaziken were playing on the stack builds, but not a single score was able to. I don't think they were able to get it, and they were stopped every time by Godlike Esports, and that changed the tides completely. And I really believe in the next round, one thing is for sure: either the Dragonite or the Leafeon is going to get banned.
I think Dragonite, yes. Leafeon is still going to be picked on either end of the game. It is going to work out, but coming in with the Mioscarada is again a bold choice. Flower Trick, you did see it kind of did damage, but again using the double team tried to run away, but it was not enough. You could see there was an immediate lift off from the 2-minute mark itself. They were unstoppable, and that was all because thankfully look at the score as well as the stacking coming in from the Umbreon, right from the very start till the 4-minute mark itself, finishing off the 5 stacks and then getting right at the edge of the 4th minute the 6th stack as well. Now that top path is completely under control. You don't have to be worried about. Crustle on the other end had the Resonant Guard and other builds coming through, not the stacking one. Therefore Crustle was playing the game as best as he's good, and you could see Crustle and Umbreon together, you have nowhere to run. You can't do anything about that. Look at this, every time it's them together and it's one or the other Pokemon from the other side being caught and immediately getting killed.
Yeah, I mean, the mean look did so much trouble to the players of Blizzard Gaming. They were not able to escape. They were not having chances. The Solar Blade coming in, the Crustle's X's are coming in. Did so much damage. But again, every time you see Dragonite stepping up with the Hyper Beam, this time I really thought the Regieleki will be pushed, but eventually it was not the case. But still, the scores came in, and that was the main part that they were focused on.
There was one fight here, as we can see, that they did get a little bit of a chance, but that was just a single kill. But there was another towards the 2-minute mark, which I thought they could have played it a tad bit better. I think after this secure, as you can see, Crustle is moving into the top path. They find one on Miaskarada. Blaziken as well as Trevenant were hiding in the bushes. They should have waited for their more players to be visible, but they jumped into a fight, fell flat, and after that it was just the level difference, the control that Godlike had. And Godlike, they know who they are, right? They know what they're here to achieve. They were #2 in ACL, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people watching the stream are looking forward to the #2 team coming alive. How could they have even come to the lower bracket, right, in the Indian circuit is something that everybody might be wondering. But now that they are in the lower bracket and have picked up such a dominating game, might have given back hopes for all the Godlike fans.
Yeah, for sure. They will be just very happy because, yeah, they were disheartened that Godlike were pushed down to the lower brackets. That was an unfortunate start, but hey, you know, I still believe that this lineup kinds of keeps a lucky charm for themselves in the lower bracket run, because what they did in the ACL, they might be just looking forward to do that same reputation in this WCS 2024 as well, because, yeah, like, why not? The start that they had is really tremendous, but for Crowley, he will be going to the drawing board and again rewriting the strategies of what can we do in the next round to bounce back.
I feel like Crowley's play is also a little difficult as he's playing the Speedster, but we'll get back into business a little later in the game too when we start. But we'll ask the question, there's a question here, who would you say are your biggest competitors for this tournament? He couldn't have been more obvious, right?
Oh
Rayquaza, the final hit that everybody wants to secure. But here I think, listen, comparing this statement or this answer to their game that just happened, they were not close to their biggest opponent. It was Godlike who they couldn't take control of. You could see at every position in different angles they were. Let's talk about the team profile here on the side of Godlike, and I'll let you take over, Necros, and let us know about it.
Yeah, we asked them what do they think are the characteristics of their team, and they say that our team is quite versatile and we adapt pretty quickly to the enemy's playstyle, and after what we saw right now, it is quite justified, isn't it? So just from the start, stopping the stacks being done, getting the control, trapping them out, and yeah, that's the kind of, I would say, the typical players or the typical strategy that Zisol comes up with.
Now, we did get to see the versatility question and also the biggest competitor question, but Necros, after seeing that first game of how kabooming the way to win was Godlike, do you think they're going to be the gods again to reign superior and win this game in this first series? The first series I'm saying is because I think it's a refresher here for Godlike, right? 1-0. The upper bracket is something that they're not going to remember. It is very similar to their storyline in ACL. I cannot forget that. And I think a lot of us Indian fans, when they were in the lower bracket, were almost like, it's going to be tough. But once when they went against Unite Esports, Unite Holic, my bad. We are playing Unite Esports, but Unite Holic, the #1 from Japan, and defeated them. The whole Unite Esports, the whole of our world was surprised. Everybody was looking at awe on the Indian circuit, and these were the boys who have made it. But there's one change, right? Ruben coming in. Now it was Psyduck. Psyduck shifted to another squad. Ruben coming in. He played the last year with Forger Legacy. Now that was a lineup which had very individually strong players. So Ruben coming here with the team, you could see how much it's already working out. Unfortunate that we didn't see the first upper bracket game. If we did see, we could have seen what went wrong. But I'm still happy. The lower bracket game that we are seeing, especially with experience on one end, and Zishal, who had played under the command of Crowley, now playing with his own team. Let's see how it works out. Game number 2 of this lower bracket, match 2.
Godlike Esports again being the first team having the first pick preference. Let's see what are the bans they will be looking forward to. It's the first one from Zisol that he doesn't want to have the Mimikyu on the opponent's end, while Blisson goes up with the Mew.
I think Solar Beam Mew is not a dangerous Pokemon that you have to be worried about. But seems like Blisson don't want to give it to the side of Godlike. Koopa coming in as a ban this time from Godlike. Last time it was from Blisson. Blisson going in for a Gyarados. Now, I want to see a Gyarados. Because Gyarados bounce, Waterfall, Dragon Breath, I don't know what they play on, but everything seems viable after that Magikarp evolves to the Gyarados. But coming back has the first pick, Sylveon, the first EV, has been locked and loaded from Godlike.
They don't want to let that one EV slip away from their hands for sure, but Blisson Gaming, again, going with the same picks of Trevenant, but Strix, still a big question mark. And I'm not going to assume this time, Lucifer. Last time I was assuming the Pokemons, I got completely, like, surprised?
Yeah,
kind of.
Frown. But as of now, they've not sold us fakes. There was a little of a Trev, but they decided last time we did pick a Trev, but gave away a Crossover. This time again, the EV, the second EV, just like the last time, it's been going to be our Umbreon. For a second, Melon was about to show us a Machamp. I was like, whoa. And then Melon is like, it is going to be the true bro. Previously, Blisson didn't pick up, so it's going to be Godlike who will be picking it up. We end up seeing a Blissey, but what is Strix deciding on? Crowley is nice. I think if he gets his early stack, should be a viable Pokemon. We just saw how Godlike were menacing on the Leafeon. We also again see a double EV. It's going to be a Glaceon being locked along with that Blissey.
Hey, you were talking about the Machamp, Lucifer, and we have got the Machamp. I mean, okay, I just gotta say, like, I am not gonna trick again. Please, no, I can't take it anymore. But yeah, it's no more Dragonite, it's a Blaziken.
You are not Hoopa, so you don't have the trick moveset, so you will be tricked. Be ready for a lot more. Zishal coming in, wow! Now, the other circuits, right? The highest winning percentage pick Pokemon is Inteleon. Now that being picked here is going to be interesting. Godlike seemingly want to get game number 2 also in their favor. Strick finally getting his second defender for the lineup. It is going to be a Trev. They did have it last time, but finally now they have 2 solid defenses. Same goes for Godlike. But Godlike, it is going to be an annoying Slowbro that will tank as much as damage that it can. And leaving you guys wondering, how can we take down the Slowbro, especially with Vulcan who will be playing on Wish?
Oh, that's something that they need to take care about. But also, Zisol being on the Inteleon, we have seen it in the previous ACL. If when this guy takes an Inteleon, the snipe shots is something that you need to be aware, because Inteleon has got a wide range. So from a very big distance, he can give you so much hefty damage, which will pave the path for Akul to step up as a Blaziken and get the KOs done, because he's also playing on the stack build. He's got an attack weight for himself. So if he can complete his stacks, and his teammates, those who have backed him, being on the Dragonite, will back him again this time, this should be a piece of cake for the side of Godlike Esports.
Yeah, let's quickly talk about the Secures as well, because Crowley did mention, right, Rayquaza is their biggest opponent. There are 3 Secures on the side of Godlike, whereas when we see on the other end of Blisson, I kind of am not too sure. Maybe the Leafeon that they picked up, I'm not too sure how Glaceon can go for a Secure, but there's one. Necros, I'm pretty sure you'll remember this. The supporter last hit Secures. They have a Blissey.
My god.
So if it happens, Crowley is going to be the most happiest. But we'll talk about the game that has started, game number 2 underway. Glaceon, yes, they won that Glaceon, that EV evolved as soon as possible. On the other hand, however, the Toxic did not go top path. It wants to evolve to a Combuskin and then move to the top or the bottom, mostly the bottom.
After you just say that supporter secure, I again just had the entire recap of that match, of what happened at that final stretch. I would really love to see that similar thing once again being done, but for
Supporters for the win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a support player, so yeah, supporters for the win.
Hey, Don't lie to the screen.
Hey, I can
will
play
not
Hoopa.
take it up.
Come on.
I've not seen you play Hoopa for a single game that we have played. You're a defender, attacker, and an all-rounder. I will never agree that you're a supporter. I know a better supporter that you're going to get wrecked against. But right now, we will get back into the game rather than our own crunches. It is going to be the Altaria and Swablu time. Majority of it on the bottom at least being secured from the side of Godlike. Dwebble getting nothing, nada. But on the top, it's going to be a push from Blisson. They secure the first KO. Will get that Sylveon to reset and come to the top, but by that time it comes to the top, the Umbreon, which is still not evolved, the teeny tiny Eevee again gets KO'd, but Inteleon, Zishal keeping them in check, gets the Leafeon down, Sylveon's here, so the Trev, who was trying to annoy them, will be finally put to rest, will be back at Nurse Joy's Pokemon Center, will be back on the top later. That is going to be a nice answer back from Godlike to keep control of the top path.
But hey, meanwhile Crustle invaded the jungles of Godlike Esports, got some buffs stolen from their side, and instantly going for the scores. And that is going to be important, the stats being completed one after another, this time Blisson Gaming. It seems like that early start that they were denied in the previous match, they're just completing it and just not letting anything slip away from their hands.
Crowley previously played Masquerada, this time playing the Leafeon. Kids stuck here, but they do have a Blissey. Will be back, get that Citrus, full health, waiting for the Altaria and Swablu again, but also in the next 30 seconds we're going to be seeing the battle for the Reggies. Looks like they're all grouping up for the top path, whereas the side of Godlike, they're grouping up for the bottom. Altaria and Swablu before the Reggie fight, Overheat should secure majority of the Altaria and Swablu, and again it is the same case, majority of it in terms of experience going to Godlike on the bottom path, with the top being pushed from Blisson. Godlike decide to push the bottom, make sure that Crustle pays a price, and for the top path push, they will find that secured. Crustle will be down, they will dunk some goals and immediately jump to the Reggie on the bottom, whereas Blisson, who went for the top path fight, only for the Altaria and Swablu, will be delayed before they reach here to the Reggie Rock. The secure is not good. Unite also being committed, so the Unite is also lost from Crowley over there, and that is Godlike with full control here on the bottom path with the Reggie. He might even go to destroy the bottom path, and yes, the big overheat damage. Crustle is down. That is magnificent coming through, and now Glaceon trying its best, but Glaceon is only locking onto all these defenders, the walls, and therefore no KO yielded here. Godlike will regroup back, and that fight winning. Godlike still are only on a tad bit advantage here, Necros, lesser than 4 goals.
But when you just come down to the legendary pet area, this is even looking for the Altaria Swablu's boss for themselves, but again, as you mentioned, the Glaceon is like every time locking on the slow bro, which is like, he's just tanking the damage. He is there to concede it, and you're just giving him, so that's nothing, I mean, that has been nullified completely. But when you look down to the focus, Godlike Esports, they've shifted in the top lane for the Regiliki itself.
Top path, another fight brewing here. It's time for the Regiliki. Crowley tried with the Solar Blade, not much to be found. Crustle, can he stop Vulcan here? Trap him. X's or misses. Solar Blade cooking, but no target being found. And you can see Godlike, the distance that they're keeping behind their all-rounders, the ranged attackers, and how the front line is working out. Crustle tries to invade, pushes, but pays a price. Solar Blade does damage, but don't worry about it. They have a Wish Umbreon. Unite being committed from Z-Shawl. This should give them the secure. Sylveon also finds, and now that's big damage. There's no way to survive. Blissey is the first to fall. If they follow this up along with the Regiliki as the 6th ally, might get the top path and break the goal zone with the overdunk. If the Regiliki sits, all they have to do is go for a single hit. Emerald 2-step comes through, Umbreon finally down, the healing will be denied, but they're still committing, the fight is still ongoing. The Leafeon finds a double before going out to the Inteleon, and now Inteleon trying to bring back the fight with the Trev going down, and as I said, as soon as the Regiliki is going to be a sit, it's going to be an overdunk of a 40, but a 4 KO streak. Inteleon wipes everybody smooth off the top path.
The soul for the win, that's the one statement that Godlike Esports, they will be looking forward to it. But now, Melon again being in those radars of the Crustle. Followed by that, there is Umbreon still in the tall grasses, and Zisol switches to the bottom lane instantly with those snipe shots. Will be looking forward to get some hefty amount of damage. And again, I really believe that Zisol will be looking forward to get the last minute steal that would be possible, that what he did previously in the first objective.
Let me talk about the levels. It's only Umbreon who's on level 9. Therefore, a big level advantage here for Godlike. Whereas Blisson still have players to level up. Crustle is on 9, Blissey is on 9, level 10 only on Trev. Whereas majority of the players I end up seeing are close to level 11 and 12. And with the Blaziken also reaching level 12, Godlike are going to have an advantage on their front line a tad bit compared to the back line. Umbreon, as I said, is something that they might be worried about, but they're not.
Oh.
The damage that they're able to deal is not even giving Blisson a chance. Talk to him, traps welcome, but for what gain? Nothing. And now you can see the focus blast. Akul keeps a check of the other part of the tall grasses. Glaceon tries to start things off, but now seeing Akul on this Blaziken has to switch back. But look at that lock on, it only goes on the Reggie. Steve on the bottom, but not on the Blaziken. Nice slow beam coming through, and that jump and melon slow beam will confirm the Reggies in their favor, and also for sure the bottom path should come in their favor. Solar Blade doesn't find value. Telekinesis denies the Umbreon, so the defender to do anything. Crustle will be out of the way, and the Crustle will.
Oh, they want to go for an overdunk no matter what it takes, and every time they are being denied. The Crustle X is also working brilliantly, but this is the opportunity. But Trevenant, he hops into the fight, but the Blaziken, no, the score just by a single second has been denied. The Solar Blade coming into question, but the Snipe Shot still did a lot of damage. Blaziken was able to make a fallback from that position, but the Umbreon again, the defenders are being locked up by the Glaceon every time. Now this is troubling for Blisson.
240 to 194. Again, the difference is not that big comparing to game number 1. Game number 2 seems to be tad better. Blisson is contesting, but it is not them controlling the game, it's them defending the game. And for them to defend, they need this Crustle. But we have never seen much of Trev action that they've been able to utilize. But in the less of 5 seconds, it's time for Rayquaza, Crowley's main opening.
This is interesting, the legendary pet fight. This time Blisson Gaming, they don't want to make any mistake. They know that the difference is not that... Yeah, like they want to make something. I really believe that they will anticipate that Godlike will be looking forward to defend it. But this time definitely they have some different strategies. Mr. Crowley, what are you thinking right now?
What's that big brain planning? Listen, they know they are on the deficit. But in terms of the goal zones in the paths, both the bottoms are still okay, the tier 1s. Therefore, I think Crowley feels like just that close game, meaning that they might be closer to victory. But wow, that Solar Blade misses. That's going to be a big 46 coming in, and for sure now, Godlike will know that they will be on the lead, and therefore, Rayquaza fight starts. It's going to be the Trev right inside it, but the Hyper Voice pushes out. Glaceon locks onto the Sylveon. Now the Crustle on the backline, but there's going to be the Trev's Phantom Forest coming through. First KO, the Sylveon is down. Blissey might also go down. Yes, it does. It's going to be big finds for Godlike Esports as they're putting everybody down, and the last line of defense or the attacker was Glaceon. As that falls flat, all 5 players are gone from Blisson. This is Godlike securing game 2 and the series.
What a play. I mean, Crowley, they had their own plans, but not how Godlike Esports anticipated before coming into this contention. The Blaziken went to secure this buffs, and he just came in the right moment to strike in, and they know it. Blisson really knows that there is nothing that can win them the match from this position. Even after that, Leafeon is getting the KOs. He's facing the KOs, and once again, there's a double KO streak for the Slowbro.
Unstoppable. Godlike didn't become dominating at the start this time, but towards the end, especially after getting Rayquaza, as you can see, they are unstoppable, unbeatable as of now. But this time, Rayquaza was the main opponent that we ended up seeing, and they couldn't do much. Dragged that poor Blissey and got the KO in their own base. That's Godlike for you. A 2-0 coming in here, and they will be for sure happy. But always, I think when you're on the deficit, right, if you're playing slow, thinking that they will be the one initiating a fight, you will eventually be clobbered to an alley. And that's what happened, especially towards the right and left sides of the Rayquaza, right? If you are stuck there, very little space you have, even if you want to eject out or move to a different direction. And if you make one wrong misstep, that's where everything crumbles. And that misstep was when Leafeon got first KO'd, and after that everything one after another. Trev went out, Blissey went out, and that time the front line, the healers were all out of business, and that's the reason Godlike secured it.
Look at the damage, 92,000 on Zisol, on Akul as well. Oh my god. Even Ruben stepping up with a 57,000 damage on himself. They did a fantabulous job. Like, as we mentioned earlier, they were all the attackers. Like, if you just take it, Zisol, if you talk about Ruben, they were playing just behind their frontline attackers, the defenders, like the Slowbro, the Umbreon, even behind the Blaziken. And that kind of support that Zisol was giving to Akul to just step up and find the KOs was immense. That was, somehow I felt like it was lacking in the ends of Blitzen Gaming.
As of now, I think unfortunate for Blitzen, they will be out of the India Qualifier run. Crowley, yes, would have wanted to go a little more further, but initially, as we was talking about it, right, when you take up these speedsters, ranged attackers as a role and also call, I'm not too sure if he's the one still calling, is going to be tough, because you also have to be quick on your thought process of what you want to do as an individual, but also for the team. I think that's where Godlike had a lot more control of things, and even in any battle that happened between Blitzen and Godlike, it was Godlike in control, Blitzen finding an opportunity to score in Zone A or Zone B whenever it was being left open on either of the paths.
Overall, it was, I would say, a definite match that Godlike wanted after the kind of setback that they had in the upper brackets. The good start to the lower bracket run with a 2-0, and that too with the utter domination that they did. It's just not like a close win. They just obliterated their opponents, and that's where the domination lies. But from the start, it seemed like that, somehow Blitzen Gaming, they're looking forward for a comeback, and they had a good control in the early game, but slowly and gradually Godlike proved everybody wrong.
I think this early game, as you can see clearly, right, bottom path never was in control. So they were easily able to secure the Regis, they were able to get control of things, and I think Blaziken found hefty amount of damage that nothing Blitzen could do about. And that was one of the main reasons how well the front line was established. They were able to put down the Umbreon, but the Slowbro still stands tall. If the Slowbro is also down, then they have the Blaziken. So the three-layered approach of the front line was just too good coming in. And I think Zishol, 0 KOs, I think. From his end, he never went down to the Nurse Joyce Pokemon Center to get back up to full health. He was always alive, he was always fighting, and his team kept winning. And I think this was an opportunity here for Russell. Zishol was about to be caught, but the Excisor, that 3-hit eventually died down, and Zishol still survived, and that is the reason we end up seeing a win coming in from Godlike. How well they played that, right? And as I said, you could see on that right edge of that mid path on the legendary pit, they were all stuck. If they had another approach, listen, maybe they could have done something better, Necros. But that was our game 2 for our lower bracket run, meaning 2 teams right as now are out, Necros.
Yeah, that's a little heartbreaking, but once again, we are seeing the filtered teams, those are doing a good job, those have grinded so many days and so many matches that they've played all together, like playing on the scrims and grinding for this WCS slot. Because you know what, we had 8 teams, we had a lot more teams before. Yesterday we had the single elimination format, a lot of teams came, got eliminated, we saw some new faces as well, but right now it's the time for the veterans to step up and also back their slot up. As we mentioned earlier, at first it was Revenant Esports, then it was in the previous season, it was SATUL who went to the global stage in Japan. Now, who is going to go to Honolulu, Hawaii? That's the one slot which I really believe Godlike Esports will be looking forward to book it, because they went to Thailand for the ACL, they were the champions of India Open as well, and now this could be the 3rd title for themselves that they are looking forward to bag out. But once again, the way they stepped up, I would say one thing, Lucifer, from the ACL to this WCS 2024, this team has evolved drastically with that layered gameplay that we mentioned at that moment, because they were not accustomed with it, but now you can see that kind of layered gameplay that they're putting inside their tactics.
Yeah, I'm still surprised if they had this kind of a performance. How were they kicked down to the lower bracket? How good were Zenny game? So I think that's going to be interesting to see.
That's a luck.
That lineup. Okay, Necros, you're calling Zenny game out. This is going to be interesting. Now, Zenny game do have a matchup, as we can see, the upper bracket finals against SATUL Esports. Now, as you rightly mentioned, SATUL Esports have been once to Tokyo. They played there, about to defeat the world's best team. Now, the world's best team also has had a change, Necros. So this year, I feel like the WCS can be anybody. So I think this is one of the best times here for the India's best team to be crowned and also going to Hawaii. Who that team is going to be, how they proceed ahead, is something that we have to wait and watch. But this is the upper bracket breakdown that you can see. Zenny Gaming is what he called lucky. Let's see how lucky they can be as we move ahead.
Now this is a lot of things. I mean, I'm really anticipating for this game. You know, like SATUL, Zenny Game, both the teams having so many veterans. SATUL, they have that one lineup which went to Japan, isn't it? So, like, they were the ones to win the WCS 2023 India Qualifiers, fly down to Japan. They played, they almost took down the world champions Luminosity. Now, once again, that same lineup again playing in the next season of WCS, but this time against another team who has also had a very good run so far.
Now, I want to see what happens in the upper bracket eventually, and I'm pretty sure everybody wants to, because that's where it funnels down to the grand finals. But here, the lower bracket, next two games upcoming are going to be 6 Upper Moon versus Team No Tilt. We saw how well Team No Tilt could play. The next one coming is going to be the Bloodline versus Godlike Esports. Now, Godlike won once. Now, Bloodline were defeated by Zenny Gaming. So, every team that right now Zenny Gaming is putting down is eventually again coming in fight with Godlike, meaning that every team that in the lower last match that we are seeing across has been defeated by Zenny Game. Now, Zenny Game, let's see what they can do eventually in the upper bracket finals. Can they even defeat SATUL? As you mentioned, yes, they have a big lineup coming in with a mix and match, broken down teammates of other teams bringing in, with Swifty coming in, and let's see how that works out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, that's like those veterans, again, experienced players coming in the questions. But now, once again, the question arises is that, you know, this is a new set of team that what Godlike is going to face. But 6 Upper Moon also, they're also a very good team. And the performance that Team No Tilt actually showed in their first game against QRS. One thing I felt like for Team No Tilt is like, and in the first game, it was like the kind of strategy or the synergy that they had between themselves.
Now, I think Team No Tilt in that first game that you and Raider were casting, it was like in a customary game for them. They were trying to get a grasp of what their opponent were doing, but once they had the grasp, there was clear level difference. They were commanding the game. They were clearly in the driver's seat. So it's going to be interesting of what Team No Tilt can do. But again, 6 Upper Moon, I've kind of seen a couple of their games here and there. Looks like a solid lineup. I'm not too sure how they're going to perform, because one question here is, right, how many ever games that you play offline and how good you are over there, but whenever you come up on a live streaming game is where the actual pressure mounts up. And that's how you would have to kind of break it apart or try to figure out what is the best approach here, that I do not deal with the pressure of the players or the viewers watching, and how do I also control the game. Now, it all depends on what their IGL also does, because if they're unable to control that environment, they're going to be in a chaotic comms, meaning they'll be calling, hey, there's bottom path zone A being destroyed, top path zone A being destroyed, there's the Pokemon here, here's the speedster, and that is going to cause a lot of trouble, which I clearly could see from Godlike not being there. They had a clear-cut plan as we saw this game, and they were able to execute it. Can they execute in the next upcoming games? Can 6 Upper Moon defeat Team No Tilt? Our answers are going to be answered very soon.
For sure. And looking to the lineups, and yep, if we talk about the players of like 6 Upper Moons and all the players, like I was looking forward to those rosters previously when it came down. It came to me that even for the Bloodline, that which Godlike is going to face against, they had Illusion, Blizzard, Cool, Mikey, Nova, all those veterans players that we have seen in the previous WCS playing from different teams. Illusion was there in India Open. We saw him. He was that MVP of the tournament because having highest number of KOs with himself. So that is also something that raises a lot of question, because, you know, when you know there is one player who has the capability to shut down an entire team, there are concerns that raises within yourself that, you know, this is a player that we should watch out for.
And I think also a lot of these teams that we are seeing, right, as you said, they are veteran players, they're renowned players, a lot of experience under their belt. But one thing we have to understand, at the end of the day, it's still a team game, right? However individually you might be solid, it's not going to be giving you the impact or the result that you would want. Solo carrying is a very tough job here in Pokemon Unite. You might find the KO, but again, Rayquaza or the final stretch, or even in the final stretch, you might be the first Pokemon to be caught and you'll be sent back to Nurse Choice. So I think that's something for players to wonder about. As solo, they have to work out with the team, establish a solid defense and work on it. And as you mentioned about Bloodline, right? interesting is going to be watching them of how they perform. Now, when we saw the battle here right now against Godlike, we could clearly see a better difference here, and I think Crowley finding these new lads, trying to work around them, it was not enough. And also, as we said, it can be the same case for the other teams as well, because as I initially saw, and when we were moving towards the India qualifiers, I was seeing all the players and the lineups coming through. Everybody had almost different lineups, except for SATL that we see right as of now. Everybody has either a player change, a whole team change itself, or multiple role changes coming through, which is affecting their play style. And now that play style for some has worked out. Now, as you can see, Godlike had one change. It worked out really well. Zishal has been moved to that speedster and the range attacker from the last season that we've been seeing from the ACL run that they've been having. And finally, it is paying dividends for them. Now, how far they can push is something that everybody is looking forward to. But my question here for you is, we spoke about 6 Upper Moon team, No Tilt, Bloodline and Godlike. Who do you think is going to move the next 2 teams? What are your calls?
If it gets changed, I'm not the one to be blamed, but yeah, I think like it's gonna be 6 Upper Moon and Godlike. I really feel like, because if you say why 6 Upper Moon, I really feel like Team No Tilt, the kind of lack in synergy, the kind in comms, it felt to me that in the first game, yes, they backed out, they got the win for sure on a 2-1 scoreline, but I still believe a 6 Upper Moon, the kind of performance that they had so far in the upper brackets, if they kind of continue that, they are a little better team in compared to Team No Tilt, which I believe in the terms of comms, in terms of strategy, they can outshine better.
Yeah, I think 6 Upper Moon, I would agree with you, look like a more confident team amongst the matchup. So it might be winning it out. But we will see what happens there. But before that, we will cut to a very short break. So don't go anywhere. India qualifiers and the best Indian team going to Hawaii is still going to come up.
We just witnessed the first two matches of lower brackets round 1. That was really amazing. One was a 2-1, another one was a 2-0. We saw two good teams advancing, while two teams, they just bid bye-bye to this Pokemon UNITE Championship Series India qualifiers. But right now, joining me, it's going to be Lucifer, my main man, and this time it's now lower brackets round 2, which is going to take the start.
Now it's going to be interesting of what is going to conclude here, because here is where you start getting nervous, you get stressed. Now the first lower bracket match always is your starter, but now how do you take that victory? How do you take that momentum? Because again, if it's a Godlike and Bloodline match, now Godlike, their run in ACL, that is going to be a run that everybody remembers. That was a heated up team. Even after that matchup, after the grand finals, when I spoke to them, they were like, if and only if we ran our entire journey, even the grand finals, without a break, because there was a 30-minute break that was given so that they get a chance to breathe. But those players themselves were saying, we didn't want that breather. And if they played, they said maybe we could have had a chance to take down and even win the grand final. So I think that momentum is something that they would want to realize. Now that is how you kind of learn, is how to keep that momentum inside you, not let that energy die down. And now in this WCS, if they make that happen, let's see. They have to again go for the reset is something that they have to be wondering, because they're in the lower bracket. But we'll talk about the rosters as well. You mentioned about them, the Bloodline, Illusion, Blizzard, Cool, Mikey and Nova. Now again, these are players from different lineups coming together as a Bloodline.
Illusion being the MVP of India Open 2023, Blizzard being one of the very crucial long-range attackers that you can ever imagine in your team. Mikey being that support, Ghoul being that long-range attacker, Nova also can fulfill the roles of being a defender sometimes, so we have to see what are the kind of tactics. But I'm quite sure Mikey might be looking forward playing on a Crustle, maybe Blastoise or something like that. And against them, it's the Godlike Esports. I am mentioning the Godlike Esports because they had the prominent run in the ACL, as we mentioned earlier, and even now the kind of performance that they just showcased us in the lower brackets round 1. I would say that if I were in the position of Blood, I would be just cooking up something within myself to make a counter-attack against Godlike Esports.
I was assuming that you mentioned the Godlike or the Godlike is because there is the Bloodline. But you end up going to a bigger reference all the way out. But yes, that is true what he said as well. They have had a long run. There's a history in that team. But that history also now comes in where Zishal and Nova were players together. I think Blizzard and Zishal were also players once together. So it's going to be interesting of how the comrades turned enemies are going to fight now. There can be friendlies outside, but now it's going to be a rivalry that's going to be brewing. Bloodline versus Godlike, a very high intense match coming in, because as you mentioned, there is experience. These players have played, and I think Ghoul, we have not seen last, but now coming back here in the Bloodline, I want to see what they can do. Jumping to the draft phase, bans coming in. What are your choices, Necros?
A Gyarados, a Hoopa, an Umbreon, and probably I would want to see maybe a Leafeon.
This is what I don't like. Leafeon was already banned over there, and after that you mentioned, this is like when we try to play rock paper scissors and you put rock paper scissors after my show, right? But Umbreon is a decision that you made. It is something that they do ban. Looks like there's going to be a Hoopa ban. No quick teleports allowed here for Bloodline, because we know there's that capability that Mikey can bring in. Mikey is very quick on that support who changes the game if needed for the Bloodline. That's how his role is. The last ban looks like Sylveon. I think I was caught a little surprised. I think maybe the Sylveon ban is here because of the previous games of how we have been seeing that Hyper Voice affect teams. Let's see how it goes. And because Gyarados was not banned, immediate lock, says Godlike.
Ruben says, it's my time. No, there's no chance that nobody's gonna take it away from me. But Illusion, he goes up with that Blaziken and Nova. What are you gonna go up to? But Mikey decides to go with the Blissey. On the other hand, Godlike Esports, the next two picks going to be crucial. The Soul Sticks instantly locks up the Mew, followed by Melon on the Crossing.
Mew, this is why I was saying Mew is still a Pokemon that everybody can play. It is not that game-shifting Pokemon that somebody has to be worried about. Let's look at what Ghoul and Blizzard pick up. Blaziken still has that stacking, so we'll be looking towards that, but Ghoul make sure that Zshal doesn't get, if they're going for a double range attacker, the Inteleon. But he says, looking at Zshal already picking Mew, he might not go for an Inteleon, so he goes on an Espeon. Slowbro is going to be picked up from Nova, and I think Nova might just be going here for defense. I'm not too sure. We have to wait and watch if there is a role switch up towards the preparation phase, but the last two choices from Godlike. It's going to be a Glaceon, Akul. There are some Pokemons that we have seen him on, and he is going to prove a menace, and Glaceon is one such. Eldegoss, and on the other end, the last lock is going to be Blizzard on the Lucario. Now that's a double all-rounder play coming through. Melee all the way, says Bloodline.
I think the way that the name it is, the Bloodline, they also want to go all aggressive. That's the kind of impact they do want to just kind of pave on the paths. But, you know, the preparation phase is going on. I am really looking forward because, you know, Lucifer, you were the first one to say that you want to see a Gyarados coming into the play. You want to see the waterfall and the damages being done. And I guess Ruben heard you pretty nicely and he was like, yes, this is the moment. I'm going to show you how the Gyarados can be played.
Now there's a buddy barrier on both the ends of the supporter, attack weight coming in only on one on the side of Godlike, but two because there are two melee attackers. Now I do want to see how that two melee attackers plays in the cards if Bloodline are actually going to make it work, because when you have a double stack, meaning your only ranged attacker damage is right now on Espeon. So Espeon can give you early damage to help those stacks come in, and if those stacks don't happen in the early game necros, it is going to be very tough to do extra damage or some amount of damage that can give you viable KOs. And if that doesn't happen, Godlike will have control of the game. Game number 1 here in the lower bracket. Let's see if Godlike will be able to pull it off again or Bloodline take it away from them.
Godlike will be focusing on once again not to give the early game control to the side of Bloodline. Akul this time playing on that Glaceon. I mean, in both the matches he was playing on an all-rounder. Now it's switching to the attacker side. I really want to see how much value he can just go, but seems like the stacks have already started from the ends of Bloodline.
Has to happen. They have a double stacking setup coming through. Their Torchic still has to move up. Looks like again they're going for a late stack on the Torchic, so making sure that Lucario has to get very early stacks and has to be that solid front line so that the Combuskin can find value. But for now, Godlike on the bottom path. They are the ones getting all the experience for themselves. Waiting for the Altaria and Swablu at the 8-minute 50. But before that, seems like Dwebble and Mew can be caught in a fight. But Dwebble backs off. Mew is right behind Combuskin. And I'm pretty sure Illusion has no idea about that. But on the top path, seems like there's not much fight happening. But finally, looking at the mid part towards the buff region, there you can see it is the Magikarp that's gone in. A lot of experience goes this time the way of Bloodline, and they try to continue the damage. Espeon was not enough to go into the goal zone to get some stacks, therefore no stacking yet on that Torchic or evolved Combuskin.
It's gonna take some more time as we can see Magikarp being evolved to the Gyarados, but now the Glaceon Akul, he has a big job to do and it's not easy. The Eldegoss came into the support, but Lucario, he will be targeted for sure, but oh, that is gonna give some good amount of damage, but Gyarados steps in. They were waiting for him to level up, and now as he has arrived, he is gonna give some hefty amount of damage, followed by Mew Solar Beam.
Is there anything stopping that Gyarados? You could see the fear in the side of the Bloodline. They had to back off to Zone B on the top path. That's what Gyarados can do. That's how effective, and especially playing Bounce, not Waterfall. Meaning its maneuverability is big time going to work out. I think there's going to be a lesser cooldown on it, and therefore that's the reason Gyarados comes so much. And I think there was a rapid fire stuff, I'm not too sure, and that's the reason there was such quick hits coming in from the Gyarados immediately. Now Slowbro gets stuck for the Rock Tomb, but not much to be worried about. But Bloodline, they're grouping up on the top path. They want to get on the Gyarados. They want to get the top path under control. Bottom path, Altaria and Swablu in favor of Godlike this time, and they are swooping in, jumping in on Nova. He is trying to make himself in time for the Citrus. First one gets stolen, but before he gets to the second, gets KO'd on the top path. Eldegoss is out of business, and now Ruben has to back off, and with that, Zone is going to be destroyed. Bloodline, they take control and the lead, and immediately they want to secure the Regieleki on top without wasting time, and same goes for Godlike. Without wasting time, they're securing the bottom Regirock.
Yeah. Both the teams took 1-1 objectives, but look at Blissey invading the farming lands of Godlike Esports. Now they have got an intel about it, and Glaceon, they won't just let it slip away, followed by Blaziken. It's going to be tough for Eldegoss, but they have to do something better to stop them.
Ejects out, was worried about the X-Scissor and Glaceon locking on. Nova tanks the damage on the Slowbro. Lucario gets Mew. This was not tit for tat over there. That was them easily getting off the person who was stealing their buffs. Mew is out. Will be back again, rejoining their teammates. In the meantime, Gyarados is hiding in the tall grasses, waiting for the right opportunity where it can jump in and score a 40. Not too sure if Zone A is going to be destroyed. Is it going to be an overdunk? I don't think so. But if that 40 goes through, that will give Bloodline a little bit of a trouble, because Godlike will manage to almost equalize the scores. Bottom Altaria and Swablu fight happening. Again, Godlike get majority of it. Some of it goes to that Espeon. But now the fight happens. Unite being committed here from Gyarados. Gyarados does do damage, but Blissey's Unite was also committed, and a Unite from Lucario, which forces Ruben to back off on the Gyarados along with Eldegoss as well. No comprende, no fight, continuing over on the top part.
Ruben tried his level best to get some value out of it, but was completely unable. I mean, he did damage, but not the KO that he desired. It still feels like the Mew needs to play alongside the Gyarados to just get the much more better value in this case, because the first time it happened, they got the KOs, they got the top lane control for themselves, but still the scores are being dunked. Blissey is still out for stacks completion, I would say, but for now it seems like the Bloodline, they are having the better control. But finally the Gyarados puts an end to the run of Blissey.
Time for another Reggie fight on top. Regieleki should be secured from Bloodline. Gyarados is near. Does he go with a bounce for the secure? It doesn't happen. The top Reggie will be secured. Bottom, on the other end, Crustle tried to slowly move up, get that bunny, but will be pushed off with the Surf. On the other end, Glaceon slowly trying to do damage to the Regice. Will be spotted, will be forced off back, and Mikey is the one with the responsibility on the Blissey, and now Nova has been told about it, informed. So he's going to back off. Blaziken on the other end here to secure with the overheat coming through, but there's the Crustle hit coming through. That might give away a chance to steal it off. Overheat still going to be there, and the secure with the overheat on Regice. Crustle stuck in between, is not going to be allowed to back off. Should find the KO, is trying to do damage. Glaceon was a little further away along with the Mew. Couldn't find value to find KO on an exchange. It doesn't happen, but Gyarados, that was a bad jump over there. Did not have much health, and therefore Bloodline now has bottom path control, but the ranged attackers, they're doing the damage. They're forcing the players off. Noah trying to tank that damage. He'll be put down to rest along with the Lucario as well. That's going to be two players going KO'd, and Mikey on that Blissey as well, and Godlike regain their control on bottom path.
This is something bad. I mean, for now they're just looking forward to get the values, but that Blaziken alongside the Espeon is just completely denying the fact that you cannot come close. Even on top, we are seeing Lucario and Gyarados having that dual competition among themselves, while Gyarados is still failing Ruben. He has been restricted so much this match.
I think Ruben's early quick jump and that damage that he was able to deal was only that first 6-minute mark, and now it's less than a minute for the final stretch, the final fight, the last 2 minutes, the Rayquaza final legendary fight. Looks like control at the center path here for Bloodline. Godlike, they have to get closer to this. We'll quickly talk about levels. Godlike lag a little bit on their support. Can affect. They try to move in for the bottom, but Blissey along with Espeon and a Slowbro is not going to give way for Godlike to get any goal secured. But nice secured. This might find a KO, and that gets tanked up from the Blissey, and therefore that survives. In the meantime, nice find on the Regieleki for the Blaziken. Mew does find one KO, but immediately gets exchanged on the Eldegoss. Therefore, Godlike will decide to pacify themselves and back off in that bottom path fight. 10 seconds to go. There's a Regirock, but there's not enough time left to secure that Regirock. Therefore, it is going to be the final stretch to decide. The goal difference, merely 100. Can be achieved with an extension of a 50. Who's going to do it?
This is something that they're looking forward to it. We can see the Unites being committed. We can go. This Mystical Mirage being activated, but the Rayquaza falls in the hands of Godlike Esports. What a secure coming up from the side of Mew. Even the Slowbro gets denied and taken down. The hundreds of score being dunked by Godlike Esports as they march towards their first round victory in this BO3 series.
I feel a tad bit bad here, unfortunate for the side of Bloodline. I think committing into that last fight, everybody swooping in and Mew being in distance, securing with the Solar Beam, gave them the chance, and now Bloodline, even though they were the ones in control, would have to console themselves with this defeat of Game 1. They don't get the first early point. Melon hiding. Wow, what a play! Big brain move coming in. Gets that 100. Unable to deny that because he ejected at the perfect spot. KO will be found. Not the score. Ruben hiding in the grasses. Dragon Breath will fight along with Mikey, cranking up a lot more damage. And look at the defenses. And on top of the defenses, the players who have shield go for a score. 76 again being dunked from the Eldegoss. Everybody's grouping up to the bottom. That's what everybody thinks. Akul is ready with his Icicle Spears. Lucario goes close with that close combat. Nothing gets found. Espeon's Unite doesn't find. Lucario is out and dusted. And along with that, the Espeon also goes down. One after another, they're chasing the players right now. Blaziken down, Snowbro down. Mikey should also be down. That's going to be another feint coming through. Big 3 KO streak coming in from Z-Shaw. Last time we saw a 4, this time a 3, and they're still going in for a goal because all the 5 players from Bloodline have been put to rest and fainted. They're in the center. That is the Pokemon center.
What a game for Godlike Esports. Completely annihilated the squad of Bloodline, but this kind of gameplay is what they were seeking for.
I think Bloodline maybe felt a tad bit comfortable in the start. That's why they thought, oh wait, we have control of things. But once they realized that fight, Godlike, every time they've secured a Rayquaza for themselves, it was always them a north of 1,000 that they were scoring, right? Every time close to it. Look at, wow, I feel a little tad better, bad for Akul on Glaceon. 14 assists, no KO for him. Unfortunate, that's okay, not to be worried. We could see it was always the Slowbro or somebody trying to tank your damage, but it's going to be fine. Z-Shawl on the other end, we can see him 9 knockouts coming through, 12 assists from Vulcan. Very well done. Recovery coming in from 38,000, but on the other end, recovery was way better from Mikey, and that is the reason we end up saying that the control of the fight was in favor of the Bloodline. Final fight was just not theirs. It was Godlike who had the control, and that's where Z-Shawl came into play. Secure with that Solar Beam. Double ranged attacker, you should never give them the space to have those ranged attackers in a securing position.
Yeah, I mean, even when the Psychic Solar came into the question, I really thought, the Espeon might be finding the value. Ghoul will be stepping in with the Unite, followed by Blizzard coming into the question with the Aurora Cannon and all. But it was not the case. The Mystical Mirage came in. Zisol was waiting. Every time you see Zisol just playing in the back ends, he's there in the back lines, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike in. And he's that kind of experienced player who doesn't miss the timing usually. And he knows when to just strike the Solar Beam, unlike what we saw in the previous matches. The Solar Beam being committed just to get the secure or the steal done, but it was a little early. So that those kind of mistakes are not I would say, not anticipated from the players like Zisol. And he just showed us why he is Zisol and what kind of experience does he carry forward within himself.
I think experience came into play a lot for either teams, but it was just that final fight of keeping the ranged attackers in check. If you see this graph, right, from the 0 to the 8th minute mark, it has been a close battle for both the teams. As I said, right before the Rayquaza final fight, it was just a difference of 100 scores. Look at this, very start, 8 minute, 7 minute mark, Gyarados looked phenomenal. But after that, we never saw that Gyarados being enabled. And I think that was in question because Gyarados did not get enough stacks through. And therefore, Gyarados was just planning on leveling up constantly. Ruben again swooped in, didn't get that secure. Ruben swoops in again in the bottom 5. doesn't get value. And that happened quite often. But Ruben, as soon as he understood that, look at this. This was the swoop I spoke about. When he knew that he didn't get the fight, what does he do? Resets. Immediately goes back wherever the wild Pokemons are, gets that experience for himself, levels up, and then again gets back into the fight. And when you are towards level 13, right, it is always better to get your Pokemon to 13. If you're not close to 13, it's okay, you play on level 11 and 12. But if you're very close to 13, get that 13 on board, irrespective whether you're a defender, all-rounder or attacker. It just gives you that slight edge buff compared to their opponent Pokemons. And this was just too much of an overcommitment from everybody on Bloodline. And that happened because Bloodline had only one range attacker. Everybody else was close-up battle, and that close-up battle along with the range attacker also jumping into the Rayquaza is the reason Godlike were able to snatch it for themselves. But this was just the first game, Necros. I can say there was a little bit of a missed play towards that final fight coming in. If they change that final fight towards overcommitting very early on, I'm pretty sure maybe Bloodline could have gotten their victory themselves and given a loss here for Godlike for the first game. But it's just the first round, as I said. This match's first round is done. Game 1 is done. Game 2 is still up for play. And let's see if Bloodline can make a comeback.
That's what everybody is anticipating. At least I would say that, yeah, after seeing this match, I really believe this should go to a decider. It should be a close match between both the teams, because the kind of potential that Bloodline have already showcased us in this very first match itself, that, you know, Godlike Esports might be a good team. They are very experienced, but we are no less than them. We do have that capability. We do have that players and the veterans that are equally capable of defeating them. It was a close call again. That's if it wasn't Zisol securing the Rayquaza, the scores would have been a little bit reversed. Bloodline would have won this match, but it seems like the next match, again, a contention. I really believe it's going to go for the legendary pet fight, a close one, and again, that one secure can change the tides.
A lot can change. I think this is what I anticipated here in the Indian series of the qualifiers. There's going to be a lot of changes, unexpected plays coming through. But now we'll answer questions which has already been asked. Are there any team members who achieved top ranking in official tournaments in the past? If so, who and which tournament was it? Yes, it's Nova, WCS regional finals winners and ACL 2022 regional final winners. This is from the side of Bloodline, and this is what we said. Revenant earlier is what he played for. He played for Revenant, I think, in ACL 22 as well. Yep. After that, we saw Nova, Zishol and everybody else moving out into different teams.
Yeah, exactly. And after that lineup got completely, you know, broken out. The things that even Mr. Crowley got separated, he formed his new team. He also tried sometimes that, you know, to come back again, to make a comeback, but it was not the case. But for now, we've got the other questions from Godlike Esports as well. That what were their expectations coming into the tournament, and they said the expectation is always to win tournaments, but we are hoping to qualify for the regionals and have a great run at WCS Hawaii if possible. And that's where the entire story lies, isn't it? So we saw them in the ACL, and now it's time for the WCS as well as what they're anticipating.
I spoke to almost all the players at the top echelon here that we see at Pokémon UNITE India region, and everybody was like, expect the unexpected. We will try our best to get to the day 2, that is today, the double elimination bracket that we are seeing, to find India's best team. But if it doesn't happen, don't be surprised, because there's a lot of players who've been doing a lot of grinding individually and now forming a team specifically for the World Championship series, because that's a once in a lifetime opportunity, Necros, to put yourselves on a big stage, take India's name on your shoulders and get to such big positions. Now, Godlike were one team which did in ACL 2023. The world was shook up because of that. Everybody was talking about it. I told the players, you've done what nobody so far has done. When even Luminosity versus SATL happened, they took down one from them. If that happened another one, it could have been great. But let's jump into draft 2 here in our matchup.
Once again, I'm gonna go with 2 bans. I'll like Gyarados and Leafeon. Let's go.
Thank God you went for 2. I was waiting you would say Umbreon, then a Blissey comes up. I think Gyarados might not be banned. Leafeon still should be a ban coming through. Looks like Godlike might not be interested or want it. And looks like Nova is the one who's banning the second one. It is going to be 2 EVs out of play for the side of Bloodline and Godlike in this matchup. But I want to see what Godlike are thinking about, because Leafeon was banned from the side of Bloodline. It looks like Hoopa back in business is not going to be allowed, and that is the reason we see Mikey. The main reason is Mikey that Hoopa is not playing.
Yeah, he's one of the best Hoopa users in the entire Indian region that we have seen previously, and when you know that one player is strong on that one particular Pokemon, it's better not to give him the chance of taking it. But Blizzard this time keeps the Blaziken with themselves, as Bloodline will be going almost with a similar pick it seems, but Godlike Esports, Ruben decides to switch back to the Sylveon, which gave him a lot more value, while Melon will be sticking with the True Bro.
Now you can see how things are immediately switching up, right? For the side of Godlike, they understood in the previous setup that they had, it got too close. I mean, if not for the final fight swoop in or jump in from everybody from Bloodline, maybe Godlike couldn't have had control. Mew coming in, locked from Ghoul. Mikey still deciding his options, but he says, let's give my other teammates a chance. Our supporters can be decided towards the last as well. And as you can see, Nova comes in with the Crustle. There's going to be Eldegoss being decided from Vulcan. Now this Eldegoss, we saw how it worked out previously as well. It's going to work out here as well. And now Godlike, they've gone in for secure. With that Dragonite coming in, if you allow that, so far nobody has found a counter to that Dragonite coming in from Akul.
Yeah, let it be the entire ACL run, let it be WCS so far in the previous match itself. Dragonite was super explosive for the side of Godlike Esports, and they are looking forward to just repeat it once again. But Illusion gets the Glaceon. Mikey playing on the Cliffable is what they expect, but with that raw comp is what Godlike is seeking for, as his soul brings back the Sniper King, that Inteleon, which can create a lot of hindrances to the opponents.
Yeah, crit attack is going to be a menace here. And I'm pretty sure Zishal is going to be making sure that any time that he's moving in for an attack has his crit dots ready, and he's going to be finding those crit hits, and that's going to annoy a lot for Bloodline. They would want to swoop away from it, but it's going to be tough because Melon is going to be in the front line, and if Melon is not in the front line, be sure for the Hyper Voice of Ruben. I think he should be playing on the Hyper Voice moveset, because if you're right in front of the Hyper Voice, good luck. Your health is going to be, your HP is going to be drained completely. Nova, he is going to be playing on the Crustle. Let's see if that Crustle is going to find value. Stack is going to go only from Blizzard, who has the attack weight on the Blaziken. We didn't see an early stack coming in previously, and we did talk about it, right? Not having an early stack might be a little bit of a trouble, and it kind of actually wasn't. But eventually Godlike still made it work. But now Godlike have gone all out for it. They don't have their own stacks that they have to be looking forward to, but they look forward to making sure this game works in their favor. Let's start this off. Game 2 here in this lower bracket match is ready, and we are ready. Go is the word, and go is what Bloodline want to do and take this game away.
This is what they anticipate. Bloodline, they will be looking forward not to make any mistakes this time, because it's a do or die one. If you lose this match, you are out of this WCS 2024 India qualifiers. While I really believe that even the Clayton was playing on that special attack spec, so you will be looking forward to just stack it up as well on the top lane. But seems like Ruben just leveled up quite quickly and not allowing Cliffable to just get the scores done, but eventually it will be done from his end.
Now I want to see this Clefairy. Wants to evolve early, as you said, wants to get it stacked. Did secure the 5, but does it get that 5 stack in? No, says Ruben. Gossifia still to evolve. Torchic this time also wanted to get their stacks in, but Torchic has not actually evolved into a Combusken, because both Illusion, as you can see on the Glaceon, as well as the Torchic, decided to explore that mid part together for the buffs, along with the Mew, as well as you can see Ghoul as the blue buff. So a lot of experience on the mid path was exchanged. It was distributed on the side of Bloodline, and therefore those evolutions on early game have not still seen its day, and that is giving an advantage here for Godlike. As you can see, that one Hyper Voice is keeping everybody in check. Finally, the Clefairy evolves to a Clefable, but on the other end, Sobble finally evolves to a Drizzile. Let's see if that finds value. Even the Torchic evolves to a Combuskin, and now Godlike, they are being forced to back off because the Gossifleur has still not evolved.
Oh, look at the damage of Hyper Boys. Even the Dragonair coming into the question. This is the moment Slowbro also comes up with the Surf and instantly finds 1 KO on the Slowbro, and the Combuskin will not be spared as well. But look at the kind of aggression that Godlike esports wanted. But just all that overcommitment costed him facing that 1 KO.
Invade's not going to be allowed on either end. Illusion on the bottom path can go in, find a lot of this experience on wild Pokemon because it's only Z-Shawl on that Drizzle. He's going to be coming towards the bottom path, and as soon as he sees bottom, he's like, oh, most of the wild Pokemons are out. I don't have any experience to work with because their Zone A is still up, meaning they will not get the wild Pokemon on their bottom path, and that is going to be a cause for concern. And you can already see the early game a tad bit better here for the side of Bloodline, but leveling up, evolving has been the Dragonite already at level 8. And wherever the Dragonite decides to push, Bloodline should decide to pacify themselves and move in the other direction or hold off that Dragonite with the front line. And that is being done with the Glaceon. As you saw, the Icicle Spear connected and Dragonite will be pushed back.
Now the Regis, this time that they are going to pop up for sure. The Regieleki on the top, and it seems like Bloodline, they're interested in getting the Regieleki at first, but the Rock Tomb and Crustle will be preventing the players of Godlike. But it seems like Melon had some different intentions to go for the score, while Akul, he will be looking forward to just melt it down with the Hyper Voice and secures the Regirock. And now it's time for the counter attack on the top. It seems like Godlike esports, they still haven't got the holds of the Regieleki, while Bloodline, they're trying their utmost best to get this Regieleki into their hands and add their 6th ally.
Hyper Voice, does it do damage? The Secure comes in from the Blaziken, and immediately they jump in towards the Sylveon, and then with the Fairy Dance coming through, gets a KO. Keep it coming, a 3 KO streak here. Complete demolition of the top path along with the Zone A being destroyed. I think that was not an overdunk. Oh, okay. It was an overdunk, but it was only a 30, not a 40 coming through. It's still good for them. They have moved up to 98, but in the meantime, stuck a little bit here is Melon, Rock Tomb, X-Scissor, everything being hit on him. But none of the opponents, because all of them were just KO, and therefore everybody starts swooping back to their positions and paths. And Godlike, also after getting that top completely under control, they decide, let's get back to experience. In the meantime, Mikey, a little bit of an overextension into getting his stacks might put him down to rest.
It seems like he's still surviving, and Sylveon actually didn't bother him. Like, you know, you want to do it, just do it. But it seems like he's stealing all those citrus berry and trying to survive, and now the XP is being activated. Will he get the exit? I don't think so. It's that easy. But the Dragonite, he's going to chase him, and yeah, the Unite is still not there, but the hopes are quite high because Bloodline, look at the difference. It's not that big.
I mean, big it is not, but the control and the amount of chaos that Godlike are continuously finding, that's big time to worry for Bloodline. They have to start doing something else. If they don't, this is going to be Godlike finding their Pokemons one after another, and those Pokemon will start getting KO'd one after another, and Bloodline will be giving away a lot of experience for the side of Godlike Pokemon, and that is a cause for concern. But for now, we'll again swooping in here with that Dragonite, but immediately locked and ready on the target. But Z-Shawl, he finds his locked target on that Glaceon, puts it down to rest, and now commits the Unite here, Nova to survive. Mew also making sure that the Unite doesn't go away from them. Z-Shawl wants to run away, his teammate has backed off, but Z-Shawl did not have enough space. There was even the wild Pokemon in the mix, and that eventually gives them Z-Shawl's KO. The Inteleon KO being found here for Bloodline, that might give them some amount of control, but they have to still go for a fight for this Reggie. But the whole team from Godlike, they've all started swooping in towards the bottom path, and now Bloodline have some serious business to attend to.
Oh, the Glaceon committing the Unite, the Hyper Beam coming into the question with Zisol. Secures the Regirock with that beautiful snipe shot, but the Eldegoss might be compromised, but on the counter, they found the Crustle down. While it seems like Bloodline, they will be looking forward to defend this goal zone no matter what. But Blaziken finds one on the Sylveon, pushing the players of Godlike away from this area.
how close this battle is. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, and the score is 40-98. Slowbro, he's been smashed to the wall and will not be allowed to go further. Altaria and Swablu, a lot of experience that Bloodline are taking to themselves. I think Godlike are giving them a lot too much space as of now, especially that one of their front line is down. Thankfully, the Dragonite was up on the top path, therefore nothing allowed for Bloodline to score, but still they get closer, 76-98, immediately going into the Regiality. Vishal ready with his snipe shot, might have to wait it out. I think a little early of the snipe shot, and the secure doesn't come the way of the Godlike. Dragonite was still there, so the double secure also didn't work. Better game coming in here from Bloodline, and the top path might be destroyed, but actually they're defending. Krusell takes this opportunity to continuously keep scoring on the bottom.
Oh, Sylveon. He wanted to go and find the KO on the Mew, but it seems like the Krusell just kind of spoiled the idea. But seems like Godlike, as you were talking about, they have given a lot of room for Bloodline to play along and gain experience, and that might just backfire them at any moment. The Regieleki is still being contested and being prevented to hit the goal zone, but now Bloodline, they have utilized this opportunity to level up their Pokemon as quickly as possible.
They have to. Level 13 on the Dragonite, we spoke about this. They have been concentrating a lot much on that Dragonite. I'm still waiting for the Inteleon to hit that level 13. It's not going to hit in this final fight. It is going to, it finds a KO, but look at Krusell, how close Nova is, hiding in the tall grass. Maybe they have a read about it. Slowbro in the front line catches with telekinesis on the Krusell, but Slowbro's health, very little. Does get a little bit of healing from Eldegoss, therefore survives, but Blaziken was moving from the top path, will be spotted, and the Slowbro makes sure that that push doesn't happen. 136-123, Bloodline have a tad smallest of the leads, but Inteleon gets smudged with that Rock Tomb. Nice find, and this might be an opportunity in an opening here. If they even find that Sylveon, it might work out. There's going to be the Unite coming in from the Eldegoss. Where does it find value? It doesn't as of now, and everybody starts backing off. There's still time here. There is also a player who's going to be coming back, but Bloodline lose one of their own. That's going to be the long range attacker. Rayquaza very low, and again the secure fails. It's going to be Bloodline who secure it for themselves. Shield slowly being broken. One of it, yes, on the Blaziken, but everybody else has started running up the paths to secure goals. 312-123. Blaziken on the other end wants to deny this goal from happening, but he cannot. His health is not as much as he wanted. 312-123, but the Krusell is quickly here. 100 cannot be stopped. Unfortunately, this game is closer than ever, but with that 74, Cliffable makes sure that the Bloodline get game 2 in this match 2 of lower bracket round 2.
Oh man, that was way too close. But this time it's for sure. Like the secures that they planned, like the Soul with that snipe shot, the Hyper Beam securation from Dragonite, it was denied a lot of times. There was no room that they can do. Even the Unite being committed still now. Godlike, they're looking forward to get the scores down 10, but Blaziken finds Sylveon. Even the Dragonite won't survive for longer. The Blaziken Blizzard, he has done a hefty amount of damage, preventing Godlike to walk away with the 2-0 scoreline, and they have pushed this series to a decider.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
Yeah, every time. I mean, it seems like Bloodline were prepared for this secure kind of game, that tactics that Godlike already were cooking up for themselves. And again, as you mentioned earlier, that kind of mid-phase, I also felt like, you know, when they gave a room to Bloodline to level themselves up, because Godlike, they had a good level difference at the starting phase after they had gained the control. And I was really thinking, you know, this kind of level difference might just create a big difference in the ending phase, but it was not the case. As soon as Bloodline got a chance to level their Pokemon up, they did it, and the counter-attack that came from their end was immense, which Godlike couldn't handle.
As of now, I think Godlike, they've understood what limits Bloodline also have, how they would play around such a Zishol, such a Ruben on Sylveon and Inteleon. What do they have to do better? And they did. And you could see certain instances where Zishol was very uncomfortable in positions. Even when the bottom Reggie fight happened, he got caught, he got KO'd. Even in the legendary fight that we ended up seeing in the final stretch, he was the first one to be KO'd. That opened big doors for the side of Bloodline to commit into a fight. And when Blaziken was also being chased around, you could see Blaziken also in a little bit of a worry, but Blaziken swooped in. Again, that overheat coming into the play. I think a lot of overheat damage we did end up seeing from Bloodline, which were trouble for Godlike. And Godlike, once they started losing players one after another, got getting KO'd. Bloodline, their confidence arose. They were to a level where they knew they will be able to secure. Dragonite was there, Hyper Beam was out. The secure doesn't happen.
Overall, it was a great match, and what we actually wanted to see as a Pokemon Unite fan is like a close-cut competition between both the teams, because when they have that equal capability, and this time Bloodline, they have reverted back pretty well. And I would really like to see what Godlike Esports will be planning to come up next.
Let's see what they will be planning, because game 3 up in business. Early game secures, you could see double secure, right? Inteleon Snipe Shot came through, Hyper Beam was there, and they were also away from the players of Bloodline. But towards the end game, they were very close to the fights, and look at this. Before the secure would happen, they were all caught, and it was always the secure players who were closer, and that was the reason trouble brew. And look at this change of the half paths, right? Towards the side of the right side, we ended up seeing the Bloodline team. On the left side, we saw players of Godlike, which was an uncomfortable position to be in. And that's where Bloodline took control of things. They saw they're all smudged to one alley, one corner. And that gave a benefit here for the side of Bloodline. But game's not done, right, Nick? Game 3, not round number 3. Game 3 is going to be up, and it is going to be the final decider. Godlike, their lower bracket run, is it going to happen? Or is it Bloodline who are going to snatch it all away?
A lot of questions in our mind. As for the audience, those who are supporting Godlike, those who are supporting Bloodline, they also have a kind of thought process for themselves, you know, that what's gonna happen next, because once again, Godlike is one of the fan favorite organizations. The people are here to support them. They're also a little bit curious about, because already they were a little disappointed after the lower bracket, after they got pushed down to lower bracket, but right now this is the lower bracket run that they are in. If they lose it here, their run for the WCS ends here. Either of the teams, it might be Bloodline, it might be Godlike, but once again, it all comes down to that one 10-minute match that is about to begin in some time.
Yeah, I think this is one of the toughest games that Godlike are kind of right now playing, because they are being tested to their limits, and this is what we expected. Even when yesterday's single elimination brackets were happening, all matches were super close. There were only very few matches which ended up looking like, okay, this team just looks better, upper-handed, they are the ones taking the victory. But most of the games very close. Surprising for me was the upper bracket run here in the day 2 of double elimination bracket. All the games till the upper bracket finals were clean sweeps, 2-0s. None of them went to the third game at all, and that was a surprise for me. I was like, wait, are the upper bracket teams, whoever are winning, so good that they are refined themselves so well that they are all looking forward to the grand final spot? But only one can get to the grand final spot from the upper bracket and from the lower bracket one. And therefore, lower bracket seems even more heavily contested. You can see how close it's going to that last final fights. Either way, towards in this game, right, till the 3-minute mark, the goal difference was around 78 to 98, meaning 20 was the difference. And when the Rayquaza spawned, that was 136 to 120, I guess. The difference was just 10 here and there, and I think this does give us the idea of how good these players are on a level from, imagine 2022 Necros, when the first Worlds was happening. That time, people could choose same Pokemons. Couldn't choose same Pokemons. Now coming into 24, 2 bans. Wow, what a journey. But now, questions again. What characteristics of your team? Characteristics are strategic, cooperative, and calm-minded, Necros. Now when they say calm-minded, it kind of comes to our ranked games where we are not.
Oh man. I kind of think like the calm-minded gameplay was definitely like, I don't know, I'm not quite sure what's gonna happen between, like, Ghoul is a kind of a player, I think that he is not that calm, but a kind of a little aggressive inside the game as well. He has got that kind of approach of being a little aggressive inside the game, but overall the strategic and the cooperative kind of situations with the characteristics that they have given was quite justified in this match.
Coming into the side of Godlike, their question was, what do you think are the characteristics of your team? Our team is quite versatile and we adapt pretty quickly to enemies' playstyle. Now, in this game, it looked like they were trying to adapt. I think every situation, every second of this game too, we could see clearly that Godlike were trying to figure out what play, how are they lining up, what are the layers, and I think that took a lot of time for them to figure out towards the final fight, and I think that's what did not work out. However, in the first game that we saw against Bloodline, Godlike clearly had control of everything. They knew what had to be done, how to play it around, knew that melee attacker setup that the Bloodline came with might not work out, and that worked out really well for Godlike. But this time, they understood that Godlike play really well against a melee setup, and that's the reason Bloodline brought in their same own double range attacker just like Godlike, and that double range attacker worked a tad bit better here for Bloodline.
So now they have got the breakthrough of the puzzle that was unsolved, and now I really believe that they will be keeping this kind of pace up, like having those double range attackers that did work pretty well for themselves, would be continuing in the next decider as well. But I'm a little bit concerned because Godlike bought, like, kind of brought up their trump card in this game. They got the Dragonite, they got the Inteleon as well in the contention.
Yep.
And what do they have in their bag for the next one? I'm really anticipating for it, because if any unorthodox pick comes up, like maybe a Decidueye in the Inteleon, I don't know, maybe if that comes up, that can be surprising for the side of the Bloodline as well.
Let's see what can work out here. It is the last and final game, and this last and final game, the first ban coming in is going to be Gyarados. Now on the other end, it looks like it's an Umbreon ban coming through, and this Umbreon is something that Godlike would have wanted maybe, but Bloodline do not want to give them, because again, because you need to understand, everybody this time has been playing Wish, but a Blaziken ban. Wow, that's something that I did not expect. I think that Overheat has overheated the players of Godlike.
Oh, that given the chance, Vulcan is gonna swoop in the Hoopa with themselves. The OG supporter that we can ever call for in the entire game of Pokemon UNITE is there in the comp for Godlike. But on the other side, the Bloodline, I don't know whether they're gonna pick the Machamp right now, maybe later, but Noah decides to go with the Slowbro, followed by Mikey, might be going with a Blissey or maybe something like a supporter, but it seems like Ghoul, he decides to lock on the Sylveon.
Noah coming in with the Slowbro, and now Melon and Ruben waiting for their choices. Now Vulcan, this is going to be interesting against Mikey, not giving him the chance, had the first pick, went for it. Ruben going in for a Trev with the attack weight stack. Blizzard, we all know it's not going to be a Machamp, going to be playing around with our minds. But if he does pick it up, I am going to be surprised and happy that a lot more of these Pokemon are being utilized and they're being revitalized. As we know, everybody's potential is still there, but as I said, is not a Pokemon that will be picked up. Glaceon is what he locks onto. Mikey goes back to the Cliffable that we end up seeing, and now it's time back for Godlike to make their decision for the last two picks.
Still anticipating, there is one long range attacker, there is one defender who can just go and swap in any fight and can just, you know, use a Horn Leash to absorb the HP, but Akul sticks with the Dragonite. Melon brings up the Crustle this time. Now the challenging setup comes up. What is Blizzard up to? An all-rounder or a defender? Is it a Blastoise or a Machamp? There's still a lot of question marks, and until and unless this guy is locking the Pokemon, I'm not gonna say which Pokemon is he picking, but yeah, it's the Machamp. It's the Machamp, Lucifer.
Hey, seriously, that Machamp is going to be locked. I think that is a immediate jump up and a worry here for Zishal. I'm not too sure what the moveset is going to be. If he does, other than the close combat, go into Suplex City, if he does pick up that is going to be trouble, because his movement speed is going to increase. He's going to catch onto the Pokemon and smack him down into the ground. So that smackdown is going to be interesting to watch out for. And not anticipate this, but it is seriously a really wonderful build. Now let's quickly talk about ranges as well here, Necros. Now look at the range on Bloodline. They have medium as well as, I would say, with Illusion and Icicle Spear, an unlimited range. Whereas talking about Z-Shawl, right, he has long range. That's the only long range that they have. Along with that, again, it is going to be a Hyper Beam Dragonite. I'm not going to think it's an Outrage Dragonite. It should be Hyper Beam because it's better secure coming through. But if it is an Outrage, it can give you a chance in a lot of fights. You can jump in immediately, and if you're playing, I think, not the Dragon Dance but Extreme Speed, it's going to be even more better for you so that you can do damage. Game number 3, let's go live with it to decide whether Godlike continue or Bloodline.
The Hoopa, I still believe in Vulcan. He can change the tides, he can turn the tides for Godlike whenever the situation is like whenever you need that support or you need instant transportation from the top lane to bottom or vice versa. But now Akul, again, as playing the Dragonite, he fulfilled his role in the previous match. I won't say that he underperformed or something like that, but he got restricted a lot of times. But now as the Trussle is again on the hands of Godlike Esports, I believe that kind of restriction will be a little bit limited from the side of Bloodline.
Early game start, stacking is something they want to deny, but it's not happening. Machop gets it stacked, will back off with the help of the Icy Wind Glaceon. Still goes down the Machop, that's the first KO to be found. It looks like a very dominating top part play coming through as soon as the about to evolve Dragonite is moving in. Dragonair. So now the Hoopa backs off with the hyperspace hole of its own, will be coming out of it again on the top path, but in the meantime, Slowbro all alone with Crustle on the bottom. They're going to bash on their claws as well as hands or the Scald. So now, again, using the hyperspace hole, the Trevenant goes, and therefore even the top path fight, if they thought about it, Necros, that went out, because if Trevenant is not there, meaning your front line is not there, but they're actually invading using the Hoopa along with the Mew, they're going in for the buffs.
Oh, seems like Nova has got the call that, you need to step up from the bottom lane and need to save our bots from getting stolen by the players of Godlike Esports. That gave the chance for Machamp and the others to go and have their scores dunk in the zone A of top lane. But now Melon will be looking forward to back off, but Trevenant won't allow it that easily. The Clefable is still there, while Ruben, he will be just making sure that these small buffs are not going in the favor of Mikey no matter what it takes.
44-27, looks like this is again going to be a close game. Ghoul might be just caught. Rock Tomb is good, and I think there's no deny on that KO. No, and Machoke are up. Nova is just going to back off, but Machoke is stuck. Went for a stack. It's very crucial for this Machoke to get the stack. Does steal both the citrus berries, but the X-Scissor and the Hyper Beam do the damage, find the KO, and now looks like the Glaceon also might be caught. The Surf trying to block that, but the Hyper Beam secures. There's going to be a 2 KO streak here. Godlike Esports getting bottom path control. Mikey is stuck right now. That's a 3 KO coming through from a call. Dragonite, if it swoops in, goes for the next 2 as well. That can be big, but they're trying to take away the experience. However, a couple of those experience on Altaria and Swablu will be stolen, but from here itself, Godlike decide to control bottom Reggie for themselves. That is an objective that they will secure and will not give it away to Bloodline. And looks like Bloodline are also not really contesting for it.
Trevenant is there on the top to just keep a check on the Regieleki, but they have to go up with some quick rotations indeed. Yes, it has been secured, and for the rotation, you have got the main man Hoopa to make it quicker than ever than you can expect, but the Regieleki will be going in the favor of the Bloodline as they will be pushing. But you know what, Godlike, they doesn't care about it. They want to go and make the scores dunk in the zone A just to make sure that the scores will give them the experience that they look forward. But that Regieleki head gives a big green signal for the players of Bloodline to go and make the scores possible.
Now the Machoke or Machamp, who's going to fully evolve, is trying to play for the late game for now, but his teammates are still fighting. They get that score to the 103-digit mark, but immediately the Dragonite puts that Clefable down. Glaceon is trying to run away while stealing the buffs, but will be caught from one in Trevenant, another in Dragonite, also a Hoopa. Everybody's here, and he's not going to walk back. Sylveon was trying to help, but Sylveon might be caught. There's going to be two defenders. Does use the Unite and immediately backs off with the Fairy Dance, and that will be giving them a chance to get back into a fight if they want on the bottom path. But they still don't have another all-rounder, a frontline attacker. But on the other end, let's talk about the finally evolved Machoke, who's Machamp right now. Fully evolved on the top path, having a fight with a Trevenant. I don't know how far that's going to go, but on the bottom path, Godlike back in control, waiting for the Reggie again to spawn. And Bloodline, they have to go in for a team fight if they want some control in this game. So far, goal is close, but the fight is better for Godlike. And look at this, Koopa's hyperspace hole unlocked with the Unite as well. And now they're going to do a lot of damage. They're not going to let the players of Bloodline survive here. Zone A on the bottom path is not going to be secure. It is going to be destroyed. Hyper Wall's try was good, but the Rock Tomb is better. Slowbro still tanking the damage, still surviving, should go back. But finally, Glaceon is here, and with that, even the Machamp. Now that should give them a chance. Unite being committed, finding a KO over there was the Machamp, will push the players of Godlike back, and that is Bloodline. The fight that they had to commit as a team works finally. Not a full team, but that Machamp and Glaceon, they save the day on the bottom path.
The Slowbro did a fantabulous job that you can ever ask for, but Trevenant once again being KO'd. Yes, the solar beams are coming, but the Bloodline, they have a brilliant control in the bottom lane. There is no doubt in that. But looking towards it, the Regis might be falling in the hands of the Bloodline for sure. But yes, Machamp secures it for pushing the players of Godlike back to square one in their zone A of bottom lane. But still, those hyper beams, those solar beam damages are completely being nullified thanks to the healing of Clippable.
Caught is Glaceon. Wants to save his Machamp, ejects out but will not survive. Mew will find, and now the Machamp will also be down. Unfortunate here, 140 to 140, but I think this fight for Bloodline might be lost. But Nova is hiding in the tall grasses, will be eventually found. But the Surf does get back into the goal zone, ejects out a little further away from his teammates, and therefore that's going to be a knockout as well. And that will give Godlike the much needed control that they wanted, and will overdunk it. 50 plus a 38. That is big goal difference made from Godlike to 237.
That Overdunk did a very wonderful job, but now you can see Godlike, they tried to invade the jungles of the Bloodline, try to get the buffs in their favor, but now the Bloodline, they will be looking forward to get the Regiliki once again in their favor. And I don't think Godlike, they do have the kind of read, or they will be anticipating, but it seems like Trevenant, they're just waiting for the right moment to strike in. But the Clippable jumps in, followed by the Sylveon is here, and the Glaceon will secure the Regiliki. Even after committing the Unite, they are facing the backlashes as the Machamp goes down.
Glaceon again seems like it is falling down, and if the Glaceon falls, that's a lot to be worried about. Sylveon also went. 3 players were knocked out, meaning Godlike in control. And it might be Mikey might go down, but the hyperspace hole it saves. But the Regiliki that they got is something that they'll be happy about. Now that does kind of waste some time for the side of Godlike Esports, and Godlike will have to destroy that Regiliki. And in that meantime, Bloodline can look forward to getting themselves some experience, some wild Pokemon, and then get back into the fight. Because in right now 30 seconds left for the final stretch, only Glaceon is at level 13. I think Machamp might be a little closer, even might be closer for the Sylveon. If they get those two on level 13, it's going to be good, because on the other end, a clear level difference. Trevenant on 13, Mew on 13, along with a 14 Dragonite. That is a cause for concern. Secure on the bottom Regirock, meaning the defenses are going to be solid. Machamp, a little much of an overextension will be spotted, and therefore Machamp had to move away back towards his teammates. Trevenant is still keeping an idea that the Machamp should be there, and both Trevenant, Machamp and Glaceon, they're all jumping into a fight. Machamp moves out, Trevenant might just be caught, but Trevenant has a hyperspace hole, but Mikey doesn't. The Cliffable is down. That's the first to fall for Bloodline.
The healer is down. This is the big opportunity for Godlike Esports to make the strike happen. Slowbro is completely stacked, but the eject helps him to survive that solar beam. But oh, the Sylveon is up for a hunt. Machamp still in the tall grasses. The Trevenant does have a good read, isn't it, about that the Machamp is there. The hyperspace hole will be helping a lot to get themselves patched up as quickly as possible.
Going in for all as much as they can. Machamp jumps in, but there's a big score coming in, 100, and now Bloodline have to go in for a commit. And immediately with the Draco Impact, Dragonite is slumping in. Machamp finds first on Trevenant. Time is ticking. They are finding the first KO. Can they find the second? Yes, the Mew is This is an opportunity for Bloodline. They're chasing even the Hoopa as well as the Dragonite. They are not actually listening into Crustle. They want to get themselves through. But wait, actually, there was a 50 that Machamp thought for dunking in. His teammates called him back, and therefore the 100 doesn't come in for the side of Bloodline. They are committing for the Rayquaza. They are keeping players in check, and Slowbro is the one who's responsible for it. But it's a level 14 against level 12. Clear level difference, and therefore Nova, he's trying as much as he can to tanking it, but the secure. This time it comes through. There was no denying, as you saw with the Dragon Dance. Immediately he swoops in. The shield does immediately get broken, Necros. But I think there's still an opportunity. They might go in. Bloodline tried to go for a score, but 100 coming in on a counter. Another 100 will be coming in from the Hoopa. This secures Godlike's win here, and there is nothing that the Bloodline can do.
What a game by Akul. In the last moment, the Dragonite stepping in has turned the tides as Godlike. They will be continuing their run in the lower brackets as they advance, while the Bloodline, their run in the WCS 2024 India Qualifiers ends here.
I think a really well fought battle coming in from the side of Bloodline. It was just that thought, that call of going in for a fight or not going in for a fight. I think that's where things went a little wayward for the side of Bloodline, because I saw Blizzard moving to the bottom zone A to score 100, but immediately looked like one of his teammates called in, get back to Rayquaza, we'll secure Rayquaza, and from there we'll go to score. If he had scored 100, it could have kind of put the pressure back on the side of Godlike. But again, this is a very stressful environment. You have to figure out what is a better path forward. Akul, I think a fight with Nova and himself, along with saving Hoopa over there, was the main fight that worked out really well for Godlike. As long as Akul survived on the Dragonite, you saw, right, he had good health, his hyper beams were on point, and eventually when it came to secure with the hyper beam, this time he doesn't miss.
Yeah, we say that you should learn from your mistakes, and Akul, yeah, I would just say that it wasn't a mistake in the previous match, but it was like a little unlucky for him to get the secure done in the end moment. But this time he didn't mess it up, he didn't miss it, he didn't make any mistakes in the final fight. And thanks to Ruben, thanks to that Hoopa pick that played a wonderful job in getting all the players getting patched up, healing themselves up, going to their base, and then again coming back and then making so many impactful plays throughout.
This is throughout a nail-biting play from either teams, Godlike as well as Bloodline. I think a very close combat coming through. Blizzard with that Machamp pick, we were wondering how is it going to work out. It was a late game Pokemon. It was late game, but I think it was not enough for them. If there was another secure on the side of Bloodline, maybe they could have found value, maybe they could have won. Because look at the secures coming in, right? There is the Solar Beam, long range, and again a secure on the Dragonite, which eventually worked on the Hyper Beam.
Yeah, overall we can see till the 6th minute it was a close contention. Both the teams were doing so good. They were almost like equalizing each other with the fights and everything. But again, that main factor that played was getting the objectives. First of all, that Regirock just before the Rayquaza fight. Also, the players like the Dragonite and the Trevenant being on level 14 helped them a lot in the final circle.
I think there was a lot of these fights that we were seeing players from the side of Bloodline always getting isolated, right? I think that is where a little bit of a trouble started kind of brewing for the side of Bloodline, that players were able to be isolated, and I think Godlike worked on that pretty goddamn well. And I think if Bloodline understood that this was a problem at their end, there could have been a change. There could have been something different being done, and Bloodline could have swooped back into the game. Ifs and buts, right? You can always keep looking into it, replay this, and figure out what better can you do. What better can you do was also what Godlike thought when they lost game number 2. Because they're like, wait, how did that happen? How did we give away a game? How did our Dragonite not impact? How did our Inteleon did not find value? And they were all surprised because of it. And so Godlike took it this time that they will work on their mistakes and work it out in the matchup itself and make it work. They did it. Look at all the fights. Look at again and again and again. every highlight clip that you can see here is always a player being isolated. Noah here, before that it was Sylveon, before that if you rewind it was a Machamp, before that if you rewind, every player that you can see isolated one after another. But I think here is where there was a little space being bought from the side of Bloodline, right? Once they secured the Reggie Aliki, you could see they're still committing for a fight. They did find a couple of KOs, but immediately those players were brought back, and from there on they did go back for experience. Here a top path fight happens and we end up seeing that Godlike did look like they have in control, but immediately it was retreated when Machamp found its first KO. After Machamp, even the Mew went down. But immediately after that, they did not pay attention to the Dragonite. Rather, they all decided to jump into the legendary pit, and that advantage was taken away from the side of Godlike, and Godlike decided to secure, score, and win this series.
Yeah, indeed it was a close one, Lucifer, but overall, the kind of entertainment that we received from this match is immense.
Yeah.
I mean, Godlike, they were also kind of stunned out of what happened in the second match. They failed to get the secure done, but the opponents, they read them very well. But, you know, the experience factor once again bringing up the Hoopa, beating them in that comp, in the draft phase itself, banning the Blaziken is something that we were also surprised of. And they were, I kind of think that even the Bloodline were not ready for a Blaziken ban. They thought it might be something else, a Hoopa ban indeed, but as Godlike got the first pick preference, they locked up the Hoopa as a first pick so that they don't get, so Mikey doesn't get any chance to get that one supporter on their side.
I think in terms of decisiveness that we saw coming in from the side of Godlike, very well thought, very well planned, and they made it work. On the other end, when we saw the Bloodline, they were countering it really well. They were picking wise decisions coming through. Late game decision was also well done, but I think a lot of early game positions is where they lost control of things. So it had to be, they had to get to a chaotic position, or in terms of a chaotic comms that we kind of say, right? And eventually couldn't decipher which was the best move for their team. And also, come on, the clock was ticking. Tick-tock, the minute was beating, and they knew every second that they lost is where they would lose the game. So they had to commit either to a Rayquaza, either to scoring. We thought Rayquaza could be better. But let's just jump into the brackets. For now, it is going to be a bracket better for Godlike. They will move up. Along with them, even 6 Upper Moon move up. Okay. Therefore, it is no team, no tilt, meaning their chances even in this World Championship Series India qualifiers have come to a rest.
Yeah, I told you, right? This is the kind of picks that I was looking forward to, but yeah, it was quite tough for no tilt. And I really still believe that they might have chances in the upcoming tournaments, maybe in the future, but they're still not ready for the big game. But right now, as we talk about the big game, it all awaits in the upper bracket finals. SATUL versus Zenigame Squad. Both the teams looking forward to find their one place in the grand finals of Pokemon UNITE Championship Series India qualifiers, so that they might have one big second chance or a lifeline for themselves when they reach the grand finals. Because if a team from the lower brackets advances to the grand finals, if they beat them in the first BO3 series, there will be a grand final reset, which will work as another lifeline for that team who will qualify from the upper bracket itself.
6 Upper Moon versus Godlike Esports is the game that we are all looking forward to. 6 Upper Moon, we have not seen them on stream, so they're going to be an interesting team to be looking forward to. And as I said, they're a very confident team. Now, so far, we have seen a lot of 2-0s, 2-1s coming through, along with games being super close. But one thing that we are still missing out is going to be the nth minute score from either end. You go to their goal zones, they come to your goal zones, both of you score simultaneously, and it will only be decided on whoever has had the highest dunks, whether it was an over dunk that was done very early in the game to break the zone A, or it was the late dunks coming through at the nth second. We will have to wait and watch out. But what a game that we just witnessed coming through. I think very close. It has given us and riled up for the upcoming games. The upper bracket match is waiting for us. The lower bracket matches are waiting for us to decide who are going to be our grand finalists, Necros. And I think the build up to it itself, the storyline coming through, Godlike are still keeping their lower bracket run going against sometimes what they think, right? It was about to be an upset. They again balance themselves. It was about to be an upset. They balanced themselves. Now they have to fight with 6 upper moon. The run, the biggest of the runs. Now when SATUL, they did this in 2023. A same run. They were pushed to the lower bracket. They went all the way from round 1 to the last round of the lower bracket finals, and won it. And even won in a grand final reset to top themselves in the first seed from India for 23. Now this time, it is another team going on the lower bracket run, and this is the reason why lower bracket runs are always so damn interesting.
Yeah, but I still feel like, I don't know, it's still running in back of my mind that they have that kind of lucky charm. You know, if we go down to lower brackets, we might reach the grand finals, we might win or something like that. It can happen, but the next match that is in the question, it's SATUL Esports versus Zenigame, the upper bracket finals. One team will advance to the grand finals while other will be dropping down to the lower brackets itself.
Who is it going to be? It's something that we have to wait and watch. Again, Zenigame, this is a squad which has been picked up of pieces from different places. Disapple, Sora, Fura, Sadao, mix with Revenant, mix with Forger Legacy, Swifty, who played in the last year, I think even in ACL, but couldn't get to our playoff stage or the elimination bracket stage on stream. This time he's made it. So he's going to be happy, but fighting against a lot of SATUL, right? The previous, I would say, India toppers, India's best team in 23. Is it the same team in 24? Now here's a little bit of a curveball. When it came to ACL, SATUL could not qualify. They were eliminated very early on, and it was nowhere close. They were not even in the playoffs bracket in the double elimination situation. And now I want to see if it is going to be a same round or it's going to be different. Is it going to be Zenigame? Zenigame are the dark horses that we are seeing, Necros, here in this India qualifiers for the World Championship series, and I don't know what to expect. SATUL, the same lineup that we have seen, they're a very strong team. On the other end, Zenigame, what do they have?
Experienced players is what I can say that Zenigame has, like Swifty and everyone in his squad. Swifty has also been one of those players who have had that experience of international games. He has been there, he has participated, but now it's the time, it's the testament where he can just do his best to reach the grand finals.
Trevenant is the first ban, and Gyarados is the second. Blaziken on third, and the fourth coming in. Who is it gonna be? Along with that, I will make sure Necros has a little bit of a rest because he's been going on from the start. And joining me back on desk is gonna be Raider with the last ban of a Mew. How do you feel about this, Raider?
Oh, I'm still in an awe for the last match. What happened in the previous game was absolutely amazing. I mean, or like esports, what a comeback. I was like on the edge of my chair, maybe that particular team is going to lose, but the way they were able to come back in the game was absolutely amazing, isolating their opponent and then picking them apart. But yeah guys, all of that was about the previous game. Now is the moment where we'll get to see Zenigame squad versus SATUL Esports. Let's just see who is going to win in this particular matchup. Well, talking about the picks, we already have a speedster pick coming in from Zenigame squad, and on the other corner when it comes to SATUL Esports, Badsha has gone for the beautiful attacker, which is going to be the Sylveon, and we have a Mimikyu as well.
Now I like this. SATUL are going in all fight heavy at the start picks, which I was thinking Zenigame should also have done that. Like after the first of the Leafeon, look at their picks, double defender comp coming through. Now that is meaning that they want to stabilize a very strong front line that they cannot breach the goal zones. But on the other end, Machamp again coming into play. All Might brings it for the side of SATUL, and with that attack weight.
No, Sam. Things are going to change. You thought Machamp is going to be there, but no, look at this. Yeah. I mean, what a change of pace. I am not going to even say like which particular Pokemon is going to come up next until and unless it is logged. Well, Blissey is logged, so yeah, there you go. Blissey is going to come from Zenigame squad, and the final Pokemon is going to be Zorak, which is a speedster. So double defender, double speedster approach coming in, no attackers, no all-rounders. It's going to be pretty interesting how Zenigame is going to play, but remember guys, they have been undefeated, uncontested so far. It has been 2-0s for them, and same goes for SATUL Esports. Their pick, to be specific for SATUL Esports' pick, I would like to say they are pretty conventional, usual picks coming in from their corner, but from the hindsight, Zenigame squad is a surprise for me.
I agree. I think for everybody, it's any game coming so far, upper bracket finals, where I think a lot of people thought it should be the ACL #2 along with the previous year WCS 2023 winners of India qualifiers, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah, true.
India qualifiers are there. #2 from ACL, they are making a run from the lower. Last picks are done. Lucario. Now, All Might, I remember this man. He has been a menace. He has been a performer. He has been a complete outburst on this Lucario against their opponents. They never stand a chance on this top path. Lucario coming through. All Might. Everybody remembers now. Bringing into WCS, he knows that everything is at stake. They want to qualify. They've been missing out on a lot of this. To even go for ACL. They missed out on their chance, but this time they want to make sure they go to Honolulu, Hawaii, along with that Lucario chance coming through. But this double speedster comp, right?
Yeah.
The Leafeon and the Zoroark both being played in. Now that golden badge on Zoroark of the Sapple does tell us that he's been playing a lot of it, along with the green badge on Leafeon. But no ranged attackers, meaning your secures will all depend on if you play a Solar Blade and the Unite of a Zoroark. Let's jump into game number 1 of the upper bracket finals.
Alright, the action begins. The upper bracket finale is here. Remember guys, whoever is going to win the PO3 is going to have the ticket and become the first team to qualify to the grand finals of World Champions Series 2024 India Qualifiers. The day is big, so is the stage, and we have some giants fighting each other. And at this point, when it comes to the contention, nobody is really containing. Obviously on the top lane, we'll get to see some contention going in. The Carry and Hooper combination is working out over there. In order to deny it, even Zoroark is going to rotate back. This Apple is going to initially farm a bit in the forest and then eventually go forward on the top lane.
As of now, we have to wait on the early game. It's just stacking, as you can see. Leafeon already got the first 5, wants to go in for the second 5, but that Hyper Voice, Swift trying to do damage, and therefore they will try to back off of it. Swiftly trying to protect the Leafeon as long as possible with its own Swift. It's not going to be long. Oh, another nice solar boink is what I call it. The solar blade coming through gets the secure of the wild Pokemon again. And this is what they would like. All Might doesn't get his stack as of now because Sora was trying to overextend, wanted to get that experience of the Baltoy for himself. And he says, okay, go for it. Take that experience. Sorry, actually, I lied to you. I'm not going to give you the experience. You can go score if you want. Evolve to a Blissey, but I'm not going to allow you to get that experience. I want that for myself. I want to get that stack in, and he's doing it on the top path along with his teammate Mimikyu.
But in the bottom lane, we can clearly see a close contention is going on where Zoroark was absolutely low, but he was able to fall back and eventually patch himself with the Citrus Berries. He's back with the HP, which is very, very important at this point. On the other corner, the Hoopa is going to be a very good X factor, and we have already seen why the bans of Hoopa have been there from the initial lower bracket matchup when QRS and Neutral decided to go with it. But lately, we can see Hoopa is there in the game, and I really want to see what kind of advantage Hoopa will bring in this particular matchup. Although SATL Esports is kind of starting in a good note as they have got the goal advantage in their favor and they're trying to get some good KOs, and they were able to hunt down some players as well. Bisapple still there farming and getting the level advantage as he's already at level 7. The other Speedster is also at level 7. It is going to hurt them a lot if this is going to be consistent. But this Slowbro taking a lot of damage. Hoopa, meanwhile, is still there supporting the team.
As of now, it's a 4-man top. 4-man top? No, 2-man top, 4-man bottom play coming through, and now with them seeing that the all-rounders are getting so much stacks in on the top part, they start worrying immediately. Disapple decides to jump in, Shadow Sneak connects, and there is the rough play. Instant KO on the Zoroark. This is what happens if you don't put a stop, if you don't have a proper front line, you don't have any chance of backing off. Meanlook does buy them some time. Their teammates all get to the top path, but there's the Hoopa as well. Quicker rotations coming in from SATL. 110 to 29. They let go of the top path, and SATL have completely made sure that the Zone 1 is in trouble. But in the meantime, Regirock quickly being taken down. Defense is up, and in the meantime, if the Hoopa is ready, can give the hyperspace hold, teleport all the players to the top. The Regieleki will be snatched away as Zen are trying to take it. And yes, they do snatch it away. SATL secure both the objectives in this early game.
I mean, that's one way to do it, by initially taking down the bottom lane objective and then eventually going on the top lane by hyperspace holds and taking it away as well. But that's absolutely impressive. 160 already. There is a big difference of 120 goals between Zenigame and SATL Esports already, and the top lane goal zone has been destroyed. Now the focus will be Ultimate Sword Blues coming in the mid lane, and finally the more goes being dumped, but this will be not easy for Rex to get out of. The individual Pokemons are like trying to follow him up, but Rex still manages to survive a bit. But he won't actually go far, I believe, and KO will be coming in. There goes the finishing touch from Zorak.
Quick rotations again, 165 to 40. It seems like Zenny game have still not found any control. Let's see if it can work out or not. It's going to be a little tough for them. But again, jumping in, Zoroark uses the Unite as well, doesn't find value. Leafeon, the one speedster going down. Can the second speedster also be taken down? Trying to use that quick feint attack. Sylveon does get found in that with the help of a Blissey. But look at the other players. They might also be cured. They're overcommitting to this. Lucario also goes down. SATL, they have to decide to back off it finally. With the hyperspace hold, they decide to change pace. But look at Fura. Gets the 30, a 40 coming in from Disapple. That is going to be an overdunk of an extra 10. And they will get a tad bit close to SATL.
Indeed, the gap that was here is now getting narrowed. Sylveon only they're going to find the Blissey. Oh, that's not good. The supporter is already pretty much down on the top lane. Lucario is still hiding and they're also trying to farm and level up. Umbreon is right there, waiting for his opportunity to go for some good stores as well. And in 95 is what Team SATL Esports have got. Umbreon keeps in. So he's going to back out a bit, but now there is a contention between him and the Mimikyu. Let's see what the result would be. On the top lane, Regieleki is already there, and the bottom lane, Registeel is also there. But the focus is not on those objectives anymore. Hyperspace holds is absolutely one way to completely change the whole momentum, but the bottom lane also looks quite contested. Let's see if the goal is going to get dumped. I think Sylveon should actually go with it, and oh, it was actually Hoopa to dump down instead of 24, but Slowbro on the top lane gets the Leafeon out of the equation. On the bottom lane, we'll get to see even the Lucario going down. It's not looking easy. Rings and Bond being utilized, and a lot of goals are going to get dumped in the bottom lane. But the bottom lane goal zone is still there, intact and pretty much readily available to use up as well. Meanwhile, in the top lane, focus has been shifted. Zenny Game squad wants to take their 6th ally, the Regieleki.
Zenny Game are slowly getting back into the game, in control, especially the fight that happened at the mid path. Oh, what a steal! Leafeon was hiding, and the Solar Blade. Top Regieleki and the bottom Reggie, both secured for Zenny Game right now, and looks like Regiel might just be in a tad bit of a trouble. Swifty, as of now, decides to battle with them, and they decide to move away with the hyperspace hole, meaning a 31 being dunked. Fura acting as the distraction. This might be the reason, but he's a defender. How much can you try to tank his and try to find a KO? Doesn't work. Swifty using this opportunity on the bottom path to get his own stacks in, and now going in for a fight. Blissey trying to help Sora. Egg bombs coming through, but doesn't do much in terms of damage. Sylveon trying to find the KO. That's Badshah, but it's not working. Zenny Game all around the place, and they're making SATL work for a KO. Finally, they find one on the Zoroark, and a little bit of Kyurem's try on Leafeon, but that doesn't happen. The Surf immediately puts it away, but a commitment of 11 score coming in from Sora doesn't work, goes down. That's okay. I think he was just trying to get that score in. He did not have much help, and act as an attention seeker, where Zenny Game can go back to their positions on the goal paths and get leveled up, experience with the wild Pokemon.
Even in this all chaos, I got to see like Sylveon getting the Leafeon down, dusted animation. It was a good KO coming in. But now Leafeon is back, trying to farm, trying to evolve, as you rightly said. Lucario on the top lane is still waiting for his right opportunity to go for a sneaky set of 100 once the Rayquaza is going to be there, once the final stretch is going to come. That's exactly what they're trying to wait for. Meanwhile, Swifty and Fura also waiting in the tall grasses in the jungle, just waiting for the right moment in the forest for the advantage to come for them, so that they can have that element of surprise onto their opponent. On the bottom lane, we'll get to see a complete stack, but now everybody is just focusing and shifting their focus, should I say, in the mid lanes as the legendary boss one. The Rayquaza is going to get dumped, and look at Lucario, he's going to dump a set of 100, and there is nobody to really stop him, and that's a surprise. Olapong still coming in. Let's see if there are going to be some KOs, because the ultimates are already here.
One after another, players are getting KO'd here. The hyperspace hole brings all the players to the mid path, but the Lucario goes down. Did find one before going down. Blaster is using his Unite, wants to counter it. The two knockouts at the side of Zenny Game have found, want to make sure it is valuable, but it is not enough to find furthermore. Umbreon goes down, as you said, and now SATL might be just back in control. Disapple wanted to find a KO. but the Shedinja doll, and therefore Disciple would need to back off, but the Unite coming in from Mimikyu is going to put him to rest. Snowy said that you took me down first, I'm going to take you down. That's revenge achieved, and now SATUL, they don't have to be worried about any players from Zenny game because their front line was broken, their speedsters were broken, meaning one after another after taking down their KOs out, they will all be pacified, they'll be all moving out looking forward to goals, and look at how much control SATUL have towards the legendary pit, whereas no players of Zenny game are anywhere close. Leafeon tries to go for 100, but that 100 is not going to be enough, and if that 100 is being seen, SATUL will immediately jump up to find a fight, find a KO, and then put the players down.
But look at Mimikyu, he's going for the baseline goals.
Wow,
He's
what
going
a
to dump set
counter.
of 90. Now that's a way to dominate once again. That's a way to take the lead. But is it enough? That's what we really want to know. In the legendary pit, there is a close contention for the Rayquaza, and also there are multiple Unites being utilized at this point. As the Typhon goes in, and there goes the Solar Boeing, still stealing the Rayquaza advantage. 18 more seconds to go. Is it enough? I believe it is. But look at the other guys from Team SATUL Esports. They're also focusing their ship directly towards the basing goal zone and the top lane goal zone because they do know that they need that particular lead in their favor as fast as possible. Let's just see if that is going to be the case. Are they going to dump some goals? Indeed. The carrier gets a set of 36. Is it enough? Oh, even Slowbro goes in for a 94. I guess it is enough for Team SATUL Esports to win.
Yeah.
Everything falls down to this graph. Let's see whose bar is going to be up high and soaring. What? Zenny game? Whoa.
They had a 400 lead, Raider. A 400
Wow,
lead.
man.
SATUL did not get the Rayquaza, and Zenny game had to counter score 400 themselves, and they do it, and they do it 20 extra around, and that works out. Imagine, so close, nice decision. You saw Hoopa even committing its Unite over there, bringing all the players from base to the opponent's base and scoring in their base goal zone. And that was still not enough. If somebody else from their team had a little more AOS energy, maybe SATUL could have got game number 1. But Zenny game, I think this is the reason. Zenny game, we call them the dark horses. This is the reason that they've been pushing every team into the lower bracket.
Oh man, it's not going to be easy for SATUL Esports. I mean, so much for that. From the initial get-go, we got to see Team SATUL Esports having their total control. And even if you see the battle data, you can clearly see Bacha doing a lot of FP damage onto their opponents. And even when it comes to the Hoopa, every now and then when the hyperspace holes were active and also the rings and bound in the later phase were very, very helpful. Even in terms of scoring the goal or in terms of taking the whole advantage in the top lane or in the bottom lane, it was very beneficial. But at the end, one small decision of Zenny game going all in for the Rayquaza, and eventually it was, if I'm not wrong, the Leafeon going in for the Solar Blade, which was able to help them to steal it. And this was not the first time. Even the Regieleki was also stolen in the same fashion.
Even the Reggie in the bottom as well.
Yeah.
They did it multiple times, and I should give kudos to Sadav to play like that on the Solar Blade. We're talking about it. It was the Solar Blade, and on the other end, it mostly will be the Unite coming in from Zorark as secures. Zorark's Unites were not so effective, but the feint attack damages that he was able to do and isolate the players of SATUL worked out really well. They found a lot of chaos at the mid path, and even though that was found, SATUL, as you can see in the graph, were always up in goals. If there was a fight that the side of Zenny game were trying to bring in control, there was always the goal difference, meaning playing for the objective was what SATUL was doing. Look at this early instant KO coming in from the Mimikyu. I thought from there Mimikyu is going to find a lot of value. Snowy was just going to be running rampant, but unfortunately it did not happen, especially towards that end game that we ended up seeing. 2 players from the side of SATUL were knocked out, and only 1 player was knocked out from the side of Zenny game, and we thought this is an opportunity, but they actually do not go for a commit, because immediately countering them was SATUL, and they found 2 KOs on the side of Zenny game, and therefore you could see Leafeon running away for a 100 score, right? But then Leafeon comes back to get that on the Solar Blade for the secure of the Rayquaza. That changed the game. That made SATUL completely uncomfortable and lose game number 1.
See, Leafeon did everything at that point. Eventually, if you see, the 100 goals were also dumped and then eventually faltered back to the mid lane so that they can have the Rayquaza advantage. It was so amazing that Leafeon was able to get all those values. Of course, when the legendary pit got started, like the final stretch time was there, initially it was Leafeon who got KO'd initially, but then again, as soon as Leafeon was back out of the respawn base, then everything changed. Like, there was a different type of play coming in for Palau at this point. He was trying to be away from the harm's way and just waiting for the right opportunities. Even when you see like he was not coming to the legendary pits, he was sitting on the edges of the bushes, and then after that the solar bone comes in, and look at the steal from the top area of this legendary pit. What a way to like completely dominate and completely turn the tables, to be honest. I was not really expecting that this particular team is going to have that advantage. Any game squad was not looking that they are going to get that advantage. And remember, it was just like 18 seconds left when the Rayquaza advantage went in the favor of teams Any Game Squad. So the calculations that they did were absolutely amazing, and eventually after that the difference of 400 goals, if I'm not wrong, was calculated very, very eagerly, and they knew what they were trying to do. On the hindsight, even SATUL's response was very good. I'm not going to criticize them because their response was very good. The rings and board, as you rightly called it out, before that they were fighting in their own baseline goal zone. When they knew that it is time to secure some goals, they decided to open up with the Hoopa. The rings and bound came through, and from there the rotation came through, and people started to dump in their goals. It was Lucario with 36 and Slowbro with 93 goals, 94 goals, I guess. But it was just not sufficient. There was a difference of somewhere around 17 goals. And that's what costed Team SATU Esports their first round in the upper bracket finale.
Imagine being so close, countering goals, but it was just not
so close
enough.
yet so far.
Well, that is game number 1. We still have game 2 of the upper bracket finals. They can come back, but before that, there is a Q&A that we did earlier, and here's the answer. What keeps your team motivated in grinding the game together? And the answer from SATUL, having fun and getting the chance of representing India at the world stage again. Again being the word that we have to look at.
I mean, I was like seeking the word fun, and they are having fun, no doubt in that. But then I started to like recall that they have said again.
Exactly.
That means they are readily available, and they know what they have done in the past, and they know what the future is. They are looking forward to it. And on the inside, when it comes to any game squad, we asked the question: are there any team members who have achieved top ranking in official tournaments in the past? If so, who and which tournament was it? And it was Swifty. Obviously, the first WCS, the World Championship Series Regional India Qualifiers, he was the guy who was in the winning team, who actually helped his team to win and made sure that the ticket to their qualification for the world stage will be available for them.
Yeah, I think Swifty has come a long way in Pokemon Unite, along with his ex-Revenant squad that was there. Every player from that. Right now we are seeing a couple of the players in Bloodline we saw earlier. I think they did not make it when we had a match against the Godlike squad. Now we are seeing him playing in Zenny game, building his own squad. We also saw his ex-teammate Crowley as well earlier today in a lower bracket match. So I think this first WCS squad has come a long way and has experienced it all. Before this, when Necros was on this, that's what I was telling him. The first WS we ended up seeing, people could pick same Pokemons if there was... I think there was no Hoopa back then. If there were a lot of AG slashes that we were using, they could use AG slash on the counter as well. So same Pokemons could be used. Charizards could have been used, but Charizards were not yet used, and we are not yet seeing Charizards being used. But let's talk about the ban. We have to wait a long time before a Charizard pick, I guess, because it's the ban of a Leafeon. On the other side, it's a Gyarados.
Now waiting for the third one. Let's see which particular Pokemon is going to get banned. Of course, it is going to be very interesting to see how the whole storyline goes on, because remember guys, SATU Esports by a small margin have already lost their first game, and now they're looking forward to a redemption, and a new ban is going to come from SATU Esports as they have their first pick. But before that, we have to see Zenny Game Squad what particular Pokemon they're going to choose. I believe it could be Blaziken.
Yeah.
There you go. Blaziken ban coming in from their side. Final 4 Pokemons have been banned. Now comes the tricky part, the pick phase. Have to see which particular Pokemon All Might is going to go for. Could be an attacker, and indeed it is a Sylveon.
Now, as of now, they picked the first Sylveon coming through, immediately countering with another Eevee. But should I call it so early? Because we've seen a lot of times that they don't pick it. But this time it seems like they do pick it. So I don't have to retake my words back. It is going to be Eevee. That is going to evolve to an Umbreon. But we do see a Mimikyu just like the previous one. And now on the other end, it is going to be the Hoopa still kept alive, along with a Trev joining them in the fray.
I am still going to wait for the tick to come, so I'm not going to say which particular Pokemon has been out the gate.
I agree with you.
Probably a Hoopa. Okay, finally a Hoopa and Trevenant. We can say that yes, these two Pokemons are pretty much logged in, because there are a lot of surprises that these lads have given us throughout the way in terms of pick phase and the draft phase all together. But Swifty, which particular Pokemon he's going to go for? I think a defender would be a wise choice. And see, the approach for Zenny Game Squad is basically going to be to stop SATU Esports right here, because if they give them the chance for a reverse sweep, it might be possible that they bring it in. Look at Sadao going in for a Machamp this time, an all-rounder.
Now, Zenigame, they do not go for all speedster build, but it looks like they might actually go for only a melee build coming through because they already have a double all-rounder. I think they might bring up a support, but already having an Umbreon, meaning healing is going to be already covered with that Wish moveset. But we have to wait and watch out if that Wish moveset is going to come into play or is it going to be something else. But on the other end, the next two locks are going to be the Sword. We see an AG Slash. We did see an AG Slash, I think, earlier in the day in our first lower match. And we also see a Buzzwole joining in. Now, All Might, he's decided enough of that last round. I'm going to bring in all my guns in with that muzzles on the Buzzwole and go in for the win. But there is a ranged attacker, therefore that ranged attacker is going to be a Glaceon. I thought they might go for a support, but as I said, I think it's a Wish moveset coming through from the Umbreon, and therefore it's going to be a Glaceon, which is going to help them on that unlimited range if it's an Icicle Spear.
It should be, to be honest, but on the hindsight, as you rightly said, Buzzwole, bringing in Buzzwole for All Might is going to be absolutely wonderful, and I think it is going to be a decider storyline that we are going to witness. It's not going to be a 2-0 in the upper bracket finale. The run is going to get broken down because if Buzzwole is here, Edge Slash combination is also going to work out along with it, and Trevenant is going to be there. I truly think that SABL Esports is readily available right now in the second game to be back, to fight back, to retaliate, to give their all so that they have a fighting chance in the decider.
I feel like they do have a chance, but the problem here is for me in terms of range. Their ranged attacker is only going to stand a chance to mid-range, meaning their defenders, they have to tank up a damage, they have to kind of stun the Pokemons, whether it be a Wood Hammer or a Horn Leech coming through, that has to work out. And on top of it, they have the Aegis Slash, whether it's a Sword form or a defensive shield form, which does better job. But on the other end, Zenigame, I think they have their set ready. Game number 2 of upper bracket finals underway.
Alright, let the action begin. A redemption storyline or complete chaos being brewed on the players of SABL Esports by Zenigame. You really have to see what happens up next, but obviously the start will be pretty similar to each other, and the start will be basically farming, trying to get as many as chaos energies as possible. The experience has to be absolutely on par, the leveling up scenario has to be on par, and I believe like Edge Slash and Mimikyu, both the all-rounders are in the mid lanes at this point trying to get all the wild Pokemons. Meanwhile, the first 4 scores have been done from each side. The SABL Esports is in a game. The kind of play and scenario looks a little bit similar this time, but the SABL Esports once again starts off big by securing some early goals. To be honest, I was very happy by seeing those early goals in the previous matchup, in the previous game, but eventually what happened in the last 18 seconds changed everything. So let's just wait and watch what happens, because yeah, the final stretch time can change everything.
A lot can change, but I'm still surprised there is still the EV that has not evolved. That is Umbreon. You're waiting for it. On the other end, Aegis Slash also looking for it to evolve. Slowbro does evolve from the Slowpoke. Trev, however, has not evolved. The puppy Phantom. Let's see and wait for it, but right as now, looks like there's going to be a KO on the Umbreon, and on top of the Umbreon, there is the unevolved Aegis Slash. On top of it, there's a Mimikyu. That's a big KO for SATUL to try and get control of things, but there is a little Machop along with the Glaceon, therefore they couldn't push. But Buzzwole sees that goal zone empty, immediately he gets his stack in. The stack that Machop gets and should evolve to the Machoke. Now Machoke also has the chance of going and taking the wild Pokemon, getting a lot more stacks, but All Might doesn't have that opportunity. That feasibility is not there, and look at this. This is the submission, this is the Smackdown I spoke about. But Smackdown has a counter Smackdown, but it is not going to be enough. Umbreon was there, mean look, attack, and then a KO.
There you go. Buzzwole has to once again come back in the scenario. Duoblade on the other corner in the mid lanes is trying to like just farm up and get as many SAS energies as possible. Meanwhile, another set of 21 goals will be done by Zenigame squad's Glaceon, and as you rightly said, the range attacker coming in from that particular corner can be absolutely fierce. And I'm looking forward to see what happens in the bottom lane currently, because it is a stack of these two particular Pokemons that are there in the bottom lane. It's going to be the Glaceon and the Slowbro combination working out over there. Mukang, meanwhile, still can be a very valuable addition, and Buzzwole redeems the previous particular fight between himself and the champion.
Going in for a fight, the shield. Snowy does deny them from getting ahead to the Buzzwole. Koopa is here in case things don't work. Sacred Sword gets majority of the energy, but nice Shadow Sneak and a player off. But now Snowy might be caught. Sorry, Fura might be caught. He's going in for the Citrus Berry. He's overextending, but from the backline there's a different attack. Glaceon gets Aegis Slash, so SATUL are in trouble. However, All Might puts that Mimikyu down, and now he's jumping in to take the Machoke down along with the Hyper Voice use, and yes, finds that 2 KO streak. Now the top path might just back be in control, not for the goal zone push, but for the Regieleki fight. And now All Might sees Mean Look being used. Trapped is All Might, but the last hit is something that they're waiting for. Hyper Voice secures, Umbreon goes on simultaneously, but the Icicle Spear, look at the amount of damage All Might had to tank. Now that they have a 6th ally, they can now move in, but again, Shadow Sneak hit. Layer up was about to be used, but he uses the Scheduler Talk, but Kyurem still trying to run away. Uses the Hyperspace Hole along with his Sylveon, gets that full heal, but that Regieleki will not be benefited to push the Zone A on the top path towards Zenny Gaming. Zenny Games still contesting. What a fight that they're putting up. Machoke gets one, but immediately gets countered from the Treb. This is the Treb that I was talking about. Now Umbreon uses the Mean Look and tries to put a stop to that Sylveon. Doesn't work. Sylveon uses the Unite, puts the Umbreon down, but the Glaceon, unlimited range, still keeping in check, and the Slowbro making sure that the Glaceon doesn't get stabbed by Glaceon. A little bit of an eject overextension, and that Horn Leech puts that Glaceon to rest, and this gives a chance here for SATL to even secure the bottom Reggie.
I mean, the Registry was taken down, and with that they have got their defensive covers to cover up with, and the top lane definitely looks a little bit in control in favor of Team SATL Esports. Although the bottom lane, the game squad was able to dump down another set of amazing goals, and that's exactly why they have now still a little bit of a lead. But Mimikyu retaliates and takes down the Edge Slash. Down the set of 18 coming in the bottom lane. Now they are trying to relocate, but the top lane looks well contested, and the Icicle Spears coming in from the Glaceon can be absolutely amazing. Giving out all to All Might. Damages coming in. Sylveon manages to secure another set of 40, which is good. Meanwhile, top lane condition is still going on. The boings of those wooden hammers are still coming in, but Glaceon finally gets a KO on Trevenant. Meanwhile, Machamp gets first ball out of the equation.
Unite being committed here from Mimikyu. Unite on the other end, Rings Unbound, Hoopa, but Hoopa gets put in its own Hyperspace Hole. However, gets a full heal along with AG Slash coming in. Nice hits. Unite was used from All Might along with that Umbreon's KO being found, and another Glaceon also goes down, but counters, they do get a Sylveon. So something to kind of send them on, but they do regain the top path control because it's only Slowbro who was trying to cause a little bit of a trouble. Now Slowbro is doing small stack, so it's his items leveled up and geared for the next upcoming battle, and they let him do that because SATL understood that if they start fighting with him, it's a waste of time. Rather, check your objective. Regieleki in their favor. Hoopa on the other side, it's the contrary. Nice dodge of the play rough, and now Hoopa with the Phantom Force tries to run away, but the Icicle Spear had locked on. Hyperspace Hole was not there for the right time, and therefore that's a KO. But SATL, look at them. Destroyed Zone A and on both top and bottom, meaning they're already on a lead of a 215. Zenny Game are left with countering that 6th ally Regieleki. From there, they're all getting together to push to the top path. All Might is waiting in the bushes along with the Trev, and they both are going to call in a lot more teammates. They see a lot more forces. Once they see the Hyperspace Hole, they all get sit in the tall grasses, and now with the submission, Trev out of business, and now they're looking to finding a lot, but Sylveon trying to help them. Aegis Slash stuck in between, no help coming there, and now Sylveon in trouble. If Sylveon goes down, then All Might, there's nothing much he can do. He commits a Unite to find a KO. Machamp in trouble. Machamp should go down here, and yes, he does. Nice smackdown, and Machamp gets knocked out. However, Glaceon looking unstoppable, countered it, but immediately Hoopa came into play, and Hoopa puts that Glaceon down, immediately pacifying Zenny Game's approach on the top path, with Umbreon also going down. That is a big KO of lines found for SATL to control the Zone A of their top path.
Honestly, the way it started, after getting the Trevenant down and then the Edge Slash, I felt like maybe SATL Esports is going to lose the top lane control, and there will be multiple controls coming in, multiple KOs coming in at that moment. That didn't happen. What a way to reverse the whole attack, reverse the whole stack coming in from the lads of Team Zenny Game's squad. Now the focus has shifted to the bottom lane. They want to take the advantage of this Reggie steal, and Mimikyu wanted to go for a steal, but it just won't happen at this moment. Now the alternate swap loose, trying to level up as fast as possible, but the attention has been grabbed, and there goes the Edge Slash. They're seeing a lot of damage but still surviving, but the KO will be coming in through Mimikyu.
Mimikyu as of now is a little too strong and annoying for the side of SATL. They've been trying to dodge it as much as possible, but it is not happening. Zenny Game Less than 15 seconds left, and they've decided we will hold off towards SATUL's half path, their mid paths. We're going to make sure if they're moving out of it, grab them right there, instantly KO the whole team, because this is the best opportunity for Zenny game. They already have a game point in their name. They have to win another and the series is theirs. They go to the grand finals and they do not want to go through a lower bracket run. They do not want to go for the lower bracket finals. Rather, they'll push SATL for the lower bracket. Again, Shadow Sneak hit. It can go jump in. Rough play on the Hoopa can happen. Sora has given the call, but they don't go in for the Shadow Sneak jump play on the Hoopa. However, right as now, Umbreon caught. Umbreon will be committed and forced to use the Unite to run away and take the shields away. Does work for a momentary basis, but right as of now, All Might caught, commits his Unite but still fails. His teammates, however, from the backlines try to move in for a fight, but the Unite coming in from the Mimikyu, it doesn't work. Trev's better over there. The Unite find and the KO, along with Glaceon going down. That's big finds coming in now. SATL are finding comfortable spots to secure themselves this win, but where's the counter 86 score coming through? 215 to 222. Now this is an opportunity. Slow beam being used on the Aegis Slash. This is buying time. Zenny game, if they go for another score, it can work out. They are still on the lead, but that's just a 7-score lead. SATL are committing to this fight. 1 minute on the clock. Slowbro is being denied. Now it's up to Glaceon, but Glaceon just spawned. Has to eject out quickly, but the Trev was watching it, and SATL save themselves from elimination out of this series. They should go and score, but I think they shouldn't have much trouble of going into the score. The shield is not going to break. Everybody on the side of SATL has the shields. Hundreds comfortably being dumped.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy win for Team SATL Esports right now. Obviously, after that 9 minutes of troublesome equations being delivered in their corner, hardships being delivered in their corner, but finally they're able to get the upper hand in their favor. And I'm so happy to say, like, yes, what I was expecting, basically a decider coming into this upper bracket finale, it is going to be the case, because it's SATL Esports. One way to show down what the Buzzwole AG Slash combination can work out with. Even the Hoopa was absolutely on point with the hyperspace souls every now and then. The Rings Unbound helped them a lot. The previous game could have been theirs, but eventually that small minor decision of relocating and trying to go for some goals stood them. But in this particular matchup, we can clearly see it's SATL Esports win, and Zenny Game squad has to once again re-strategize, refigure out, and build the game back so that they can get the ticket of the grand finals. They could become the first grand finalists, but finally they have lost their only advantage that they had against Team SATL Esports, and it's going to be more or less like a BO1 now.
That was one of the biggest advantages that they could have gotten themselves to, but SATL, they knew what they were fighting for, right? As that again word, when we were talking about the question and answers that we had asked them earlier and what they had answered to, again they want to get to that world stage. They want to represent India, and you could see the battle that they were putting up. There was an opportunity for Zenny Game, but as soon as players from Zenny Game, we saw one of them went for a score, that's when SATL said, their players are knocked out. Them going for a score is meaning more feeble players, lesser players in the legendary pit around. They took that advantage, started finding more KOs one after another, and made sure the whole team, not at the same time being KO'd, but at least KO'd, and they were not closer to the goal zone to secure or go for the last hit, and that is the reason SATL secure themselves the game 2 in this upper bracket finals. But the deed is still not done here, Raider. There is still game 3 up. Who is gonna win? Our grand final is still in question. What an amazing battle between these two players. Zenny Game, a new team formed, and they're putting up a battle to one of the best teams we had seen last year.
It is a new team, to be honest, Lucifer, but the thing is, the players, look at them. The experience that they hold is something which is mesmerizing to talk about, and all thanks to that, Zenny Game squad is again a very fierce competition, and that's why they had their uncontested and defeated run throughout the upper bracket. Finally, of course, when they are facing their arch nemesis, which is SATL Esports, they are facing some trouble. I mean, after bagging out the first game by a small margin, we can clearly see a big difference in the second game. So it could be SATL Esports who is going to bring the reverse sweep, but even after that, when it comes to Zenny Game squad, the thing that you talked about, Machamp going in on the top lane, trying to go for a sneaky set of 86, it costed them a lot. Because after that, when Machamp decided to rotate back or move back in the whole scenario, in the mid pit, in the legendary pit, then everything changed. I mean, as soon as Machamp was there in the legendary pit, he got KO'd amidst all those Rayquaza damage and all the unites that were coming in from SATL Esports. So nothing of a value came through except those 86 goals, and to be honest, it was not enough.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a pressure pusher or a pressure cooker that it put SATL on, because you could see there was a 7-goal difference. It was Zenigame who had the lead over there after that 86. But that's where SATL also saw the numbers on the side of Zenigame. Took advantage immediately. Fights on either end were brilliant. I think that Mimikyu, as we said, was super annoying. They couldn't do much about it. On top of it, the Machamp coming through, there was very few they could do about it. Look at this. If they double tag together, both the all-rounders, there's nothing they could do. All Might, so many times whenever he wanted to take up a fight, even committed a Unite. He does get one, he would instantly get KO'd. Look at this itself. Now he does get one. Thankfully, more of his teammates were here, and therefore he could push even further to get a KO more. But after that, he also gets KO'd. Another fight here as well. Might commits here as well, as you can see very soon. First, Aegislash goes down. Now All Might decides. Hyper Voice over there. All Might swoops in. All Might finds one KO, but instantly gets counter KO. That's how quick the side of Zenigame were. They were ready for every fight that SATL bought. With the last fight, SATL were ready. They said, let them bring anything. We will pick their player one after another.
I think here the small decisions that they made were kind of something which mattered a lot. Like they were holding up the angles where they were trying to like get SATL Esports an element of surprise, but that didn't really happen. There was a complete control being lost, be it the Trevenant trying to get through those points. It was pretty efficient with that. Meanwhile, Aegislash coming in also as well was very good advantage, like the way it was able to get the advantage of Rayquaza. And after that, if I'm not wrong, 4 to 5 people were already, 4 people were already KO'd coming in, 4 Pokemons were already KO'd from the other perspective of Zenigame squad. So there was nothing that they could really do. And Glacian was there, but it was just recently spawned, so not a lot of value could came through from their corner as well. Even when we talk about breaking the shield and not getting them the advantage, it was just not possible because the players were already reaching the goal zones and they were able to dump outside of hundreds. And once that happens, when you don't have the timer, it was like somewhere around 1 minute or 50 seconds which was left even before the Rayquaza was melted. So they had enough time to like reciprocate or retaliate, but if all the Pokemons would have been readily available, then the shields could have been broken down, then the goals could have been like stopped, and maybe reciprocations could have been there. But it was just not the case. So yeah, a brutal victory and a very interesting way to win from Team SATL Esports. Now the question arises, what will happen in the next game? Or should I say, the decider?
I think SATL, as we said, right, they had to give their all, get their best out and win that game. If they didn't, the series was done for, and now they've equalized the points. But this best of 3 is going to come down to this last game, game 3, to decide our grand finalists. Is it going to be the side of SATL Esports or the new team formed Zenigame that have been taking every team down? They have not given anyone the chance. All the games so far for both SATL as well as Zenigame were clean sweeps, 2 O's coming through. Now this is the first best of 3 going all the way to the third game, and both SATL and Zenigame are playing in it. Now is it going to be Zenigame who take control of this? Because again, if not for a little bit of a hiccup over there, Zenigame were the one in control, not the side of SATL Esports. That does tell us the difference of how Pokemon has evolved. The Unite Esports world has evolved. But as evolution we talk about, let's talk about the Q&A again. What do you think are the characteristics of your team? Confident and good decision making. I thought for a second Zenigame and Swifty or whoever answered this would say confident and good looking players.
They are no doubt in that, but their decisions, I believe they are even more beautiful, even more, should I say, fruitful for the team.
Now Swifty, Disapple, Sora, Fura and Sudha, one chance here to beat the India's best team who had made it to the 2023 World Championship Series. And as we said, speak about them, their question is the same. And their answer is, we are a very diverse team with flexible roles. True, I agree to that. I think All Might has the capability to go to an all-rounder, speedster, ranged attacker and defender as well. I think support is the only one which not all of them play. It is always Kyurem playing that. But again, support is a crucial role that we end up seeing, and I think Kyurem mastering that is the reason they let him play. Otherwise, it is going to be tough. Imagine a Hoopa puts a wrong hyperspace hole and you all get teleported, or you all don't get even a chance to get a full heal going back to your base. And that missed opportunity might give an advantage to the opponent team. But for now, I want to ask you, final battle coming in game 3, what do you think? It has been so close so far.
I mean, I've already said that SATL Esports has got that capability, and I think they might just be able to bag it out in their favor. My only reason would be the thing that you rightly said, and also what they answered in their Q&A. They're very flexible with the rules, but then again, there are certain individuals like All Might On the buzz volley, he's just phenomenal. Kyurem on the supporter is just absolutely amazing. Yeah, there are some individuals from Zenny Game squad as well who are very phenomenal with their own playstyle. For example, Disapple going in with the Speedster, Sadao going with the Speedster. It can be absolutely advantageous for them. But now, let's talk about the third game. The dark phase is already here, where we're talking about the bans. We have Gyarados coming in from SATL Esports. We have Trevenant and Mew being already banned by the lads of Zenny Game squad, which is the final ban. It's the Umbreon ban.
I can see why, because the Umbreon last time was, yes, along with Mimikyu annoying. You could see, right, Mean Look putting a stop to one of the players and not letting them move, and then maybe a Unite or even the Mean Look hits coming through. So now quickly locking in on the Sylveon as the Umbreon gets banned. That's the first EV in the business. The second EV coming in is going to be from the side of SATL. Is it what happened on the first game that they want to replicate? We see the Solar Blade should be the one that Badshah picks up along with Snowy coming in on the Mimikyu. He said, enough is enough what Zenny Game did to us. I'm going to show them one up better.
He's going to redeem himself. He is going to replicate what happened to them. But Sora... Okay. Maybe Hoopa is still available for the lads of Team SATL Esports as Blissey gets locked. On the other corner, the True Bro Slowbro is going to come for Swifty. Rex and All Might, now they have the choices to be made. It's a Blaziken coming in initially by All Might, and then Rex, I would love to see what he's going to bring to the table. A Crustle probably, but I'm just going to wait a little longer. Once the tick comes in, then the finalization issue is going to be resolved, and yeah, it is going to be a Crustle. Meanwhile, Tyranitar, interesting.
Wait for it. It's like a ticking bomb right now. You have to wait for it. It doesn't explode, or the lock-on doesn't happen till the last second. But before, we'll talk about the players that right now Zenny Game have, right? Medium ranged attacker that they have with that Sylveon along with the Slowbro, which can keep tanking damage. And now with the Tyranitar, the T-Tar coming through. Now the Tyranitar is going to for sure be a very late game Pokemon. So it's all up to Fura to start this early game, make damage and also keep control of paths. On the other end, letting go of a Hoopa. Now this also can be a cause of concern. We remember game 1, right? Thankfully, Zenny Game had better Eos energy and SATL didn't. But if SATL have another opportunity where somebody else takes the Rayquaza shield, Kyurem again, the Rings Unbound, the Unite is going to bring the opponents or his own teammates to the opponent's base, and they will score. And SATL will make sure this time they have better Eos energy if they're planning to do one such play. Final preparations here, all Pokemons have been locked in. What do you think is going to happen here, Raider? I feel this is a very equally contested battle. No ranged attacker on SATL, a ranged attacker, but it is only medium ranged.
Indeed, I mean, it's going to be a fierce competition, that's for sure. It's truly going to be a fun of a decider because of the fact that we have a Leafeon coming in. I want to see how Leafeon is going to be an advantage for Team SATL Esports. On the other corner, they already have all the other interesting choice of Pokemons being delivered. Tyranitar pick. As you rightly said, it's going to be a lead game Pokemon. Evolution has to be there, but it is going to take its own sweet time from Larvitar to Pupitar to Tyranitar. It is going to take a lot of time, and meanwhile, in that particular time period, there might be a big difference between them and their arch nemesis SATL Esports. So that's exactly where Team Zenny Game squad has to work on it. Initially, I think it's going to be more of like a Povi pipe.
Let's wait and watch. Right now, it is going to be Snowy early to get that mid path for himself. Sadao taking just the Zatu and backing off, letting all the buffs go for the late evolution Pokemon. Tyranitar, but this Mimikyu right out of level 5 is going to be problematic. All Might, his concern, just get that Blaziken at least to level 5 of that stack on the attack weight, and then it should be good. Same was Disapple's decision, with Disapple a little of that health HP being lost very early. Same happens here for the Leafeon. So this early game not working out as they wanted, but an overextension. Sadao, yes, and that gives that Dwebble to evolve to a Crustle in this early game.
As I said, SATL Esports likes to start off early, and they are building the score pretty early, and they're also getting some PSKOs onto their opponent, but it's just not enough. On the bottom lane, we have a battle between Slowbro and Crustle, trying to put each other down. Meanwhile, the Leafeon is trying to farm as much as the Eos energies as possible, but there goes a Solar Blade. Not going to be efficient enough, but then again, the alternate Swablues can be absolutely valuable as an asset for the leveling up scenario. Badshah already at level 5 can be a menace to his opponent. Oh, on the top lane, we get to see a KO on the supporter.
SATL, their stackings, their leveling up, all of them look better. It looks like after losing the previous game, Zenigame are in a little bit of a trouble. They're also overextending at certain points, giving away free KOs for the side of SATL Esports. All Might as well as Disciple going on a brawl battle. All punches on either end, and SATL All might just be in trouble. Sora is here. It's not still evolved, therefore damage is not there. The bombs are not there on the egg, and therefore All Might survives, but All Might tried to go jump in for a fight, maybe drag them into their goal zone, but that doesn't happen. Eject immediately on the Lucario. Therefore SATL All Might will survive, will get his own Eos energies and experiences for himself. Surf being used, but Swifty might be caught. None of his teammates are nearby, and a ranged attacker, an all-rounder, and even a defender all doing damage together, and that's going to be slow bro, meaning the bottom path is open.
Indeed it is, and you can clearly see in terms of a lot of goals coming in. 28 by the Leafeon, and then after that even 19 more goals coming in from the Mimikyu. So yeah, the bottom lane looks absolutely opened up. On the top lane, indeed there is a stack coming in. Blaziken, Hoopa and Crystal combination is working out over there. They're trying to put a lot of pressure onto their opponents. Well, is it going to be enough? That's what we really want to know at this point, because the hyperspace holes can be absolutely on point. And look at them cornering the alternate swap blues by putting up the rock tomb and getting all those advantages in their favor. Once again, the hyperspace holes are going to be absolutely amazing, a way to relocate, to shift the whole pragmatics of this particular game. And meanwhile, Zenigame squad, whatever they're trying to do, be it Regi Seal or the Regi Eliki, everywhere they'll get to see the members of SATL Esports, the Pokemons trying to be there and trying to melt it away. Now on the top lane is the Blaziken, which is trying to melt it away, and he gets there at a whole advantage in his favor. Meanwhile, Hoopa is still there in the mid lanes, possibly trying to go for the top lane to go ahead and secure some more goals.
Oh, I feel bad for the Blissey. Instant KO. Shadow Sneak and Play Rough is just a menace, and Snowy doing them bad. And now look at this. Emerald two-step. Lucario tried to run away. It doesn't work. Play Rough being used here on the slow bro. It's not going to be a KO. And therefore Snowy has to back off. However, the Registeel is still up, meaning both of them want to make sure that the Registeel comes in their favor. The Solar Blade needs to work, and it does. Surf is not going to find in value, and now Swifty, for all the efforts that he put, the only thing that he's going to get is rest. He's going to be KO'd and he'll be sent back. His teammates, however, nowhere near to defend the bottom goal zone. An overdunk of a 36 coming through will put SATL on a big lead to 225.
It's pretty interesting at this point. SATL Esports have already built a good lead, but remember guys, we are still left with 5 minutes and 50 seconds, so everything can change. The bottom lane stack coming in, there are going to be multiple KOs, and there goes the Mimikyu. Okay, they're falling back at this point. Hoopa wants to push back a bit. Solar Blade going in, trying to like get small just a moment for themselves. Fight back to breathe, to get a breather. Swifty on the other corner also trying to move back a bit. Rock Tomb is going to be there by Crystal, but nobody is going to get cashed in it.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, on the top lane, it's the Blaziken, which is completely pressurizing the whole team.
This is a lot of time being wasted. That was a big opportunity. They had almost decided for a team fight, and they decided not to. And now they start moving top path, and you could see almost around 10 to 20 seconds were wasted in rotation. And that doesn't yield in value because Rock Tomb blocks them, and now Tyranitar in trouble. Tyranitar has to work. This is a late game, 5 minutes. The first half was about to done. Doesn't work. No team fight over there.
I think the leveling up scenario has to be worked on in perspective of Zenigame's squad, because they don't have that much of a level advantage as we talk about SATL Esports. Look at Mimikyu already at level 11. Not just that, even the Blaziken on the top lane has been phenomenal, as I rightly said initially as well. Now they're trying to go ahead and take the 6 LI for the team, and they did get it. Tyranitar at level 10, freshly at level 10 to be honest. The right value of the Tyranitar is yet to come. Oh, the Leafeon goes on by another Indie.
Casually sits in because the Unite was committed on T-Tar, and the Tyranitar cannot do anything. However, All Might a little much of an overextension. Along with him, his teammate also Mimikyu. Both of them fall down. Now this is an opportunity. Zenigame have been looking for opportunities. This is another opportunity being gifted from SATL. They have to commit for a team fight. Kyurem sees that the team fight is happening. Russell had to commit 6 Unite. Hyperspace Hole and Rings Unbound both being used, and they bring their teammates. But the first KO is found, not the second, because immediately it gets countered. Make it another. Zenigame lose their slow bro as well, and now this is in trouble for them. Leafeon also being lost. One after another, they are losing a lot more than what they wanted to commit here, because that Mimikyu was brought back into the fight. They had to go for a faster push. Now Zenigame have to call that fight quits, and now they have to look forward to again leveling up, gaining more experience. for now, I think SATUL are very comfortable on their levels. 13 already. We are not even close to the final stretch. There's still a minute and more to go. 13 on Blaziken,
Yeah.
12 on Mimikyu. That's already a cause for concerns. Any game in trouble.
Indeed, they are in a big trouble at this point, as we can clearly see a little difference that has been delivered. But on the bottom lane, they wanted to go for the Registeel, but at this point, when Mimikyu goes down, the KO comes through, and on the other corner, the Growls will be hurting and taking the Regirock in their favor. Hoopa also gets KO. Now, plenty of KOs are going to come. Let's see what Blaziken is going to do. But yes, the bottom lane contention is pretty much out of their hand. And now the gap that was absolutely enormous is now getting a little bit narrowed. Players are now focusing the shift onto the top lane, as well as this is going to be readily available. But all the players have already relocated, be it the Blaziken or the Leafeon or the Hoopa. Hoopa is still there in the bottom lane so that we can activate the hyperspace holes and make sure that the players push back a bit. Rock Tomb being utilized, try to push back. Now the Regiliki is also contesting, but still, no such KOs are going to come.
Oh, Fura is stuck very bad. Rock Tomb might get a KO, but the Bliss assistance being used. 30 seconds on the clock. This is a very late Unite to be committed. Crustle goes down. If they don't win this battle and secure the Regiliki, it can be a problem. But Crustle going down should be the chance for them to secure the Regiliki. They do. Hyperspace hole being committed. What is this? Hoopa also committing its Unite. Now this is going to be a battle which can trouble a lot of people. But now this is a chance for an overdunk as well. But they're waiting. They're going to run the clock down to the last second and get that 100 score. Sylveon has 50. But no, they don't wait. 3 more seconds, they could have waited. Mistake being done. And now Sylveon commits its Unite, finds the first KO, making it a second should be because Blissey is also super low. That's the second KO being found. Tyranitar has to buy time, has to survive, but it doesn't look like it will. That is going to be the third KO being found. The last 2 players, Sylveon and Slowbro. Leafeon goes down, Sylveon as well as Slowbro is there. The opponents are also getting KO'd. 3 KOs over there, 2 of their own. And now Hoopa, he's being pushed back. Blaziken is just brought back into the game, and now they have to wait and watch. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock, 377 to 173, the last final fight for the last game.
Oh, this is not looking easy. Look at this, Blaziken getting the KO onto the Slowbro, and now they are contesting the Legendary Pit as well. Meanwhile, Crustle cornering out their opponent, and it's Blissey who is going to get KO'd. And as being utilized at this point, the Growls are hitting, the hyperspace holes are still activated. We talk about Leafeon getting the carry out is going to be absolutely important. 3 individuals of Zenigame squad have already been KO'd. Now they're trying to corner the Sylveon. It's just not working out. Even Tyranitar is right over there, buying a lot of time at this moment. I have to say the last 50 seconds are going to be enormous in this game.
SATUL know they have the lead. That's the reason they're not committing for a Legendary Pit fight. Kyurem? Nice sneaky play. Now that again wastes a lot of time, but does give him an opportunity to go for a sneaky goal, and he is committing for that score. Mimikyu in the meantime finds the support. Blissey's out, and now this has to be a fight that Zenigame have to connect, convert, and win the Rayquaza. If they don't, this is done for. SATUL already have the lead. They're all jumping in the pit, but players are getting KO. That's the third. Make it the fourth, as even the Tyranitar goes down. It is only Slowbro, the last one surviving, is not even close to secure the last hit, and that is going to be SATUL with a big win here in this final fight and the final game of this upper bracket finals. They will be the grand finalist, and Zenigame will be finally pushed down.
So it's official, guys. We have Team SATUL Esports already moving forward as our first grand finalist from the upper bracket. And whichever team is going to be there from the lower bracket, it could be Zenigame, it could be Godlike Esports, but they have to go for a reset if they really want to beat SATUL Esports in their run for the ticket to Hawaii. Because yeah, SATUL Esports, a valuable river sweep coming in. And if you see, Lucifer, both the matches, the second and third game, have been there with a big difference, like 400 or 500 points of a difference between them and their arch nemesis. Now that's how SATUL Esports love to roll. Of course, there was a certain setback in the previous matchup in the first game, to be honest, and that was a small difference that was not in their favor. But after that, SATUL Esports was able to fight back in a very fierce way, and that's exactly why I'm so happy.
Yeah, I think SATUL said, wait, what? How did they manage to do that? We should have won that first game. They snatched it under our noses, and from there, they managed to just get, I think, 12 or 15 goals, as you mentioned. But going back to SATUL's history, now this was a team earlier known as the River Sweep Kings. I did not say this today because whenever we started saying about this, I think from the WCS2023 qualifiers, even in ACL, it never happened. That storyline, that playstyle never happened. But finally, we can see that they reverse swept, at least in the upper bracket final. Now they have the grand finals and the chance, the advantage being the first grand finalist through the upper bracket is meaning they can be our best Indian team. They did it in 23. Can they do it again? Zenny game close. That fight in the final stretch around the Rayquaza was intense, so good. Imagine Sadao and Swifty were the only two players, a Sylveon as well as a Slowbro, and they were able to counter 3 after getting 3 on their own KO'd. So that is interesting, but after that they couldn't hold it because the damage dealers were still up from the side of SATL Esports, and the others, they were again regained to full health after the cooldown, moved back into the fight, and eventually the Slowbro and Sylveon fell. Tyranitar was back in. We even saw another one coming into the fight, but it was just not enough to keep control of things because their Blissey fell again.
Yeah, from the start till the end, it was looking like Team SATL Esports' game because they were having the control, they were dumping in some good goals. Now let's have a look at the replay as well so that we have a brief idea of what happened in the previous matchup. Like the third game, the decider was absolutely phenomenal from the get-go. Even in the top phase, we had so many questions that how the play is going to get established, what will happen when Zillicario comes through, and even when it comes to Tyranitar. Yeah, in the late phase, in the finals first time period as well, Tyranitar was able to establish a lot of interesting damages and also was able to tank up a lot. But the thing is, it took a sweet time, and till then Team SATL Esports already had their control. The level difference was quite evident, quite clear between their all-rounder, to be precise, any game's squad's all-rounder, or the Team SATL Esports' all-rounder, because we can see like Blaziken already at level 13 on the hindsight, Tyranitar still stuck at level 10 and level 11. So that level difference was absolutely massive. Talking about the objectives, it was in favor of both the teams, to be honest. It was not like one-sided equation with the respect of objectives. There was Reggie in the favor of Team Zenny as well in the later phase, and also in the favor of Team SATL Esports. But talking about some mistakes, I truly remember Blissey going in for a set of 20 where they could have waited for like 3 more seconds and it could have been a set of 40.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what that decision was. I agree. I think that could have changed the game completely for the side of Zenny game. Just another 3 seconds. That Regieleki clock down was running till 20 seconds. But then this commit, as you can see, there were only a Slowbro, and look at where the Slowbro was pushed. Would have had a serve, but it was not close, I feel like. And even if it wanted to, you could see the amount of stun that the Slowbro was being hit. Not allowed to use its moveset was one of the reasons. Unfortunate over there. A great game coming in from Zenny game, but it was just not enough against the WCS 2023 India's best team. Now that team has moved into the grand finals. That's none other than SATL Esports, but they know the game is not done. The India qualifiers are not over there. There are still teams coming in from the lower bracket games, and those lower bracket games are looking even more highly contested, even more intense. Nobody knows where it is going. Everybody is right at the edge of our seats. And now Raider, with this game itself going so close, it could have been Zenny game, it could have been SATL. I'm just wondering, what is Zenny game going to do to whoever is going to be against them in the lower bracket finals?
It's godlike esports. It's godlike esports. That's what they are waiting for, and it is going to be very interesting to see how these two particular teams are going to be against each other.
What kind of
competition they are going to put through, and how they are going to fight back. And of course, as you rightly said, it's going to be a redemption storyline. Probably, if they win, if they manage to win. And I'm looking forward to see. I really want to see the competition going in with a pinch of salt. I want to see how the competition goes on from here. What kind of interesting storyline will be built from here? Is it going to be a redemption storyline or clear-cut win for one particular team and the other one is going to be left untamed? I want to see what happens up next.
I think I'm not too sure. We are still there was a game of 6 Upper Moon as well as Godlike Esports in the lower bracket match. We'll jump into the brackets and we'll get an idea of who their opponents are going to be. With that, Godlike it is. It is the round 1 upper bracket match where Godlike were defeated by the same team that they are playing against now, Zenny Game Squad. Zenny Game Squad against Godlike Esports lower bracket finals. Godlike versus SATL. Godlike versus Zenny Game. Now here, the revenge story between is Godlike and Zenny Game. So if Zenny Game win, it's a revenge story between SATL and Zenny Game. Otherwise, it is going to be SATL's revenge game to get to the stage of the world. Because when they couldn't make it to the Asia Champions League, they were like, we feel bad. We should have had it. A little bit of a misplay over there and we didn't get the chance. So let's see if SATL make it this time. Or is it going to be another team snatching their chance again? They are in the grand finals. But their opponent on the lower bracket finals look heavy, Raider. Very heavy.
Yeah, man, it is going to be absolutely fierce when it comes to the competition. The upper bracket finale bracket, or should I say, even the whole upper bracket looked absolutely jam-packed with the action. Initially, we got to see No Tilt and then QRS also. Other teams like that faltered down. Even in the lower bracket, when it comes to No Tilt, they were able to put up a very valiant effort against Team QRS. But after that, 6 Upper Moon just took the advantage in their favor and were able to completely destroy them, shut them down. Meanwhile, Godlike Esports also took a 2-0 against Team 6 Upper Moon, and as you rightly said, it's going to be a redemption storyline for Team Godlike Esports, because now Godlike Esports is going to take up a fight against that particular team, or should I say that reason why they are in the lower bracket. Now Godlike Esports is going to face Zenigame again. Well, this initial fate was a 2-0, where Godlike was not even able to stand in that particular scenario. I want to see what Godlike Esports is going to do this time, in a very different manner or in the same manner against Team Zenigame, or should I say, what kind of strategies they are going to bring in this time to beat their arch nemesis, the Zenigame squad.
Yeah, imagine. I think a lot of people on our viewers would be wondering that the arch battle between the best of the best is going to be Godlike versus SATUL coming through, but Godlike had a speed breaker right at the very start. It was Zenigame. And now for Godlike, they have actually become their arch nemesis. They would want to take down this team and then make it to the grand finals. And if they don't make it, Godlike are not going to be happy about this, because their chance of representing us on the ACL stage, getting to hashtag 2, put, as I said, everybody started to know about the region of India. And from there on, now this is another chance here for Godlike Esports to get to that big stage and now represent on the world stage as Team India. Is that going to happen? Two teams are fighting for this. Now, when we were in Worlds 2022 and 23, the fight was Revenant, SATUL over that time, and I think even Marcos. But at that time, it was mostly Revenant taking up the bigger stages, and they were winning it out. And now, who takes it up? This is the final match before the grand finals, Raider. We started with our lower bracket elimination games, where we saw Godlike over there, and we are going to be seeing Godlike here in the lower bracket finals. Do they win, or is it Zenigame?
Well, the thing is, from top 8 teams to now top 4 teams, top 3 teams to be precise, now we are left with just top 3 teams.
Yep.
It is SATUL Esports was sitting comfortably in the grand final slot in that particular contention. On the other corner, we have Team Godlike and Zenigame. These are the lads that are going to play. Of course, from Godlike, we are going to see Vulcan, Milan, Zsol, Akul, and Reuben. On the high side, when it comes to Zenigame, we have Swifty, Disciple, Sora, Pura, Sadao. All these individuals have got a very good amount of experience. It's all about how synergized they are going to be in terms of a particular team. I think Godlike Esports can take the edge in their favor this time, but eventually when we see Zenigame squad, what they did initially in the upper bracket, it was a 2-0. It was a very good competition put forth from the lads of Zenigame squad. So it could be of anybody's. I am just looking forward to see whose decisions are going to be even more accurate. What will happen in the draft phase is something that I'm actually keeping my eye on, because the ban phase, the pick phase, the preparation phase is also going to tell us a lot what kind of game is going to be there throughout the next 10 minutes.
I think what we kind of witnessed so far coming in from all these teams was wonderful Pokemon action that has evolved over the ages.
Right.
But Zenigame coming into their play, right, against SATUL, looked very confident in the first and the second game, but the third game you could see, right, there were all fast plays that they were trying to make, but SATUL were never giving them that space. They were never committing to the fight, and therefore Zenigame had to retreat. Now, if Godlike have watched that, now Godlike know what Zenigame love to do. They want to jump in for a team fight. Is that going to happen? The draft phase is up. Lower bracket finals to start.
The time has come. Zenigame squad, Godlike Esports, both the teams are absolutely on point, but now looking forward to see what happens up next. The ban phase gets started, and we have the League in 1 initially. And with that, Necros is going to join us for the lower bracket matchup. Necros, how are you, man, and what are you expecting from this game?
Oh man, I'm really expecting a lot, to be honest, because after seeing the previous match of SATUL versus Zenigame, I'm like, okay, Zenigame has got some big stuffs up in their sleeves to just display and maybe bring up on the table. And now against Godlike Esports, I think it's going to be a tough call, but for sure both the teams will be looking forward to get something better on the table. As we speak, the Leafeon and the Slowbro, both Pokemons have been banned, but Disciple coming up with the Gyarados starts off with that pick, but I would really look forward to see what are the other two picks that will be coming up from the side of Godlike Esports.
The Pokemon which has been banned from the start of this day is now here, Gyarados. I'm looking forward to see what kind of value this apple is going to bring through it, or whoever is going to pick it from Zenigame Squad's perspective. But Ruben and Vulcan have decided to go the other way. They have got a supporter, the Hoopa, the Hyperspace also have been a menace throughout the game. We have already seen that, and that's the only reason why Hoopa has been banned in so many games. But finally, they are going to move forward. How the play is going to be there, and on the other corner, Ruben has decided to go with the Sylveon. Meanwhile, talking about Sadao, a Mew, a squishy one, but then again a very effective Pokemon coming in. Meanwhile, when we have the all-rounder approach coming in from Pura, and they have deliberately skipped the ban as well for the Pokemon from Zenigame Squad's perspective, and I'm looking forward to see which particular choices are going to be opened up, because they've already gone for Gyarados. Now I want to see what happens up next.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised at first that, oh wait, they haven't banned any Pokemon.
No
I was like,
bans?
is it like true? Is it real? But I got it. Yeah, it's fine. They haven't banned it. But now the final pick from the side of Godlike Esports. Soul, my man, what you gonna pick? Isn't us definitely an attacker? But okay, Soul is back to his basics. He's back to where he started playing on the Espeon, and now this comp is definitely something that I'm looking after for, because they have got the evolution setup, 2 EVs in a single comp, followed by the Dragonite and the Crustle, as well as the one and only the main supporter Hoopa. But on the other hand, the Eldegoss and Trevenant will be somewhat of a thing that might annoy, because Zenigame with this double all-rounder composition might be looking out for a hefty amount of damage, because Disable, being that one Blaziken, can cause a lot of nuisance for the side of Godlike Esports, alongside Fura on the Gyarados.
I mean, just previously we got to see what kind of individual this apple is when it comes to Zorak, when it comes to having a speedster in his favor, and also in terms of all-rounder, he has been a phenomenal player against Team Real Esports. Of course, the team faltered down, and now they're in the lower bracket. Now is the time when the redemption storyline has to be there in their favor. And I'm also looking forward to see what kind of play is going to get established when it comes to this amazing team. Zenigame Squad, this is the only chance that they have to fight back. Otherwise, obviously, they are going to go out of the equation. They are going to be out of the competition. Godlike Esports is there with the redemption storyline right now, and I'm looking forward to see if Godlike Esports is going to fight back, retaliate, or what they are trying to do, what they are going to establish when it comes to having this particular fight in their favor. So a lot of things to talk about, but of course, the next 10 minutes are going to be very, very important for both the teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the next 10 minutes, it's just going to be the start, but for sure, the lower bracket finals kicks off right now. Godlike Esports versus Zenigame Squad. The match for a revenge of Godlike Esports, where they faced in the upper brackets round 1. He will be looking forward to just go for a redemption and just kick out Zenigame Squad out of this WCS, but it can be reversed as well.
Yeah, definitely it can be. But on the other corner is the mid lane. He is trying to farm out as well as fast as possible, because again, having the level advantage is going to be very, very important. We have already seen that in the previous game, what kind of advantage that can bring to the table. Now finally to Dragonite, the next evolution is already there for Hull. On the top lane, contention could be there. Meanwhile, if you see Zenigame Squad is also maintaining its own approach. They are not over-aggressive, over-committing at this point. With the purple and orange buff, this Dragonite can be a menace. Right now, the focus from both the teams is basically to level up, get those Chaos energies in their favor. All three Swablues spawned, and they're trying to take the whole advantage out of it. And it's Mew who gets all of it.
That was a good try by Sylveon. The Hyper Voice is doing a hefty amount of damage, but no, the Kumbaskin was looking for to get the KO on Ruben, but he barely survives. No, it's not. Sylveon will be punished. The Mew coming into the question will be pushed back. Hoopa gets one on the Eldegoss. The Mew is still targeting the Dragonair, but Hoopa comes in for the rescue, and as Akul manages to survive. Some early scores being dunked by the Espeon in the bottom lane on the zone A, but oh, this KO, can it happen? Yes, Crustle. He comes into the rescue. Vulcan was barely surviving on a very low HP, but the Rock Tomb did the wonders. But the Dragonite is what they need. Godlike Esports, they know how much efficient, how much evident the Dragonite will be for their composition.
It won't be easy. It won't be easy. That's what I have to say for even teams in Game Sport to fight back in this particular scenario, as they don't have the level advantage in their favor. And also when it comes to the scores, it has not yet come through. But as far as evolution is there, I think Godlike Esports is doing a great job at it. They are trying to level up as fast as possible. In the bottom lane, Espeon is trying to hold it off. On the top lane, a complete stack of Godlike Esports is working out. Dragonair is there. You have the Sylveon, the Hoopa, Hyperspace Holes can be absolutely amazing in terms of relocating from the top lane to the bottom lane. That thing can be absolutely helpful. And Dragonite is now finally there with the final form and advantages. Zsol meanwhile still guarding the bottom lane and also getting all those Material Swap Blues, the level advantage that he really want to go with in his favor. Meanwhile, on the top lane, there is a contention for the gold zone. Along with that, of course, the Regieleki is also going to be there very, very soon.
Yeah, for sure. The contention is going to be very hefty. Blaziken finds one on the Sylveon. That's bad news. The stored power might be giving some hefty amount of damage. Crustle also drops down to a very low HP. The Hyperspace Hole is there to just give him the heal, which is possible. But the Regieleki will be pushed from the side of Zenny Game. The Gyarados also comes into the question. Aku needs to escape, even though he has the Hyper Beam. But will it be enough to stop the Regieleki? The jump approach coming up from Gyarados. The Unite being committed by the Espeon. Finds one on the Blaziken. As Crustle is looking forward to go with some hefty amount of damage. But deals a lot on an opposition side, but Regieleki is still there and Crustle will be taking care of it. As Godlike, they advance to go for some counter scores but will be denied by that.
Even the Regieleki is not going to be that valuable anymore. Of course, on the top lane, we got to see two beautiful KOs coming in from the lads of Team Zenny Game squad, but the revert of Trevenant getting KO'd was also quite interesting. Now their focus have shifted to the bottom lane and they are going to take the advantage. The Hyper Voice is going to work, the Growls are going to be beneficial. Trevenant wants to go with the Wooden Hammers, the points can be absolutely valuable, but there is nobody really stacking on the bottom lane with Trevenant. Everybody has focused shifted their focus onto the top lane where massive goals could be coming in, but we all know that Koopa, if it is available, can be a menace. That's exactly what is happening. There goes the first KO, but Dragonite reverts, takes down the Gyarados. Leveling up for even Gyarados is going to be very important, but Mew reverts back, takes down the Dragonite, as did the Sylveon and Espeon on the top lane.
They are completely helpless. Ample amount of Eos energy just lying beside Zone A on the top lane for now. But now, at this kind of questionable position, Godlike Esports, they will be looking forward to advance. The Swap Blues in Altaria fell in the hands of Zenny Game squad. There is nothing that they can do about it. But yes, for sure, the Dragonite is being restricted a lot this time. They have got a breakthrough with the strategies that Godlike Esports are looking up forward to. With 50 on the Trevenant has been very, very helpful for his team. But still, I would say Godlike, it's not a big lead as what we were seeing, what SATL did in the previous games against Zenny Game squad. But Godlike has always been a team who has been prominent in the late games, isn't it so?
Definitely. I mean, this is a particular team in the late game which can be quite phenomenal, as you rightly said, and I'm also waiting for that moment. Although from the get-go they had that lead, but it's not a big lead to be honest. Oh, the ultimate, is it valuable? Unite came through, but it was just not that valuable. The Rings and Bound came in coming through from Team Godlike Esports, and they're putting up a pressure onto the Gyarados, and Gyarados gets KO'd. Dragonite gets a 2 KO streak, might be able to follow up with few more, but Crustle gets the advantage of having that Regieleki. The 6 ally is already there. Espeon goes down. I mean, Sylveon goes down. Espeon is still contending. Maybe possibly another KO could be coming in from their corner. And it's the Blaziken who gets Dragonite out of the equation. Espeon reverses back instantaneously by taking on the Blaziken as well.
That was way too close call for the Dragonite. I really thought that he would be surviving that. After committing the Unite, he opted to get that KO on Blaziken. He barely survived in the pixel HP. But yeah, Helen, he knows he has to go for a 40. He will be overdunking it with a total of 42 overdunk. But now the objective, the Registeel has appeared, but nobody is taking care of it. Everybody's contesting for the top lane. The Zone A is important for them. Blaziken again finds a KO on Sylveon, and he's been fed well. The Blaziken will be a pure disaster for the side of Godlike Esports if this continues for a longer period of time.
Pressure is already built. All Zenny Game squad has got at this point, I believe, is basically the Rayquaza. If they get it, they might be able to fight back, because Godlike Esports, they have got the level advantage in their favor. They are containing, they are getting all those KOs, and all thanks to Hoopa, they are able to relocate as well, get back the HPs, and also relocate to the top lane, to the bottom lane, wherever the fight is, wherever the stack is coming in, they are able to be ready with an answer. And that, my friend, is something that I'm, I guess, hearing about, because Zenny Game really wants to win in this particular scenario. They have to counter that Hoopa along with that Dragonite, because that is something which is not working out. But what a steal! What a steal coming in from that Blaziken, and finally, Sylveon goes down. Players have to be pushed back, no citrus berries, so possibly the Dragonite can be KO'd. But no, the goals are being stopped, 91 to 112. I think it is going to be a fighting back scenario where the lead will be in the favor of Zenny Game. A late game from this time, Zenny Game squad.
Looking forward to those level ups. Blaziken is already on level 13, that's a real trouble. Espeon is all level 13 as well, but the Dragonite needs to evolve. He needs to level up quick. Because if you need to counter Blaziken, you need to be in your top-notch form. And if Dragonite isn't in level 13, it can cause a lot of trouble. And he's been restricted a lot of time, and yes, Akul has a good read of it. He moves up to 13, even Hugo moves up to 11, but everybody hiding in the tall grasses, waiting for that one player from either of the teams to step up and start it.
Oh man, this is not looking easy. Look at this. Blaziken wants to go for a sneaky 26, and he did it. Gets the sneaky 26, Rock Tomb goes in, but nothing valuable will be coming in throughout that angle. Now Blaziken wants to punish the Crystal. Let's see if that's a possibility. But look at Dragonite also wanting to go for a sneaky set of 100. Let's see if that is possible, because there is no Hoopa coming in from the lads of any game squad. So now the main combination will be the legit repeat. Set of 100 coming in from Godlike Esports, and that's exactly how they steal the lead in their favor. Now Rings and Bind being used, the Phantom Forest is also available. Sylveon gets the Blaziken, the all-rounder, the heavy hitting form is going to go down, but Gyarados right there to save the day. Let's see how far he goes. Oh, Dragonite gets the Rayquaza done, and now with that, I believe Godlike Esports have made sure with a near total team KO. It's just 7 minutes left.
Oh.
We could be KO very soon as well. And yeah, there you go. The team KO coming in. Zenny Game Squad loses their first game.
Godlike Esports, what a last-minute steal by Akul. That 100-score division definitely diverted the entire squad of Zenny Games, and they were kind of like in a thought process whether they would have to commit for the Rayquaza or to stop the Dragonite, but they were committed to get the Rayquaza done. But the Unite, the way they were pushed away by Crustle, then the Sylveon stepping up, compromising himself to be the bait, to be the one that everybody will be focusing on, diverting the entire fight away from the Rayquaza, did a fantabulous job in getting that position for Godlike to get the Rayquaza. That in the end moment, if that Hyper Beam was not there, Raider, the story could have been different, but look at the scores. It ain't stopping. No way.
I mean, it's pretty much done and dusted at this point. It's pretty evident that Team Godlike Esports is going to have their first game in their favor. It's not going to be uncontested run against Team Godlike Esports for Team Zenny Game, even if they manage to like beat them in a reverse sweep type of scenario at this point. But yeah, impressive play from the lads of Team Godlike Esports. From the get-go till the end, they had their control. From starting off with a set of 21 goals till the end with 708, they were able to manage out and get a difference of 507 goals between them and their opponent Zenny Game squad. Godlike Esports established their control quite a good, and the only thing that I doubted at this point was the Dragonite pick, and I'm so glad to see that that is the pick which was the MVP one.
Overall, you can see 6 KOs for the side of Akul, 8 for Disapple. I mean, this guy is like, if he starts to play, there is nobody in the lobby that can stop him. But this time, even the Blaziken was very hard to stop for the side of Godlike Esports. They had to do so much to stop Disapple from getting those KOs. But even after that, he got 56,000 damage on him, 8 KOs. That's huge numbers. But Zisol, 93,990 total damage he has done. And overall, the impact that he had throughout this entire match was immense. By that being said, Godlike will move 1-0 up in the series, putting Zenny Game in a very tough spot, because if they lose the next one, they're out of the WCS.
The winning streak has to be there for Team Godlike Esports if they really want to cash in this advantage of winning the first game and having that upper hand in this particular BO3 equation. Because if Zenny Game fights back, we have already seen what they are capable of. Like, they were able to establish a 2-0 dominance in the first matchup of the upper bracket against Team Godlike Esports. But right now, lately, as we can see, Godlike Esports have learned a lot from the previous matchup, from the previous mistakes, and we can clearly see, like, initially in the first 4 minutes, it was Team Godlike Esports which was coming up some good scores with like 32 scores. Team Godlike Esports had that initial lead in their favor, but on the hindsight, when you talk about Team Zenny Game squad, where they started to perform was basically the last 4 or last 6 minutes, should I say. Before that, they didn't have the control in the game. They were kind of on a back foot when it comes to the objective as well. There are fair share of objectives going in the favor of Team Zenny Game as well. They were able to get the Reggie steal, pretty close to getting their second Reggie. The first Reggie came my bad, but it didn't came through, to be honest, for them. In the replay, you'll get to see those moments where everything changed for Team Zenny Game squad. You can clearly see from the get-go, from the start, multiple KOs came through, be it the top lane or the bottom lane. And I would like to say at this point, Hoopa was one of the main reasons.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Hoopa has always been that X Factor Raider. We can't just deny this fact that he is that quota that nobody can just replace with any of Bill or anybody. But for now, the early game control was good. Godlike after that came in the contention. Any game were trying their level best.
Meanwhile, when it comes to like the other individuals, they were also trying to perform a lot. There was a very effective amount of fight coming in from both the individuals. Like specifically talking about the Dragonite at this point, it was absolutely immense and absolutely valuable. There were certain moments when even Blaziken tried to like overpower the Dragonite, but it just didn't came through. There were some KOs coming in, but at the end, the total team effort that was coming in from Team Godlike Esports was like just on an edge. Even Gyarados. The reason why Gyarados was getting banned from the start of this day was basically that particular Pokemon is absolutely on point when it gets few plays with a good stack. But that didn't came through from Zenny game. They had that Gyarados, but the advantage that could have came through from that Gyarados didn't even came through.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Gyarados previously in today's day as well, earlier in the day, and that time also the Gyarados was a little bit effective in the early game, but later down the line, the Gyarados was kind of, the movesets were nullified or kind of, they were getting the counters out of it. So I really still think that, you know, Gyarados is also a little bit squishy in the means like you can actually counter. If you let the Gyarados level up on the early game, if you let him have the feed which what he does, like kind of looks out for, then it's a GG game for you. But if it's not the case, if it's a different situation, like if the Gyarados is not getting the feed, it might be a little effective in the early stages, but later down the line, when your all-rounders, your defenders level up, that might be a different story. But when you talk about the story, we have got some questions coming up that we asked the players of Godlike Esports, that which team or player are you keeping your eyes on and why? So they replied, we are not keeping any eyes on teams or players right now. We are going to treat every player equally and won't be underestimating the teams in the regionals. So now this is a good mindset of a champion team, which I really admire.
Not underestimating, not giving the advantage to anybody, like that's a great strategy, to be honest. Working on every single individual, working on every single team strategy is something which matters a lot for Team Godlike Esports, and after getting that initial setback in the upper bracket, they have been phenomenal. Like 2-0s is something that they have worked on, and now they're moving in to get few more advantages in their favor. But from Zenny Games perspective, when we asked the same question, they said SATUL Esports, as they have qualified for the previous WCS India qualifiers. They are one of the strongest teams in India and are looking in a good form right now. That's exactly why Zenny Game Squad is keeping their eyes on Team SATUL Esports, and it is actually a very good, should I say, insight from their perspective, because they were able to get a very beautiful competition against them in the previous game. Like the first game was in the favor of Team Zenny Game Squad, but after that they started falling down against Team SATUL Esports. So it's pretty much justified why these lads are trying to keep an eye on Team SATUL Esports, as they are in the form. They are one of the strongest teams. They have managed to qualify in the previous season as well. When it comes to the regionals, they have dominated already. They can do it again, and they are already on the way of it, because the SATUL Esports is already there with that initial advantage, with the ticket of grand finale in this India regional qualifiers. Now what I'm looking forward to is basically how they're going to fight back next. But even before that, you have to know who is their opponent. Is it Zenny Game? Is it Godlike Esports? Because Godlike Esports currently already have got that advantage in their favor, that initial lead that you really want to have in a BO3 equation. All Godlike Esports wants to do is just basically make sure that they go one step ahead, dominate once again, probably get the advantage of Rayquaza, probably get the initial lead from the get-go, and make sure that it's a 2-0 run for them, and then a redemption storyline could be there from them and their arch nemesis Team SATUL Esports. But all of that is basically speculations. The fact is, it's a 1-0 equation and a BO3 equation. Clean sweeps are something which are pretty much factual and pretty much readily available. We have seen reverse sweeps also coming in. So hoping that Zenny Game Squad is going to pitch in this particular time in the game number 2. Let's just see what happens in the draft phase as well.
Hey, you know what? I was just before I came on the desk, I was having some discussions with the players. Those were actually not playing, or maybe I was having some conversations with the fans of Godlike Esports, SATUL, as well as the other players. They were telling throughout the internet that, you know, there is a big possibility that we might be seeing SATUL versus Godlike in the grand finals of Pokemon World Championships series. Championship Series India Qualifier. So there is the probability that which is a little bit high, but let's see what happens, because this round is going to determine whether Godlike will they be moving with a 2-0, a perfect revenge that they were seeking for the upper bracket round 1 with what happened to them by Zenny Game squad, or is it going to be a vice versa? Because this time Zenny Game, they have banned both of the key Pokemon of Godlike, which is a Dragonite and a Hoopa.
Yeah. Well, Hoopa was a menace, that's for sure. That's why the ban was pretty much justified. On the other side, even the Dragonite, the all-rounder, was absolutely phenomenal. But when it comes to Godlike Esports, they have decided to go with the Defender and Speedster ban coming in. The Leafeon and Slowbro has been banned. Now the question arises, what 50 is going to go for a pick? The first pick is obviously in the favor of Team Zenny Game squad, and probably a Gyarados, but it's a little bit early to say because the lock-in is yet to come. Well, finally the lock-in is here, and Disapple is going to take the Gyarados in his favor. The previous game was not that advantageous for Team Zenny Game squad with the same composition. Akul, he has taken the particular Blaziken in his favor. On the hindsight, Ruben decides to go with the Sylveon. Of course, in the final preparation, things might change. The individual trainer might change, but yeah, they have logged in 2 very beneficial Pokemon of the run.
Keeping the same kind of pace, but Umbreon back in the comp, followed by Sadao on that Mew. This can be challenging. The mean look to trap the enemies, and then getting the Solar Beam, or maybe Gyarados stepping over the waterfall, maybe bounce. It's going to be definitely tough. Vulcan switches to the Eldegoss, while Melon will be still there on that Crustle. On the counter, we can see Swifty backing on the Comfy. Now this is really interesting. And Fura on Zoroark. Fura on Zoroark is as dominating as what you can never imagine in your thoughts. And also the Comfy sticking with him is going to be an alarming situation for the players of Godlike Esports. Okay. But on a counter as a soul, what is he gonna pick? He goes for a Mimikyu. Now this is something I'm looking forward to.
I think in the final preparation, things might change. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to chime in. Disapple is going to go for the Zorak. So we have seen Disapple being very phenomenal with it. And even if I try to recall the first game between SATL Esports and Zenny Game in the upper bracket finale, that's exactly what happened. Disapple on this beautiful Zorak, the Speedster, was very efficient. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case again. Although at that point it was Disapple playing on the Zorak and also Sadao playing on the Leafeon. This time they just have one Speedster to play along with, and according to that they have to pretty much figure out what they are going to do up next. Meanwhile, when it comes to the supporter combination, Comfy, pretty interesting. I would love to see which particular Pokemon is going to stack up with. It could be a Gyarados stack coming up with a Comfy, and along with that, when it comes to Zisol, he has been phenomenal with the Hyper Voice. The trolls are going to hurt a lot, and I'm looking forward to see what kind of equation Team Godlike Esports is going to develop against Team Zenny Games, so that they get their advantage, so that they get their chance to represent India by beating SATL Esports if that happens.
Oh, the Zoroark and Comfy, they're going to stick together and they're going to annoy and exploit a lot of situations, but all that awaits, all the answers to our questions will be summed up in this round itself. Round number 2 of the PO3 series starts. Like they have the lead. Will they be able to close the series here and now, or Zenny Game squad will be coming up to go up with an equalize and push the series to a decider?
After seeing that, what happens? Well, it does look like that. Zenny Game squad wants to start off early at this point, but the stack on the top lane is working for Team Godlike Esports, as we get to see first few goals coming in from Team Zenny Game squad, but the revert is also there from Team Godlike, as Mimikyu gets a set of 8. Pretty impressive. Lately, the combination is working on the top lane with Comfy along with Gyarados. Both the individuals are stacking up, trying to get the advantage. Eldegoss is right there. Kumuskan is also going to move in as fast as possible. The level advantage has to be there from Team Godlike Esports if they really want to win. And same goes for Zenny Game squad. Whichever team who's willing to dominate, whichever team who's willing to move in and eventually get the redemption storyline in their favor, they have to get the best out of their Pokemons, and specifically that will happen once the level advantage is there. The Prisberry is being corrected, Sadao with a Mew can be phenomenal. Stack on the bottom lane is going to be the case. This Apple with the Comfy combination can be phenomenal, as we were trying to predict earlier. Russell and with that Sylveon goes in for the Citrus Berry, but nothing valuable will be coming in as Zorak swoops in and takes down the individual. 14-9 is what Team Godlike Esports is going to get. On the top lane, there is another contestant going in the bottom lane, of course, we have Mew, Zorak, Comfy, Umbreon, all 4 individuals fighting against the Crustle. Top lane goes in, trying to distract. But still, Zorak is going to do the value, get the value on the top lane.
This is going good for Zenny Game. I mean, they're getting the stacks what they want on Swifty, even Zoroark invading the jungles of Godlike Esports, taking all the buffs away. This is bad. This is really bad for Godlike Esports. If they don't level up quickly, specifically that Blaziken, you can see the Zoroark is already leveled up to 7. This is something that they need to take care about, but Sylveon needs to push them away. But the stacks are not just getting all carried away. Mimikyu goes down. This is what I was talking about. Disable on Zoroark. This man can just dominate the hell out of you.
Hard to see that, but the focus gets shifted to the bottom lane goal zone. And as we can see, there were some dumps of like 6 or 7 goals, but that's just not enough. There's a KO on Zorak. Oh, this is an upset which nobody really wants to deal with from Team Zenny Game's perspective. Now Zorak and Comfy, both of them for KOs. An open opportunity for the lads of Team Godlike Esports to get some good goals in the bottom lane. Is it sufficient? Is it efficient? I think it is. But they're trying to corner out, or Team Blues will be getting contested. Now the level advantage or level disadvantage that Team Godlike Esports had is completely turned in their favor as they have good lead. But on the top lane, Gyarados wanted to be sneaky, destroyed the top lane, first goal zone. Now the focus is shifted to the Regiais. As soon as the Regiais gets spawned, they're going to take it away. Possibly, indeed, it was Blaziken who gets the advantage on the top lane. Meanwhile, we have a focus being shifted towards the Regiai. Can they get it done as well?
Yeah, there will be some overdunks as well, but as we see, Blaziken, Sylveon, he has got 30 more scores that they will be looking forward to just make it possible. But yeah, the Hyper Voice is gonna get some little real threats towards them, but the Umbreon still waiting patiently for the right moment. The future side hit makes a big hit, but Blaziken needs to make a fallback. He hasn't got any covers, but these stuns are gonna make a big effect on him. The future side is just making the connection. He needs a Citrus Berry. He will get it. Blaziken survives. He survives big time, but the Umbreon might be compromised, but the Snarl coming in, he survives the overheat. But Zoroark, on the other hand, gets the counter on Sylveon. He will be looking forward to survive, but the Mimikyu, I don't think he's gonna make that possible. Yes, he's going with some attacks, but eventually Zoroark will be put to rest by Blaziken.
Pompey evades. Zorak has been taken down, but of course, even before going down, Mimikyu was taken on. See, remember, like Mimikyu, if it is there at the etiquette level, at level 12, level 13, 14, it can be a menace. But initially at level 9, I don't think so that value is going to be there. Meanwhile, Blaziken is already there with the orange and purple buff. But a phenomenal play is what I'm expecting from Team Godlike Esports. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane as well, the Umbreon wanted to go for a sneaky set of goals, and that's exactly what he was able to get. Zorak is trying to rotate back, move forward in the mid lane, and contest the individual. Let's see what happens. Eldigos gets the Umbreon down. Advantages are still faltering in. Mew, Zorak, Pompey, everybody is there containing the top lane in their favor. And they're just dumping down, even if there is a single goal, they're just doing it, getting that advantage. But the KO streak for Mimikyu is not going to stop as he puts on both Zorak and Pompey.
Hey, now this is bad, kind of for Zenny Game, because you know the Umbreon is on level 8. He has been taken down a lot of number of times with Blaziken. Oh my god, he didn't survive that. Mew gets him taken down. Now this is really contesting. Mimikyu makes a fallback. He's on level 10, but for now this is a situation that they need to handle. Mew gets a double KO streak for himself. The Regieleki will be wide open for Zenny Game to melt it down. There is no contention for it. As Godlike Esports, they have the focus set on the Registeel. There is Eldegoss, there is Sylveon who is trying to melt down, but the Mew, he's there in the charge. Blaziken needs to just pop in right moment, otherwise that one big hit can cause a lot of trouble. Mew secures and steals it away. Both the objective fell in the hands of Zenny Game. Now this is going to be somewhat of a big contention that Zenny Game were looking forward to. It might be the equalizing match, what they might just back up for themselves, while Gyarados also finds a double KO streak on the top lane.
Zorak on the other corner gets third KO for the team, and it was the Sylveon. Now this is not at all looking easy for Team Godlike Esports. Yes, initially they kind of had their control in their favor, but lately, as we can see, the level disadvantage is quite evident. Mew, if it gets KO'd, that would be absolutely amazing for the team, but Godlike Esports is still lacking behind. When it comes to the level advantage as well, we can clearly see Zorak at level 13, Gyarados at level 12, there is Trussell still stuck at level 9. So not a very good approach for Team Godlike Esports, but remember guys, we still have 1.5 minutes even before the Rayquaza, the final stretch time period comes in. So there is a should I say, sense of comeback coming in from Team Godlike Esports, and I would love to see if that is going to be the case, if Godlike Esports is going to fight back, retaliate and put themselves forth as a reverse sweep type of team coming in against Team Zenny Game, reverting the favor of Zenny Game squads from the upper bracket to the lower bracket. Oh my god, this is not looking easy. Look at this once again. Top room being utilized, Durak Pompey combination still being phenomenal. Eldigos, if he goes down, that would not be good.
They did everything to just make that Crustle survive. Godlike has been pushed back. I mean, in a very, very drastic way. If you see the Gyarados and Zoroark both on level 13, even the Umbreon has evolved big time. But oh, this is bad. This is going to be worse than you can ever expect. The Eldigos is down, basically is fighting for survival. Anything is good, but he needs to survive. He won't get the chance. Zoroark is there. Even Crustle deals a hefty amount of damage. Dizapple is on level 14. This Zoroark is just a pure menace to the side of Godlike Esports. Even this Regieleki will be pushed to the home base gold zone of Godlike Esports.
It's pretty tough at this point for Godlike Esports to fight back. All they have to do is basically right now farm all those unites, be ready with them, and wait for the right moment when the strike would be absolutely amazing. Ruben wants to fall back. The Mimikyu is just fleeing away from the scenario. Won't be able to like sufficiently push back the Regieleki. Of course, the goal zone is going to get opened up. And if there are going to be some goals, that could be some amazing stuff to do with. But Mew gets taken down. Oh my god, Unite's being dumped. Durak gets taken down. So is the Comfy, I believe. Yes, indeed, that's the case. And now it's all about the Gyarados and the Umbreon. Both of them can tank some serious amount of damage, but now the focus has been shifted towards the Rayquaza. They want to melt it away. They can possibly do it, but there might be a steal coming in from the Gyarados as well, or the Umbreon. Let's see who's going to take this advantage away. Is it going to be Gyarados? Indeed it is! They get the advantage, but there is just the Umbreon which is left at this point because Gyarados has been taken down. So even when the shield advantage is there, it's not really there in the favor of that particular team. Mew, Comfy, what would they do?
100 score is needed. It's not that easy. Zoroark finds one. He might just get the double. Blaziken is barely not surviving the over. It won't do any damage. Akul goes down. Zoroark did the job in a fantastic way. Zenny Game, they equalize the series. I don't think there is any chance Godlike can come back from this situation regarding the goal zones. But I don't know whether they know about it or not. But yeah, they don't have the scores. The shield is making that X factor. The Gyarados needed to be shuttered off if they wanted to get the secure done. I really thought they might have got the last hit, but it's not the situation. You can't stop the score. This game is done. Zenny Game equalizes. Godlike Esports, they will be pushed back for a decider. What a game!
Zenny Game is still not stopping. I mean, they are still hunting for some good scores. I mean, they had to. Otherwise, Team Godlike Esports is going to fight back, but there is not much time left to fight back really at this point. Kessel manages to take down the Gyarados down. This time Zenny Game was prepared, and I would like to say once again, it was the Zoroark Comfy combination that really worked out for the team of Zenny Game squad. Otherwise, Team Godlike Esports was really on the toes.
Man, that was really close, but Zenny Game keeping the hopes alive for themselves and the chances of them qualifying to the grand finals and competing for that one spot to be Team India in the world stage. But this game, Godlike Esports, I won't say that they had everything under their control. They were facing a lot of problems from Dizapple, having 9 KOs on him. Man, that guy went all berserk. Even Ruben could not make a counter out of it unless there was somebody to help him get the KOs on Dizapple or something somewhat like that. But Dizapple he went all bonkers.
I think I would have to say at this point that the only reason why Ruben was not that effective was basically because of the level difference that he had. Every now and then Ruben was trying to level up. It was basically Dizapple and the Sora combination, the Comfy and Sora combination, which was pushing in down in the mid lanes and contesting them and taking them down. So Ruben could have been phenomenal. We have seen how effective a Mimikyu could be when it has the level advantage, how chaotic it can be, how noisy it can be all through the map. But that didn't come through, all thanks to the level disadvantage that Ruben had. So yeah, Godlike Esports, the only advantage that they had against their arch nemesis Zenny Game squad has been snatched away from their corner. Now Zenny Game squad wants to go over the reverse sweep, exactly what they got against their own opponent, SATL Esports in the upper bracket finale. Now I'm looking forward to see if that is something which Zenny Game squad is going to do in the lower bracket finals, or Team Godlike Esports is just going to fight back once again.
The next matchup, my god, Raider. My heart is just skipping a bit, I would say. At this moment, this is such a big stage. Godlike Esports, I would still say that they were so close for securing this match because they almost got 3 KOs if I'm not wrong. The Zorak was out, the Mew was out, the Comfy was out. What left was Umbreon and the Gyarados. But they did not pay the attention to Gyarados because they were more concerned that, we won't let him steal it away. We will have this under their control, but little did they expect that the bounce would be coming in at the right time. So that was something that they never expected. Gyarados played a big time game to keep his team still alive in the competition.
Well, indeed, Gyarados with that beautiful moveset, the kind of seal that was there was something amazing. Because to be honest, it was looking like a Godlike Esports' game. They were having the total control. There were like 3 Pokemons already getting KO'd. Near about total 15 KO was coming in from the lads of Team Godlike Esports on Zenny Game Squad. But as you rightly said, one small move, one small change took everything apart for Team Godlike Esports. That arises the question in my mind that is it Team Godlike Esports once again going to fight back in the same fashion as they did in the previous matchup? If they do that and make sure that the small mistake is not going to get repeated, they might be the winner of the particular next game, the decider one to be precise. And in the replay you will get to see those crucial moments where everything changed, be it the top lane stack or the mid lane. Look at the surprise that was there in the top lane, like 4 Pokemons were hiding in the bushes and then Blaziken, and along with that, even if I'm not wrong, the Mimikyu got surprised instantaneously, and initially it was a total KO from that particular perspective. But look at this moment when Gyarados popped in and initially got the advantage for the team.
The only thing that I really believe, if again Zappel gets a chance to play on the Zoroark or something like that, it is going to be very evident that you need to stop that guy. The Zappel needs to be stopped on the early game if you want to win. If that guy goes rolling in, you just have to sit back and enjoy the game. That's it. You're done.
No other chances is what you are going to get if this Apple reigns on top. This Apple along with the combination of that Comfy was absolutely amazing. Now we already know what this Apple is capable of, and he has a speed and specifically when he has got a Zorak, he is going to be phenomenal. He's going to be a menace. Along with that, an asset coming in as the Comfy combination was something which was absolutely amazing. The stack really worked out. Every now and then when the lads of Team Godlike Esports was trying to evolve, was trying to level up, it was Team Zorak, it was Team Zenny Game Squad, Zorak and the Comfy combination which was making a full stop onto that particular node. So it was brilliant. Like they were not just leveling up themselves, but also making sure that the opponent is not going to level up by taking them down, by getting all those multiple KOs that were there by Team Zenny Game Squad. So it was a phenomenal play, but it all trickles down to one last game. One last stretch of 10 minutes. The draft phase, the pick phase, the ban phase is going to be there for sure, but the last 10 minutes of this lower bracket finale is going to tell us which particular team is going to say adios to us and which particular team is going to move forward in the grand finale to take the ticket from Team SATUL Esports.
SATUL, they're already sitting and waiting and watching the matches live, like what all the audience, those who have joined with us in different channels are, as they will be looking forward. This is a tough competition. Zenny game, they have put up a great show against SATUL as well in the upper bracket finals. It was a 2-1 scoreline as well there, but now when it comes down to Godlike, it's again a 1-1. It will be turning out to be a 2-1 as well, but is it going to be Godlike for 2-1 or is it going to be Zenny game on 2-1? That's a question mark, because I really believe the way they have stepped up the game, being a new team which has formed very recently, not a long time back. So a team like this, if it can perform to this level, to put a lot more pressure on the top tier teams who have been playing together for a longer period of time. I really believe, or I really wish that this team sticks together for a longer period of time, so that in the upcoming tournaments or maybe in this WCS as well, we might be seeing the better versions of themselves. Because in this short period of time, if this team has evolved and worked on their synergy so nicely that they are almost close to reaching the grand finals, there's nothing more beautiful than that.
And when we asked Team Godlike Esports in the Q&A that what keeps them motivated, the answer was basically the team's trust and collective mindset serving as the motivation for them, driving each player to give their best in their respective roles, be it the attacking role, the supporter role, the defender role. Thus, grinding continuously for their goals was very, very important for them, and it keeps them motivated. Now, that's what Team Godlike Esports wants to tell us, and of course, it's pretty much evident in their game style and their play style as well.
Yeah. They've done a fantabulous job as Godlike. as what they have said. But on the other side, Zenigame squad was asked who would you say are your biggest competitors for this tournament. They had said clearly it's Godlike and SATUL. They have faced a defeat against SATUL, so they all will be looking forward to get a revenge against them in the grand finals. But will they be able to? That's a question mark, because again, Godlike Esports, there is still one more match against their arch rivals. What they have only talked about SATUL, they have defeated them. Against them, they lost it. They are the best teams again. But even Godlike, they have been the recent best team in Indian circuit. They have won the India Open. They won the Asia Champions League. Now this is the time whether it can be the third title for them as well or not. Because as far as I remember, Raider, there hasn't been a single team who has won 3 different major titles individually. And at this point, Godlike can make that history possible.
True.
But as we speak, the decider draft is in front of us.
Well, the stakes are too high at this point, and Godlike Esports decides to go with the ban of Leafeon initially, and then the Hoopa ban will be coming in from Disapple. So they just want to stop the whole AFS space hole and the rings unbound activity in the whole map because of the shifts that Hoopa can bring into the picture as in support. It could be absolutely valuable. Meanwhile, the other ban is going to be this time for a Sylveon. Godlike Esports, interesting choice, and Zenigame decides to ban out the Dragonite as well because we have already seen what capabilities are withheld by the players of Team Godlike Esports when they go for a Dragonite.
Yeah. Akul on Dragonite is a pure nightmare for any other team. But Zisol decides this time the Mew is for me. I'm going to use this very, very precisely so that this time the secures in our favor. But if you talk about Zenigame, Swifty might be just going with some kind of different picks. What is he up to? We'll see to it, because if my assumptions are never that kind of clear at this moment. But Fura picks up the Blaziken, Disapple picks up the Umbreon just to keep that one defender up who can trap the enemies, have the wish to heal himself up and kind of nullify all the attacks coming up from the side of Godlike Esports. But this time, Godlike chose a little bit of violence because this Gyarados spoiled their previous game. This time, they have picked it in their composition.
There you go. They are going to answer back with the same composition probably as what Team Zenigame did against them in the previous matchup. But I have to say, from Team Zenigame's perspective, even if they go with just one Umbreon, I mean no supporters from their perspective, go all in with the attacking formation, all the all-rounders coming in, or they can actually go with a Speedster along with another set of all-rounder coming to the picture, it can be valuable for them. As you rightly said, Nicholas, Wish combination can be working out very valuably for the team. It can heal the teammates and also moving forward to get that advantage. It can tank a lot of damage as well. So the Umbreon combination could be absolutely amazing for them. Meanwhile, Godlike Esports, they have chosen their 5 Pokemons. It is the Mew, Bristle, Gyarados as an all-rounder, a supporter as an Eldegoss coming in, and Akul decides to go with the Asian. Of course, in the final preparation phase, there might be some changes, but Greninja, very interesting now.
This is going to be annoying. I don't like a Grey Ninja. I mean, yes, when I play it, it's fine. I like to play it. But when it's in the opponent, you are never gonna like that one Pokemon to be. And Sadao takes up the responsibility of playing the Grey Ninja. Definitely the Water Shuriken and double team is gonna annoy a lot. If you cannot just stop this Grey Ninja, it's gonna be very tough. But Akul playing on the Glaceon definitely will be looking forward to just lock the targets on that on the Grey Ninja to stop it or slow down its evolving process. But Disapple once again on the Zoroark is a big problem for Godlike Esports, because if that guy again gets going, it's gonna be tough for Godlike to even stop them, because they don't have that many stunning Pokemons. I mean, Crustle is there, but for how long, I'm a little concerned about it.
Crystal had been effective in a lot of matches, to be honest, and I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case again, because that's been the choice of Team Godlike Esports. Now the main question arises, what Godlike Esports is going to do in order to counter the whole aggressive formation coming in from the likes of Team Zenigame squad. Now with that, the decider, final stretch of 10 minutes are going to get started. Of course, it's not that final stretch of time, last 2 minutes when the Rayquaza gets spawned. It's basically that particular stretch of 10 minutes where we might get the result. I mean, we are for sure going to get the result that which particular team is going to win. But how we are going to get it is basically going to be a very interesting journey for us. It can be a close call. It can be a one-sided domination. Let's see what happens.
Greninja was playing on a stack build. He had an attack weight. We'll be looking forward to complete his stacks as early as possible. Even the Magikarp came in for the stacks to get completed. He's got the Eldegoss to support him. The Torchic will be helpless, but for now, the Umbreon, again, using Tears to just melt down some HP. But Magikarp, he looks a little bit aggressive, and the Eldegoss completely supporting him. But Magikarp, will he be able to get the KO? He has a good chance of it, but surely and steadily Magikarp finds that 1 KO on the EV as Umbreon on the early phase gets taken down. Zapple completely leveled up, turned into a full-fledged Zoroark. Will be looking forward and will be going for a hunt to get some beautiful KOs in his name.
I mean, that's the most important stuff at this point, getting those KOs and evolving as fast as possible, being the speeds where you can really do it. And that's exactly what the lads of Team Game Squad are willing to do, because they know the stakes are quite high at this point. But the Glaceon locking its target with Icicle Spears can be phenomenal, but Sora won't be able to survive this moment, and he goes down. With that, another set of 18 goals will be getting dumped by Godlike Esports, equalizing the whole stand between them and Zenny Game Squad. They get a KO, they get some good goals. Now there is a difference of 9 good goals coming in. It's not enough, but then again it's one way to showcase that they are still fighting and not going to slow down anytime soon.
Torchic also comes up with some good early scores. Dugan still looking forward to complete his early stacks. It probably will be his 3rd or 4th stack for sure, but Citrus Berry being collected, Zapple will be looking forward to make a fallback. But oh, this is bad. He would have got stunned a little, but oh my god, the damage is way too high. Zapple will be going for a reset as the slow bro is there to take care of him. But the Cumbuskin, again, completing his stacks. 5-2 goals that he's dumping on the Zone A. Again, the Glaceon will get another KO, and I am really surprised the Umbreon hasn't even evolved to level 4. So this is very much concerning.
True. The level evolution is something that they're lacking on, but the KO streaks are not stopped. And look at that Glaceon getting 3 multiple KOs coming in. So now is also getting affected by it. Definitely goes for the Citrus Berry, and he's back in the scene with Cumbuskin coming in. Pura. So now what they're going to do is something that I'm looking forward to. But there comes the stun, and Greninja almost about to get KO'd, but he ejects. Was able to fall back. Durak on the other corner is also putting up a lot of pressure, but look at the bottom lane. There's a different type of condition going on over there. Instead, a few amazing goals have been done by the Umbreon over there. But in the top lane, it does feel like that the total control will be there for Team Godlike Esports, as the Glaceon is still unstoppable. He gets a 3 KO streak again, and a set of 37 goals as well.
It seems like Akul is angry. He's annoyed by what happened in the previous match, and those Icicle Spears doing hefty amount of damage will be pushed towards the Zone B of the top lane. But eventually, when you talk about Zoroark, I mean, the question Gyarados will be prepared. The Icicle Spear is being locked up. There is no way the Zapple is going to make that exit. There is no Comfrey to heal himself. And now the scores are going to get dunked. For sure, the 30 is coming up from the side of Glaceon, putting him close to being in the level 11, while the Mew... Hey, I thought he's gonna secure it, but Crustle says, no, it's my job, I'm gonna do it. And still, the Zone A is in the contention for the side of Zenny game, as they will be looking forward to make some scores possible.
Yeah, the goal zone is actually getting obliterated at this point. The top lane goal zone was readily available, but the first particular goal zone was already destroyed. Now the second one is something that they can look after, but in the bottom lane, again, have to see what kind of value Gyarados is going to bring to the picture. Have to fall back, as there is a complete stack going on in the bottom lane. But yeah, Solar Beam being missed. So now, Misapple, Sora, everybody was waiting in the grasses, and now the auto properties contestant was over. Finally a KO coming in, and CLD also gets Zen Game Squad's Zoroark down. Umbreon goes on by Icicle is coming in. Mew takes on Greninja. A complete nullification of the lads of Team Godlike for the teams of Team Zenny Game Squad. And now in the bottom lane, the destruction of this goal zone is going to be evident. It's going to happen.
Oh, I really thought they were going to go for the overdunk, but they left that Zone A. Okay, so they will be looking forward to get it done in the later stages for sure. They've got what the scores they wanted, but the level difference that they are creating, Godlike Esports, it's huge. Level 12 Glaceon, level 10 Mew, level 11 Gyarados. It's some hefty amount of damage that they're going to give, but oh, this is troubling as they have been dealing a lot of damage. Eldegoss finds another KO on Umbreon. Thanks to the big Solar Beam coming up from the side of Mew, and Gyarados also gets a double for himself.
They are not willing to stop anymore. 4 minutes and 45 seconds more to go. As soon as the alternate swap blues are there, look at them. wreaking havoc on it and getting all these advantages. Now the focus has been shifted to the Jeliki. Want to melt it away right now that they have their 6 ally, and yeah, they indeed get it. Now Ruben has been spotted.
Oh, they
And he's
survived.
getting pressurized a lot. Ruben survived, but how far he's gonna go is something that I'm looking at. Because the total stack is there on the top lane. Everybody is shifting their focus on it. Oh, Zenithan squad finally gets a good KO on Gyarados. Not just that, Glaceon reverses back. And from a range, from a long range to be precise, from an actual range that Glaceon gets, and locking on to with the Icicle Spears. He's gonna bring in the right value, and that's exactly what is happening. Look at him going ham onto the Slowbro. And Spout comes in. Is it enough? Is it beneficial? Well, not at all. You have the Glaceon right away, readily available with the lock on.
You know what? They're literally feeding the Pokemon of godlike esports. There is no way
Exactly.
Russell. He's just using the Exorcist. This is barely surviving. The Blaziken was there to just save him from that kind of hindrance. But for sure, it's gonna be a tough job. Gyarados goes to Zone A in the bottom lane. The Electro Ball might be causing a lot of hefty damage, but yes, no overextension from the side of godlike esports. They know how crucial it is. They know they have the level difference. They know they have got the buffs. Even Zorak has leveled up to level 12. So now this is something which might be concerning, but that level 14 Glaceon is what giving the hefty amount of damage. The Crustle tanking as much as possible. Umbreon will be trapped. There is no way he can escape from that situation, and instantly finds a KO by Gyarados.
Oh, so many KOs coming in. God, like esports is just going ham every now and then. Whenever lots of teams in the game squad are trying to make an approach, they're just getting KO'd. Look at Blaziken waiting in the grasses or shrubs for the right moment to spot on, but Mew gets his Zorak down. Now I want to see if Glaceon is going to take the Blaziken down or somewhere else. We are going to see the competition going in. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. That means not a lot of time period is left. And Blaziken, he's back to the base. Goal zone. Now Milan on the other corner in the mid lane is also there. Readily available. Sora has been spotted. There goes the Rock Tomb. Nothing valuable will be coming in through it. But with the purple buff, Mew is already waiting on the top lane. The Spout goes in. Solar Beam going in and definitely going to pressurize a lot when it comes to Swifty. Milan gets the HP back.
24 seconds on the clock. The Glaceon went up to get the Regieleki done. Eldegoss keeping the tall grasses in a check. Ninja in the bottom. Gyarados was waiting. But will they be able to get their 1 KO? The Solar Beam misses in the right time. But no, the Regieleki even won't be melted by Glaceon. He's gonna guard that Zone A for sure. The Blaziken still hiding the tall grasses. The Rayquaza has appeared. The Zoroark went for a sneaky score, but for sure, Akul has a good read about it. The Rayquaza is in a very big need for Zenigame. And Godlike knows it, that they don't require the Rayquaza to win this match, they just have to defend it.
True. They don't have the Hyper Source this time as Uber was banned. So the main focus would be basically approaching on every particular goal zone. Mew gets the Greninja out. Now this is not looking good. A very important KO coming in. It will take like somewhere around 10 more seconds before the Greninja gets respawned. But this is a very interesting amount of time period, either to like basically safeguard the Rayquaza or basically to safeguard their own goal zone. They don't really have to melt the Rayquaza because they do know that the seal could come. From the other corner, the Spouts are there. We will get to see Zorak also coming up as the sealer. Ranger could be coming in as the right value. Blaziken with the fire can be valuable. So they are just basically avoiding the time and making sure that they are the one who is going to get the advantage. But look at this, a complete stack onto the top lane. Zorak wants to push in first so that he pushes in and gets the value, and then finally every single individual is going to push in. Probably a KO will be coming in and there is no stopping to the squishy Pokemon being KO'd. Not just that, even the Eldegoss has been KO'd. But this is not looking good.
This is bad for Godlike. This is very bad for Godlike. The Crustle is down. Zenigame playing the big brains. At this moment, the Unite is still not committed, but the Rayquaza is being melted. Ruben knows this. Unite can win the game, but no, it's not. Zenigame secures the Rayquaza. This is the change in ties that nobody expected. A complete team KO for Godlike, and it seems like dreams are going to get crushed. Zenigame writing a different story, and it seems the game is done and dusted. Zenigame will be advancing to the WCS 2024 India Qualifiers Grand Finals to face off against SATUL Esports once again as Godlike takes a big exit from this WCS itself.
The prayers of all the fans have been cherished, has been welcomed as we get to see Team Godlike Esports sitting back. Meanwhile, Zenigame squad moving in forward as the champs of this beautiful lower bracket finale. Moving in definitely was a difficult task for the lads of Zenny Game, but the reverse sweep that was there was absolutely amazing. Have to say this, one way to fight back. Zorak comes in with a steal, and after that all the individuals were KO'd. There was nothing that Team Godlike Esports could have really done. Like, it was like with 25 seconds if I'm not wrong.
They just could not read the tactics, they could not read the plan of Zenny Game. They had the observation for a longer period of time that they, you know what, that one Pokemon, that one Mew was guarding the top zone A. So there's only one player who is guarding just to prevent the scores being done, and he's the only one to get the secures done. Because yeah, there's the Unite of Gyarados, but still that one Solar Beam is doing hefty amount of damage. So if we get the long range attackers out, it would be a piece of cake for us. And everybody charged in one after another, finding 3 big KOs. Crustle, then the first Mew, then Crustle, then the Eldegoss, the healer was out, the secure, the one who can get and give some hefty amount of damage was out, the defender who can tank the damage was out, and yes, that's how they secured the game. What a big brain play from Zenny Game, have to give all the credits to them.
Definitely, man, definitely. This was something which was quite unexpected. The way they decided to completely stack up onto the top lane, and eventually once they had that advantage, once they caught some crucial KOs, initially it was, if I'm not wrong, the Mew, and then it was followed up by the Eldegoss, and lately it was another KO coming in. And that's exactly how they were able to take the complete control of that particular equation. They knew that Team Godlike Esports was basically trying to safeguard their own goal zone. That's why they were pretty much bifurcated. 2 of them were there in the mid lanes, 2 of them were there in the bottom lane, 1 was there on the top lane. But then everything changed. Zorak showing his face initially, and after that Slowbro following up with the spout. Everything changed from their corner. What a strategic win from Team Zenny Game squad, and I feel now Team SATL Esports has to worry, because this kind of strategy can be reversed onto them as well.
Oh man, for sure. I'm just gonna say this is like, they had tried really well, and Akul, I really feel bad for that guy. He got 12 KOs. The way the Glaceon played, I was like, oh my god, this is something that can cause some pure damage. And this time, this apple was restricted so badly. This apple was restricted. The Blaziken was not allowed to function that freely. He got taken down so many times by Gyarados, by Glaceon, by Mew. But even after that, that final stretch, that final move just changed the tides.
They tried their level best, I have to say that. Everything came through from Team Godlike Esports' perspective, like they had their initial control, and there was a good sufficient lead, to be honest. It was like somewhere 270 goals coming in from Team Godlike Esports. What they basically had to do is just basically abide to the fact that they have a good lead, and they were trying to do it. Like, they had the lead, they knew that all they have to do is just basically hold on to their goal zones. Nobody is going to push onto that. I have to say, man, there was not a lot that could have been done by Team Godlike Esports, given that the strategy was just so amazing from the lads of Zenny Game squad.
Yeah, I mean, when you look back to the basic stats of what I can just say that Godlike did nothing wrong in this entire match.
Exactly.
The only thing that happened was they did not have a great read about what actually Zenny Game were up to. They never focused on just, get the scores done. They were focused on isolating players one by one. Even the Gyarados tried to go for a kind of situation where he can might just get the secure with the Unite, but again, man, it's not the luck what favors him.
I mean, what a play. As you rightly said, Gyarados and also one of the Pokemon was right there available so that they could have actually gone for the steal, but that didn't came through. Even the Unites were not that fruitful. So at the end, yes, we have got our grand finalists, guys. It is going to be Team Zenny Game squad, which is going to fight back against Team SATL Esports. But the fact is, remember the reset? Well, I have to once again tell you guys that SATL Esports is there with an advantage. All they do have to do is basically win 2 games. If they win 2 games, they are the winners in a BO3 equation, which is going to come up very soon. And other than that, when it comes to Team Zenny Game squad, even if they are able to win the first BO3, I'm saying first because there will be a reset because the fact is Zenny Game squad is there from the lower bracket. If they are able to win the first BO3, they have to go in for another set of BO3, where if they are able to win it again, then the advantage will be there for them, and then they will be crowned as the champions of Indian subcontinent and as the team which is going to represent the Indian nation. But for that to happen, there are going to be a lot of hardships. There are going to be a lot of strategies to be built by Zenny Game squad. Then only they will be able to beat SATL Esports. But what SATL Esports have to do is just basically make sure that reign of terror is going to be there from their side, make sure that the lead is going to be there, and they just want to win, I believe.
For sure, I mean, this is again the contention for winning to become Team India in the global stage. SATL have done it in the previous season. It's another time that SATL just fly down to Honolulu, Hawaii to play the World Championship Series against the best of the best teams around the globe. But once again, we'll have a look on the brackets. Zenny Game, again, a new team with a lot of old veterans coming into the question. Had a great run throughout, but that one X factor remained the same. Zenny Game obliterating Godlike Esports in the round 1 with a 2-0. This time the situation was close enough, but again, this team have to give credits to all the players those who are playing for Zenny Game. I don't know what the results will be in the grand finals, but for sure the entire run that Zenny Game had so far is tremendously well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there were certain setbacks for them as well. Zenny Game's squad in the upper bracket finale faltered down. It was a reverse sweep coming in from Team SATL Esports, but that's exactly what they did. Now it's a redemption storyline. The only reason why Team Zenny Game's squad was there in the lower bracket was due to Team SATL Esports' comeback in the last 2 games that they had in the PO3. Now that's exactly what they're going to fight for. But remember guys, the reset is something which is very, very important to take in count. If Zenny Game even manages to win the first game, they have to manage to win another PO3. That's where things can be tricky. SATL Esports has a lot of room, should I say, at this moment to fight back, to read, to figure out what is going wrong, because SATL Esports were pretty much there on the top and they have a very good uncontested run going in. Only setback that they had was basically in the upper panel, but other than that, if you can see, there was a clean run coming in from SATL Esports. Now what SATL Esports' objective is going to be basically to bag out the next particular game as well, and all they have to do is just basically do a 2-0. It won't be easy to come up with a 2-0 because we have already seen what Zenny Game's squad is capable of, how on-the-go strategies can be built from these individuals. So I'm waiting for a fierce competition.
Yeah, I'm still anticipating for a 2-1. I mean, if you ask me which team's favor, I don't know what to say. After seeing, I'm also not going to say anything else. But if you ask me, yeah, it's a 2-1. Anticipating for the first BO3 series. Whether it's going to go for a second one, let's see. Let's just see, because SATL, they had a great run in the upper brackets. They haven't lost any match. Yes, they might have pushed it to a 2-1. They got pushed up by Zenny Game itself in the upper bracket final. So again, for Zenny Game, it's going to be a revenge matchup, a kind of situation that they would be looking forward, that you have pushed us down for the lower brackets, but we're going to take the revenge in the grand finals. But before we hop onto the grand finals, we are going to take a very short break. Onto the other side, it's SATL versus Zenny Game, the grand finals of WCS 2024 India Qualifiers.
big upset for the Indian Unite circuit. The World Championship Indian qualifiers have come down to SATUL Esports and Zenny Game Squad. None of us anticipated this. I'm pretty sure all of them and every viewer was looking forward to a godlike versus SATUL. A big brain play or a play which they kind of put all their EOS energy into. That was the upper path move, right? I never thought it would work. I thought that will fail. They would get only one KO. Immediately the Rayquaza will be drained and they will secure godlike is what I thought. They didn't. They let Zenny Game move. And now Zenny Game, they have an opportunity here, Necros. Welcome everybody to the one last game or maybe a reset. If Zenny Game do the same thing, SATL will not have it. My name is Lucifer and I want to know, Necros, what are your thoughts of this grand finals?
Oh man, I really wanted to know what was the call out. I really wish I could just listen to the comms what that was going between the teammates of Godlike Esports and Zenny Game as well. But as you mentioned, they could have melted down the Rayquaza. They could have the things could have been different. But Godlike, I really thought their intentions was clear that they don't want to melt it. Rather, they want to defend it. And from the very start of the day, we have seen Godlike, rather than melting or going for that Rayquaza fight, they were opting for to defend it whenever they feel like they have a good lead. And again, this is a kind of situation which kind of anticipated and made it in the very same flow. They thought they can defend it, but they never expected both their healer as well as the defender going taken down. And that made the biggest impact that Godlike never expected. But I would say, in a debate, whether it's a big brain play or the EOS energy put all together for one single gamble move, I would say the gamble move, it worked out. Because even without that, if it was different team like SATUL, I would have said that, they would have gone with that meltdown for the Rayquaza. There's no second thoughts about it. But now this is the grand final. Zenny Game, a new team with the old veterans coming up with that experience that they've accumulated throughout these years and now putting up in a single frame of work is what they look forward to. But SATUL, they will be prepared with everything in their pocket.
Now, Swifty, when he stepped into the world stage, that was all the way back in 2022. After that, him or the squad have gotten closer to it, but not to those world stages. Now, Zenny Game squad with Swifty here, this is his opportunity. All the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. Can he make it happen, Necros? This is, I'm pretty sure, very happy as well as a very stressing moment for Swifty here, along with his team. Because he's come so far. Now, they could have been the first grand finalist. Now, imagine if Zenny Game squad were the first grand finalist. Whoever their opponent would have been then, they had to defeat them once. But now Zenny Game have to go through a turmoil of going on a reset. Now, that is going to be tough, hands down. Because you're going to be playing either 2 games on a stretch or 3 games if you lose one of those games in between. And after that, you have to again play, meaning at max, you would be playing 6 games on a stretch to win with the reset. It's not going to be easy, but Zenny Game Squad have shown us that even when they have lost games and when they have lost composure, while they bring up such plays like we saw in the lower bracket finals, if they have something more in their playbook, Necros, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of strategies or movesets, if it can be read by the players of SATUL, like if you talk about Rex, All Might, Kyurem, Badshah, Snowy, they haven't just played one international tournament. They have played, like for All Might, yes, he have went to the Worlds for only one time. But if you talk about Badshah, Snowy, Rex, and Kyurem, they have been to like twice, if I'm not wrong. And the kind of experience that they have gained throughout should be helping them a lot to read these kind of or I would say there was sneaky movesets, or sneaky plans what Zenny Game will be up to. But once again, if they have a kind of plan like this upon their sleeves, there should be more of it that I would really like to see.
You were talking about experience, right? Godlike are the team which had the highest experience amongst everybody in the bracket, because they had gone further than anybody in the Indian circuit, and they are now out. They are out until the next Worlds, that is going to be 2025, or before that we end up seeing the Asia run. But for now, it is all about SATUL Esports and Zenny Game. We spoke about the run. Last time when SATUL Esports in 2023 got their slot as the seed 1 for India, the best team, they had a lower bracket run. they made a grand final reset happen. Now for Zenigame to become the India's best team in 2024, they have to do the same thing which SATL Esports have already done and achieved. Imagine how the dilemma is. This feels like a deja vu, but they are not the ones living in that deja vu. Their opponents are. And now for SATL, it is also a point of confidence that they've seen the playbook, the play style, and how vivid and vast the play of Zenigame is. SATL have to prep for it methodically. Even the slightest misstep that they think Zenigame is making might not be a misstep. And what is at stake? It is this prize pool of 37,500 USD, out of which the first team from the Indian circuit will get 15,000 USD for themselves. Imagine this prize money and a ticket to Honolulu, Hawaii, Nikros.
Yeah. This is not just about the prize pool as well. It's about the bragging rights, right? It's also there like you are the champions of your own region.
For the
it
whole
also
year.
carries a big weightage. Yes, for an entire year. SATL carried it for 2023, but then it got taken down by True Gravity, which is now Team Godlike. They won India Open, they won the ACL, they couldn't just make it happen. I was just talking about with Raider as well, you know, that if anyhow Godlike manages to win this WCS 2024 India Qualifiers, they might be the only team in the entire region to win 3 major tournaments in a row.
They had. But for now, it's going to be a second time run for SATL Esports if they do it, but what Godlike will have is going to be 6,000 USD coming at the third position after the lower bracket finals. Now, that's something to at least walk away from this World Championship series for the India qualifiers. I know they'll not be happy because this Pokemon Unite run, they would have presumed to be even further. But for now, it is going to be a run for Zenigame squad as well as SATL Esports. Now, Zenigame squad, let's talk about them, right? It is Swifty over there who has a lot of experience, but we also spoke about Forge Your Legacy. Now, Forge Your Legacy, when we saw them in India Open, it was a very powerful squad. It needed a little bit of time, a little bit of stitching, play together. We thought that squad will come further, but what happened eventually down the line after India Open and ACL that we did see, that team started splitting up, bits and pieces moved into different players, different teams, and now those players, as you can see, were here and now in Zenigame. In early games we also saw. But let's jump into the grand finals draft. Game number 1. Necros, the first ban. I think it should be a Gyarados that we did see. Might be even a Zoroark, because this apple on Zoroark has been waiting for it, or maybe even a Slowbro, but they actually go for the first ban from SATL as a Mew.
Mew and Gyarados was banned by the side of Team Zenigame squad. They will be looking forward not to have that one Pokemon and the opposition side, but SATL, what's gonna be the next Pokemon that they're gonna ban? It's an Umbreon in the question, and it's Hoopa on the other side for the Zenigame. They don't want any of the players to have their hands on that Hoopa for sure, but All Might and SATL will have the first pick preference. Let's see what they bring up on the comp.
Now, I'm not too sure if it's All Might going to pick it up. It might be somebody else as well. As you can see, it has been switched and Snowy gets that Mimikyu. Now, Mimikyu was annoying for Zenigame, but Zenigame also played the Mimikyu, so they know how to play around it. Shadow Sneak is something that they have to be worried about. Quickly picking up a defender, mostly, but with this Snowy, I think he's going to make sure that he catches as many of those supporters, speedsters as possible, use that Shadow Sneak and play rough immediately. Locking into the next on the Zenigame squad is going to be the Leafeon. Remember, the first game, Secure, was the Solar Blade, which did on Rayquaza, and that is the reason SATL lost in their upper bracket finals game number 1. After that 2 games, they brought it back.
Yeah. And now it's time for the other 2 players to even come up with the picks. Disapple, he has been brilliant on that Zoroark, but this time definitely SATL will have a read that how to counter it, because they will be prepared for Disapple to come up with a speedster or something different. But it seems like they are going for some all-rounder, but it's still very early to say. I mean, Disapple on that Blaziken has also been very, very much phenomenal against even SATL Esports that we have seen previously in the upper bracket final. So now having the Trevenant on the other hand, All Might with that mighty Blastoise. It has been ages I've seen him play that Blastoise, and I love him playing on that. And Rex on that Crustle. It's going to be very interesting.
Top path in trouble right now. After All Might picking up the big bad Blastoise. Look at the mean look that it has. Umbreon has the mean look, but Umbreon is banned, right? And especially with the first gen Pokemons evolving at level 7, that is already a problem that Zenigame have to counter against. Now for that, they do have 2 tanks. Disapple will try to drag if he's playing a Hornbeach. I do want to see. But in the circuit, I've also seen certain of Pain Split as well as Curse coming through. So if Pain Split and Curse come through, then All Might might be in trouble, but he has the special attack specs coming through. Eldego's on the other end to help. Now let's quickly talk about Secures, right? For me, there seems to be only... This is 2 Secures for Zenigame. That is going to be the Overheat on Blaziken and the Solar Blade, which I already pointed out. But SATL Esports, I'm not clearly sure. Now, All Might, if he comes with Water Spout, maybe. Another Secure with Hyper Voice, but Hyper Voice you have to be close by. We have not seen Mystical Fire, so I don't think we'll be seeing a Mystical Fire. But in the previous game, Necros, what the side of Zenigame bought were a Greninja also, which we don't like. Nobody in the Unite esports circuit enjoys. And they made that play work. And now for them to come up here, no Greninja, but if they are brewing something, I hope SHUL are ready. Grand Finals Game 1 underway. Let's go!
Yeah, this is just the beginning. Whether we're going for a reset or not, it's still a big question. But for now, this is the start that they will be looking forward to it. The Mimikyu, Snowy, going for the farming area alongside Furo on the other end, just trying to level up his Leafeon. This is going to be a very head-on battle. There is a stack on the Blastoise, that's for sure. He's definitely will be going with the moveset of maybe the Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump, or maybe something like Water. If he plays on Water Spout, that's a different scenario. But recently we have seen playing Hydro Pump and Rapid Spin very often. And if All Might is playing and trying to opt for that kind of strategy, it can be a good situation for them. But even on Trevenant, they're also playing on that stack build. So even Trevenant will be looking forward to complete his stack on an early basis.
Now, very early game, the Squirtle is a little annoying. The Water Gun not just does damage but also pushes you further away, stuns you, and that does give an opportunity for somebody else to take away the experience. For now, All Might just got an early stack. After that, that Squirtle has still not had a chance to evolve to the Wartortle. But on the other end, Leafeon, fully evolved Eevee, is out moving to the top path. Dwebble right now hiding for none other than the Alterian Swablu, but Swifty has already evolved. He is going to try and take away the experience. He's waiting for Dwebble to do the damage, and then I think Surf will come through. But there is the other Eevee on the other end. Sylveon also evolved, moved on the top path, finds the first KO, and they're committing into a fight. Mistake done, and they lose. They end up finding a KO on their own Eevee.
For now, this is a kind of situation that they will be looking for. Just suppress it as much as possible. They might have got a little bit of more level up for themselves, but that Solar Blade damage is gonna bring in some hefty amount of consequences. Using the Shedinja doll, try to survive it, but still finds the KO as Zenigame squad. They starts off with a big blockbuster way.
Gets a lot of stacks because Zenigame were able to get control of the top path. It's a Water Spot build coming through. Skull Bash doesn't find value. There was a 5 stack that he could have done, but he thought maybe more players would come through up. Right as now, Cumbuskin gets KO'd. Not much HP to work with, but nonetheless, it's an early game HP KO. Not a lot of experience being taken away, but this contention at mid path is not stopping. They want to find that KO, but it is not being allowed. In the meantime, stacking coming through on both the top and the bottom because Zenigame were a little glued towards the mid path battle. All Might gets an opportunity to use the jump pad, move away, but I'm not too sure if he's going to survive. He's making his best, even using the Salak berries as well to increase his speed. But for now, let's talk of the Alterian Swablu fight at the bottom. That is going to give a lot of experience for SATL, and if they push up, might find KO. And that's the reason Blaziken backs off. Swifty on that slow bro will make sure that he will not move further as he acts as a front line. Right behind him is going to be Sora, who is going to be constantly hitting him. Focus Blast coming through Rock Tomb. This is going to maybe smudge them. Didn't happen. But for now, from the back lines, there is that Shadow Sneak. Rough play. Big damage on the Trevenant, but the Trevenant on leech. He moves him them into the Rock Tomb, but it doesn't work. There's the first KO. Make it a second. Krustle is also down, and only All Might survives. All 4 players gets KO'd at a stretch, and that is going to be big time now. Along with that, they will also get a chance to secure Reggie while they destroyed the Zone A on the bottom path. But that was I feel like a bad break, Necros. They could have overdunked only 19 and 9 of Aeos energy being invested, They do get to 184. Maybe no complaints over there. But let's wait and watch because SATL just secured a Regieleki for themselves, and look at that. A big 30 was about to be dunked. Revenant stops it with the Horn Leech.
I don't know, Lucifer, but it feels like Zenny game. They have that kind of, heat in the moment, but the overheat completely messed it up. And this is the score. The Regieleki also hits the zone A. The Sylveon will be pushing the players away, but the Unite 2 Emerald Step coming in, but barely. He was trying to survive, but Mimikyu finds the Leafeon down, and even this apple has been taken down by Blissey.
This is a granted upper path fight by the Blaziken. Made a mistake of dragging the Regieleki in their own goal zone, making that goal zone vulnerable, and therefore look at this. Zone A of the top path on the side of Zenny game gets destroyed, and SATL Esports get to 155. Before this, SATL were just around 70 or 60 goals scored with the AS Energy, but now they're almost about to equalize. 30 is the only difference. And now if they are able to stop somebody like the Blissey that they were able to, trying to catch, not able to, they don't manage to. 3 players try to chase it, but it does not work out. Now Zenny game will feel bad about it, but let's wait and watch if they'll be able to walk away from it, make it feel like it never happened. Big stun damage here for the Crustle. Unite being committed from Qrem. Rock Tomb being used. They're smudged to the wall. Big damage. Leafeon can go down. Leafeon uses the Emerald 2-step, but the Crustle is not backing off from this fight. It is doing Excisor damage from the backline. There is the Mimikyu as well. Trevenant with a Hot Leash coming through to try and make his teammates survive, but the Hypo Voice, good to do, finds 2, make it a 3 very soon if they keep going like this, as the Leafeon does get punished for it. That's going to be a big 3 KO streak coming through, and SATL again regaining path control, winning a team fight.
Yeah. For now, even the Regis has spawned, but the Hyper Voice, I really believe it can give a bit more damage in the means. I mean, the Sylveon, he's just trying to be in the back lines, but the Trevenant barely survives. That was a big move, but yes, this time the zone in the bottom lane will be broken down by SATL Esports. Now the entire focus shifts towards Regis, and they will be looking forward to secure it no matter what it takes. But now, if you see Zenny game, they have their focus set on Regieleki. They might be looking forward to just melt it down in the right moment, because there are no more objectives that they can look forward to. But even for SATL Esports, they're taking a little bit more time to make a quick decisions of what they're going to do.
3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. SATL have a small lead for themselves. Regieleki on top. So far the Crustle has been really good. Rock Tomb, perfect. Smudging on the wall, not letting them do their work, perfect. On the other end, Zenny game. They've been trying to make a heyday for themselves where they win, feeling themselves good, but it's not always working out. Now the Regieleki might be one of the last times before the final stretch fight, and SATL would want to take it away. But that Trevenant is causing problem. Now there is the Eldegoss. Pretty sure there are more Pokemon, but right behind them there is the Mimikyu, but Mimikyu is the first to fall. Trev on the top path does go down, therefore the exchange on the KO is going to be equalized, but Mimikyu has a longer cooldown. Now this is a chance here for Zenny game to invest into the fight. Blastoise Rapid Spin coming through. He's going to push the players back. Again, using that Solar Blade doesn't find much value, but yes, on the Alterian Swablu, experience snatched away.
This is a situation that even SATL Esports, you can just see they're being like very, very strategic at this moment. They're not blindly going for that Regieleki meltdown, because they know that there will be a little bit of contention. Rex trying to get a lot more info about whether anybody is there in the tall grasses or not, but they will be waiting for the right moment to melt down the Regieleki, to push it towards the zone B. As Mimikyu starts it off, he will be looking forward to just get it done in the right moment, because there's just 14 more seconds on the clock, but SATL decides, nope, we're not going to opt for the Regieleki anymore.
Rock Tomb again, less than 5 seconds to go. Swifty, if he gets caught, it's going to be trouble. Goal still the same, from 3 minutes 30 seconds to now 2 minutes, less than it. Rex tried to jump in for a fight, it did not work out. Players backed off from the side of Zenny Gaming. Zenny, big Solar Blade coming through from Leafeon, but it was only on Rex. Blastoise coming in from the top. Nice Water Spout will force the Trev to move out, but the Rock Tomb, it catches a player. Now this can be trouble. Blaziken jumped in to save that Trevenant, and that does work out. Crustle again, eject, and Oh no, that missed again. Rock 2 missed. They ejected themselves. Blastoise invested in the Unite. It doesn't do much connection in terms of damage. Players from Zenny game giving them chance to move out. They do find one. That's the healer out. But I don't feel like this has given some value here for SATL. But now SATL, they're moving them out of the mid part to the bottom path. And if they keep doing this, it might just work out, Necros. They might win this fight. And it is working out. Trev is down. Leafeon from a distance is trying to survive. Blaziken also helping along with that. And now they decide we have moved a little further away from the final legendary pit at the mid. Let's move back into the mid. From there, we have already map control. Let's not give Zenny game any control anymore. That's again Eldegoss being KO'd, Slow being committed, but Slow beam, there's nobody to make use of.
Oh, the 50, the 100 score is coming up from the side of Zenny Game Squad. Leafeon with a sneaky approach also denies the All Might's 100, but there are counter scores coming from SATL Esports, but will that be enough? They are going for the Rayquaza meltdown for sure, but Badsha, that Hyper Voice has to do a big hefty damage. Slowbro is still in the contention. He might just find the KO on him for sure. But there are other players coming in the contention, and Leafeon might be the biggest trouble as Zenny Game. They will be securing this Rayquaza. This is done, it seems. SATL, they've crumbled down the first game.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a mess up. They did not expect the Leafeon, who they were keeping an eye on, to kind of lose that opportunity. Even I didn't see when that Leafeon immediately started swooping in and gets that 100. Because of that 100, you could see SATL Esports knew that they were making a mistake. And then the Blissey also went for a 62, but that 62 was not enough. And then letting that Leafeon come and move into the late part of that final hit gave that Solar Blade the advantage. And Zenny Game, they get that game number 1 against SATL Esports. Oh, that is trouble here for SATL. Who would have thought Zenny Game will have a journey like this, defeat Godlike in round 1 of the upper bracket, and then win all their games till the upper bracket finals, and in upper bracket finals win game number 1 against SATL, and now again after losing to SATL in the upper bracket finals, come to the grand finals and still win the round or the game 1 in the grand finals, Necros.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time we're seeing this kind of situation, isn't it so, Lucifer? Because we've seen this kind of similar thing in India Open as well. 2 new teams, a lot of new faces coming in, playing the grand finals in a LAN. But now, Zenny Game, can they win another round and push it to a grand final reset? Can the history that was made by SATL Esports be repeated against them only? That's a big question mark, but this game was close until and unless that 100 came from Fura.
I think that was a very smart move coming in from Fura. And also SATL, I think backing off over there gave a little bit of a breathing space for Zenny Game. If they didn't back off as they were pushing them to the bottom path and their mid path of their own buffs, maybe there could have been a situation that SATL would have kept control of all of it. But look at how quick Fura's thinking was. Dunks 100. They do get counter dunked by Curum's 60, but that was not enough. But on top of it, a pressure builds on SATL and they start draining Rayquaza. They start trying to defeat Rayquaza. And that's where the opportunity strikes. Zenny Game had enough time for their players to, after cooldown, respawn. And that worked out really well. And the only majority times the KO was being found was on the Eldegoss, and then I think once the Crustle. And that was not much of a problem for the side of Zenny Game because their attackers, their damage dealers were still alive and up for a fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you just talk about the way the Blaziken was there, Blaziken was constantly providing the damage, even the Solar Blades preventing the players of SATL to even step forward and deal the damage. That's where I really thought, this is a game which, I mean, they have a good control. Like, they can just win this if this kind of thing continues for a longer period of time. And it did actually happen in the ending phase. And the way Fura stepped up, the game he has shown throughout so far now in this India WCS, it's really, really something that every aspirant who is looking forward to reach this stage should learn from him.
There was always a fight for a fight, right? If there is a fight from SATL as a team, there's a counter fight as a team coming in from Zenny Game. And Zenny Game would win their team fight, SATL would win their team fight. But it was just that final stretch fight of how it was played. Now look at this. It was initially controlled a little for the side of Zenny Game when their whole team was together, SATL started winning. They destroyed the goal zone eventually. But we even spoke about the goal destruction, by the amount of goal which was used to dunk, there was no over dunking situation. A little bit of a quick haphazard calls maybe coming in from either one of these teams when they were trying to break zone A on either top or bottom, but this was the fight. They found the Eldegoss first. There was another KO here on Trevenant that they found. These were the 2 KOs that they found, right? After which we could clearly see Zenigame gave themselves or created space where they could breathe, and that gave them a counter-intuitive approach to how and win the game, and they made it happen. Imagine, out of such an intense battle where you were losing, you didn't have any space, you created space. And this is what we spoke about when we started. What Zenigame showed us against God, like if their playbook is vivid like that and somebody falls into a trap as such, anybody can fall. And that pit is deeper than they think. And right now, SA2L have lost in one such game.
Yeah, we were anticipating, right? Just before the game got started, we were like, you know, if they have got one trap like this, if they have some kind of strategies like this upon their sleeves, they might have some more,
lot more.
I would say, tactics. They are just hiding for the grand finals itself and to trap SA2L, because these kind of tactics, it doesn't come in a single day. It takes time, it takes experience, it takes matches that you've played throughout, you've grinded, you've also watched the other regions teams, the top teams play all together, and you've observed that. So when you put all those things in one single match that you are playing in and execute it properly, you will find the values, and that's what they are doing. Zenigame, they're just putting up their A game as what they are looking forward to against SA2L. But as we talk about, even there were questions that we asked SA2L esports, whether like, are there any team members who achieved top ranking in official tournaments in the past? If so, who and which tournament was it? And they said the 5 of us have represented India at Asia Champions League 2023 Malaysia and at WCS 2023 Honolulu. Okay.
24 Honolulu, they would want to. 23 is Tokyo that they had represented. Now it is going to be interesting. Now this squad, why? Is because this squad has stuck together from 23. As you can see, ACL earlier this year it happened, 24, but they are there from 23. 23 WCS they played, went to the international stage, and from there on now even in 24 and 24 ACL they were playing as the same squad. Now we'll talk about a Zenigame squad as well. Their question: how was your team formed? I want to know the answer. We used to play ranked games and win a lot, so we decided to form a team. The most basic answer, but the basics win you the game. That's what Zenigame is doing right now.
Yeah, after just seeing this statement, I feel like if we had a chance, Lucifer, you, me, Captain, and in that same frame, forming a team like this and participating in WCS, maybe if we're not casting it, we might be participating and playing against these teams. It could have been a different situation, isn't it?
Where do you see us in the bracket then?
Well, that's a big question. Maybe, maybe we will be pushed down to the lower brackets, maybe in the top 8, at least what I expect. But
top 8? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, why not?
Just
right?
because you brought out this instance, what would be our team name? I'll give you the chance as we jump into the draft. What would be our team name?
Mike Bleeders. Let's go.
Mike Bleed. Oh, Mike Bleed. Okay, it could have been better in terms of finding a team. We could have been those annoying people on desk. Right? It could have been those interesting names, or it could be like always on mic, always talking team name. It's okay.
See, you have got the creativity, man. I don't have that much creativity within myself, but you know, we'll come back to it later, because the draft says there are these 4 Pokemons being banned: Gyarados, Hoopa, Mimikyu, as well as the Leafeon. SA2L doesn't want the Mimikyu to fall in the hands of Zenigame, and neither the Leafeon as well.
Now SA2L again bring back the Sylveon. Now Sylveon was, as we saw in the previous game, trying to get that last hit with a Hyper Voice, just not enough. Solar Blade's better. Leafeon being banned, SA2L will be happy about it, that Solar Boink is not going to be there. On the other end, Sora seems like, because Umbreon is not being banned this time, they will get that, meaning the wish on Umbreon is going to work out. On top of it, they do lock in the Mew as well for them, and that's going to be Sadao with a long range secure that they can play for. Now Badshah, he is a very interesting player. One of the best Mew players when we were seeing in the 23 era of Unite, right? But here it seems like he's moved into different ranged attackers, but not the ranged attackers that we would want to see, which has been effective so far, right? The long ranged attackers. I can see your expression, Necros. Hold it. Pause. Just hold it until they lock it. And you see why I said hold it. It doesn't come through yet. So we'll talk about the Blaziken and the Trev, which has been locked from the SATUL side. Stacking is going to be there. Trev, let's see how it works out on the other end. Zoroark with a Comfy. Now we've seen how menacing and HP draining this apple is on his feint attack. Let's see if it fares through.
All Might brings up a Machamp. Now this is interesting. I mean, All Might on Buzzwole, he's unstoppable. All Might on Blastoise, he's unstoppable, and he was even unstoppable in the previous round as well. But All Might on Machamp, he's just not unstoppable, but he can literally wreck things in his own way. But on the other side, Fura, he locks a Scizor. Now we are talking. Now we are really talking. You know what? When Swifty changed from the Decidueye to the Comfy, my heart literally sank. But now as Fura picks up the Scizor, my heart is literally happy.
Let me give you a count here. Healing 1.
Yes.
Umbreon, Wish. Healing 2.
Yes.
Comfy. Healing 3.
Oh.
Scizor with a Sword Dance. What else do you need from... They are almost self-dependent as individuals. On the other end, SATUL have to completely depend on a Blissey for the whole of the team.
Oh man. The Comfy sticking with Scizor is itself a big impact.
No.
That's gonna make. Oh no! I'm going that way, Luzo. You can't stop me. I have seen this. I have played it. That Scizor sticking with that Comfy is the least that you would expect in your nightmare SATUL. I don't know what's gonna happen, but my inner soul thinks like we are going for a grand final reset if it happens so. But now all the questions will be answered as the second round goes underway.
Round 2 here, Scizor has to quickly get to evolve from the Scyther. Same goes for Zoroark, has to evolve to Zoroark. Snowy also has to evolve from the teeny tiny Torchic towards the Blaziken. But we did see a couple of missteps coming in from Zenigame last time when they were playing the Blaziken. That Blaze Kick, through which they drag their own teammate, but right now All Might trying to run away. There's the slap, but that slap doesn't work, and that is going to be the Scyther finding a KO and will also get its dunks through. There's a little more Eos energy lying around, can go for a second stack, but the last hit comes in from the Comfy, therefore the stack will not be there for Fura as of now. However, gets another one, but decides to actually move back, not go in for the second stack.
Whenever I play the ranked matches, Lucifer, this is one of the biggest kind of duo I really fear about. Scizor and a Comfy.
And on
And
top
now
of
even
it, exactly,
it's a Zoroark. Oh my god, I don't know what to say, but look at that, it has already been started. The Shedinja All might just bring some justice to the small Chansey, but Zoroark, he's just on a next level as the Zapple, he's just not stopping.
Getting his stacks through. Hyper Voice is there, but he'll quickly move out from the situation. Fura on the other end, I'm not too sure. I think maybe by the Blaziken, and yes, the Blaziken is invading for the buff, and so says this apple. You're not the only one who can invade. I'll bring in a second invader. Umbreon also invades along with that Zoroark, but it seems like neither of them got the red buff, or I'm not too sure. Oh wait, they let that red buff through because that Chansey had not evolved, and therefore the Chansey immediately gets KO'd. This yet to be evolved, but right as now an evolution which doesn't go through for a Scizor Necros. It is a Scyther build that they play. This is even more interesting. Recently Scyther got a buff, and therefore I want to see how this dual wing beat works. Along with that, maybe they're playing the double hit.
Oh my god. You can see so many thought processes are actually overflowing within ourselves, isn't it so? And now we are thinking, you know, this might be the moveset, this is how they're gonna play it. But, well, all the answers will be coming in front of us, but SATUL, they are seeming like to play more steadily and strategically this time.
It's going to be a tough game here. Honestly, for SHL, looking at how Zenigame are building themselves. Blaziken not looking great, will be KO'd. Slow smoke being used. Sylveon also not going to survive. Quick hits coming in from Disciple and big stacks as well as Umbreon gets itself. Scyther on the other end, the build that we were talking about. Instant KO on that Machoke.
This is insane. This is
And
just
Overdump of the
insane.
30.
Oh my god. Zapple alongside that Comfy is just wrecking everybody. The backlines being invaded is the biggest problem for SATUL right now because Sylveon was always behind the defenders, behind the all-rounders, supporting them and providing the damage. And if that Sylveon is falling down, there is not a single all-round long-range attacker that can just save them. Even the healer goes down, commits the Unite. Blaziken gets Regieleki on the top, but for sure the Trevenant won't be surviving for a longer period of time. The Wooden Hammer won't be doing any hefty damage as the Trevenant goes down in the hands of Scyther. And Zenigame, they're just literally ripping things apart for SATUL Esports in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're not giving them a mile, an inch, or nothing to play with. Zone on the bottom path also being destroyed, but it was not an overtime, just a mere 8. However, the score difference of 198 to a 123, meaning around 75. And Disciple is not stopping on these invades. Glues both the Sylveon and Trev together to find a 2 KO and now immediately backs off. Doesn't give the Blaziken anything to work with. Quick feint attack. Looks like the Blissey was about to be KO'd if it was not using its Unite. Mew now having a little bit of a tough situation. But look at the commit coming in from Disciple. He is not backing off. Mew on the other end. Committed an attack. Therefore, Mew does get hit and has to back off. Committing the floral fields right now. And Disciple, a 2 KO streak. Trev is also down. Make it a third coming in with the help of the... Wait, actually Scyther finding one. And third, meaning 4 Pokemon were down on the side of SATUL. Zenigame are going big in this game too. Looks like we are about to hit the reset right now. But let's not call it quits as of now because it's just the halfway mark, Necros, as we are reaching 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
I really still feel like the end, the final thing that can just change the tides, turn the tides, it's gonna be the Rayquaza flip. That's the only hope SATUL has, but oh my god, the stuns not working. This Apple is unstoppable. He is an unstoppable monster at this moment, but the Hyper Burst prevents the skull and even Blaziken comes in, joins the party, might just come up with a feint attack, but the Sylveon might just face him a little bit of consequences. Badsha, he will be the next target, but the Trevenant hops in and Zoroark still manages to just flee away from the position as Mew comes as a savior.
There was a 24 by Machamp on the top path. Scyther wants to chase that Machamp. Doesn't happen. Successfully evades. Umbreon, they want to catch it. Oh, Mew also gets caught in between, but there's no attackers here. No damage dealers. Trev stuck right now. And if the Blissey cannot help the Trev, it's going to be tough. With the Horn Leech does come through. And the Blissey moves out. Commits a Phantom Paris. And that Phantom Forest will be put to waste. Blissey does again move back to the bottom part. But what was this decision making? Now forced back with the Mystical Mirage is going to be the Mew. But in the meantime on the top, the Regieleki was secured from Zenigame. At all fronts, Zenigame are looking unstoppable.
Overheat again, trying to push the Regieleki away, but I mean, doesn't it seem like, Lucifer, that SATUL, they don't have any control in this entire map? It's all about Zenigame.
Oh, what? Fura, he missed 3 players, now can be stuck. All Might doesn't get his opportunity with the cross chop. He tried to move in close. Nice wood hammers coming through. Fura might be stuck. That's going to be a lot of experience. Submission. Can he catch him? Yes, he does. And that's a KO. All Might gets a chance to evolve and level up to 12. There was some experience being lost. Now look at this commit from Disciple. Wanted to find the KO but did not find as of now. But he's right behind the Sylveon. And before the Sylveon could go down, the Blissey goes. And now it's time for Sylveon as Blaziken also falls. Sylveon falls. That's a 2 KO streak. And less than a minute to go here for the final stretch. And we are about to take the Regice for free is Zenigame. However, SHL, even with all of these battles so far, they've gotten the score close, Necros. 226 to 261, a difference of just 40 right now.
They've narrowed down and even they have leveled up. Like the Machamp is on level 13, you can see the Blaziken on level 12. But the main two concerns is that The Zoroark is on level 14 and the Scyther is on level 13. Now that
About to be
is gonna
14 as
make
well.
some, about to be 14 as well. So now this is gonna be really concerning because in the final stretch, these two can be the pure menace that you don't want to face. And even with the Comfy sticking to the Zoroark just like his belt, it's gonna be very tough.
Umbreon hiding in the grasses for now towards the mid path around the Legendary Pit. Gets caught out. Has to run away. But there are 3 Pokemon surrounding him. He eventually dodges all of that. Disciple right behind them. Moves in with a feint attack very early on. Uses the slow smoke. Has to run away. Commits the Unite and now runs away. That is maybe a big mistake being done here from the side of Zenny Game. Might give an opportunity for the side of SATL Esports to win this game out. That Unite might decide, might not. The Disciple again tried his feint attack move. It did not work out. Too many players and especially the front line from SATL solid at this final fight, at least to start things off. Submission to catch off. It might put the end for Disciple. Yes, that's Zoroark down immediately. Catching over with the Comfy is going to be the Umbreon. So Umbreon with the Comfy will survive. But now look at this commit! Scyther comes in, but immediately within the blink gets finished off by the Blaziken. 3 KO streak. Now it's all up to Umbreon and the Mew hiding in the grasses. 2 players to save this game.
That one solar beam could have done the damage, but Umbreon comes in, but no, it's Sylveon who secures it. SATL, they keep themselves alive in this BO3 series as well because the 100 dunks won't be ignored. Here the scores are yet to come and they will come for sure. Another 200 being dumped. SATL, they equalize this BO3 series to keep themselves alive in this first grand final matchup.
If that Blaziken had to come up alive in any position, that was the position to come up.
Yeah.
What a way for Blaziken to find that 3 KO streak, put everybody to rest, and now again a 2 KO streak. Disciple will try to take down All Might, will do it, but look at the difference. It's a difference of 500, meaning all the 5 Pokemon from Zenny Game need to have 50 AOS energy to win this counter goal, but that's not going to happen. Revenant is already guarding. All Zenny Game is doing here is making sure that more dunks don't come through. The Disciple, he might be caught. Instant KO for him as well. Nice play, Blaziken as well as Sylveon. Now again trying to do the same thing. The overheat as well as the Blaze Kick doing damage, but this time doesn't find the second KO. Scyther finally puts him to rest, but Sylveon, he's still causing trouble. Badshah about to find another KO on that Comfy as well as Umbreon. Look at them barely surviving on that HP.
I really thought that they're gonna get the 2 KOs, like the Umbreon and Comfy both would have been got taken down if we had like one or 2 more seconds left. But what a comeback by SATL Esports! That Rayquaza flip, that entire final stretch fight. I won't say the Rayquaza flip. It was only because Disciple took 15 KOs throughout the match, but it all went in vain for that final fight where Snowy stepped up as the Blaziken, also with the help of Badshah. The Zoroark's KO was necessary, stopping Disciple was necessary, and they got the breakthrough at the very perfect time that you can ever call out for.
Yeah, I think Disciple thought maybe his teammates were nearby. After him committing the Unite, maybe somebody else would jump in, and that did not happen. After that, he also had a chance to again teleport back to base, get full health and come back into the fight. He rather doesn't do it. He again tries to swoop into the fight. Mistake again, second time being done. And that's where I think there was a call that everybody press your Unites, jump into the fight. And once everybody tried to do that, everybody either got stuck and hit with the Blaziken's Blaze Kick, Focus Blast or OIT. All of these 3 moves or maybe itself the Unite, the spinning Flame Kick or the spinning Flame Fist, one of them, and instantly one after another 3 Pokemon vanished, fainted right before Rayquaza, and that is where SATL regained control. Otherwise, level difference, control, score, everything looked in favor for Zenny Game squad.
Yeah, I mean, I was literally talking about like SATL, they don't have that much control at all in this entire matchup because it seems like, you know, Disciple and then Fura stepping up. Do you think, Lucifer, that Fura just staying on the Scyther, not just switching to Scizor, was a big game changer?
I don't think so. I think it was a very well played move. Scyther did do damage. We could see most of the 1v1 battles that Machamp and Scyther were taking, it was Scyther mostly to win it out. I think the decision to jump into that final fight, if we could just play it in slow motion to see how many hits, what and all moves made that damage, that significant impactful damage for the side of Zenny Game squad Pokemon to faint, to get KO'd. If you could spot that, it'll be immense. I think even the side of Zenigame squad might have thought that didn't happen. Maybe they did not think that they would be in the center of a lot of dumping of movesets or unites, and that was the reason we couldn't get the effect of what Zenigame squad did in the 8 minutes of the game. They did not replicate in the last nth minute.
Yeah, I mean, if they would have done 50% of what they did throughout the game, things could have been different.
Yeah, it'll still
Scyther's
be
position
Zenigame's.
was real. I mean, Scyther, I really thought, when the Scyther was there just wandering around the corners trying to just offer a surprise attack, I really thought that that can be the game-changing move from the side of Zenigame. But Scyther was read so well by SATUL, I did not even imagine that, that Scyther would go down like that.
I think Scyther over there, he found a ranged attacker, he used the green illusion dive, but when he found that ranged attacker, there were all-rounders, there were defenders, everybody from the side of SATUL Esports, and that's where that happened. SATUL will be super happy about what happened over there. After finding the 3 KO, they also made sure to find the 4th KO, and the 5th KO, as you saw, the Umbreon trying to go for a steal was not successful. Eventually that also fell, and a 700 score was found, and this is the fight. You could see here, everyone around the tall grasses, a tad bit late was the Umbreon moving in. Eventually he was also KO'd, the 5th one, and the whole team wiped with 700 AOS energy, or you could say AOS energies of 50 to push them to 700, a difference of 500 from where Zenigame squad was standing at. And after that you could see clearly Zenigame squad had lost that squad play, rather they were individuals after losing Rayquaza.
The momentum actually, that broke them down, that they were quite sure, it was a close battle. When you see that pop-ups or those, come in your screen that, it's a close battle, you are in a lead or something like those kind of pop-ups coming up, there was surely like, it's a close battle. So both the teams knew that, yes, the scoreline was very close. Anybody who scores will be getting the advantage. And when that situation happened, the KOs happened, the entire momentum shifted, or I would say that crumbled down for Zenigame, and even Umbreon thought, I might try for the last hit, that last hope that I can just bring up for my team is what the maximum I can do. But even after the Rayquaza was taken away by SATUL, they thought, this game is done, we have to focus on the next one, and there they crumbled down and there was nothing that could stop them. So now the entire focus for Zenigame will be again that let's have a reset, let's just completely clear our mind and come up with a banger in the decider.
Before we get to game 3, whether it's going to go to the reset or not, what are your expectations coming into the tournament? SATUL Esports, this was the question for them. To give it or all with a victory side. Meaning, they know if they give it their all, victory is theirs.
They know it. And they have done it before, isn't it? So they have
Yep.
done it before. They want to do it one more time. And it would be great to see, because I really believe if SATUL reaches the WCS finals, the championship final in Honolulu, Hawaii, they will be looking forward to get some revenge matchup with Luminosity probably. But now, on the other side of Zenigame, we also asked, like, what are your expectations coming into the tournament? And they said getting a good position or win the tournament. And when a new team is formed, Lucifer, your expectation is just like that. We want to finish in a good position. If we are playing well, then we'll definitely want to win the tournament as well.
Now, who wins the tournament? Giving it their all or getting the best out of this? Zenigame so far have given and got the best of the best, defeating, upsetting the whole bracket itself. They were the dark horses. We spoke about this even when the question, right? How did this squad form? He was like, we were playing ranked games and looks like it worked really well. And so we brought this roster into a team. The basic of the questions, and it worked out. Now let's see the basic. Does it come into play for Zenigame again? Game 3. First ban. We saw a Leafeon being banned, making sure it doesn't work out. Gyarados being banned, make sure it doesn't work out. And now it is going to be Zenigame with the first pick. They ban out Gyarados. I want to see what SATUL Esports do. Do they go for a Mimikyu? Do they go for a Leafeon? And it is going to be a Leafeon from there. And they don't want that Leaf Boinks coming in at all from Sadao at any point. Immediate Mimikyu ban from Zenigame.
They also don't want those kind of hindrances for themselves, but what's going to be the final ban? Oh, it's a comfy. Is it so? Ah, yeah, that's a comfy ban coming up from SATUL. So they don't want, you might have a chance to pick the Zoroark, you might have a chance to pick the Scizor again, But no, you're not getting the Comfy, but that allows any game to get that Hoopa for themselves.
You know, at a point in Pokemon Unite, there was also a situation where we had to ban the overpowered Pokemons if we talk about the last year, but this time it is coming into becoming a player-specific ban or player-specific counter pick. And that's what these bans tell us. We could see with the Comfy how long a player could survive. First pick, we saw Hoopa immediately. Zenigame want to change the momentum of the game. Quick switches on top and bottom path. Let's see how it works out. On the other end, All Might bringing in again the Blastoise with Badshah, who has been consistently, consecutively playing on this Sylveon one after another. He is not stopping on it. But on the other end, quickly Zenigame going on a double defender, Trev as well as the Umbreon.
Even on the counter, you can see Rex picking up the Crustle Kyurem on that Eldegoss. And this is something that I have to think about. I really thought, you know what, All Might will be playing that Blaziken probably, or might be an all-rounder like maybe a Buzzball or something. I really expected for the Decider one, but Sadao and Fura, two interesting players with two interesting picks. Still, I'm gonna wait for the final thing. Wait.
Pause.
I'm not gonna
wait again.
Oh my.
There you go, unpause, and it is a Cinderace coming in. We saw a Greninja from them. Now they're playing a Cinderace. What is this squad? Now there is a player called Cursed who we saw, I think, last year WCS 2023, and he was going hammering on everybody. Eventually couldn't get to the last stage. However, that Cinderace, is it going to be replicated here? Last pick coming in from the side of SATL Esports is a Glaceon. Cinderace, Necroza, Cinderace. I'm pretty sure a lot of the people that we know are going to be excited by watching this game and this pick specifically.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, those Pyro Balls coming into the play. That's Cinderace we know in the rank.
Base kick.
Maybe. Like, you know what? Cinderace is some of that one long range attacker that you don't want to face in your opponents even in ranked games, because that actually gives hefty amount of damage. On the counter, there is Glaceon, there is Sylveon, but I don't know, somehow Sadao took a big gamble by taking the Cinderace. I really believe that he's confident enough to bring it on the table, and that too in a decider matchup.
High risk, high reward situation here. That's what the cards have been played from the side of Zenigame squad. Can they make it happen? Is this the final shot that they have? If they do it, the reset is about to happen. If they don't, it is going to be the SATL Esports, who are going to be again India's best team in WCS 2024 in the Indian qualifiers. Game number 3 in the best of 3 series of grand finals underway in front of our screens. Both these teams looking forward to an opportunity to represent India. One team, the Dark Horses. The other team is the team which has already represented India once, looking forward to a second chance.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see All Might trying to get the stacks done on an early note, but he will be restricted. The headbutts might just not cause that much trouble, but for sure, feeling to just get those wild bunnies for himself. But All Might, we know the best top laner in the entire Indian circuit that anybody can ask for. He's playing on that Blastoise, one of his favorite Pokemons for sure. That in the decider mashup, will he be able to find that same value? Will he be able to just lead his team towards this victory?
EVs to evolve. One end it has, it's the Sylveon. On the other end, we are still waiting for the Umbreon to evolve. Umbreon as well as the Trevenant. So the front line is still not being built. Altaria and Swablu fight on the top. All of it tries to get taken away. With the Glaceon Icicle Spear, it also snatches some of the experience. 4 to an... But the HP not that great. Sylveon chases, finds the KO. So it's Crustle on bottom for now. Sylveon comes back. Cinderace slowly evolving. This bunny with a fiery football has a fiery stomach to win the game. Zenny game. This is a game that they have to prove worth all the efforts, and Swifty has to dig deep in his playbook to figure this victory out.
For sure. All Might looking forward for every opportunity to survive, but this is not the case. Hoopa is still there and they will be looking forward to get something better out of it. But the top lane is being contested very, very nicely by Zenny game.
Fight starts. Glaceon finds Travis down, but countering that, Blaziken almost tried. But Trussell comes in between, and therefore Blaziken doesn't get that KO on the Glaceon. Blaziken also decides to fall back. 20 seconds on the clock for the Regis to spawn, and then we are going to see a breakout for that. But before that, there's going to be, I think, an Altaria Swablu, and that's the thing that everybody's been waiting for. Yes, there's the Altarian Swablu, but before you could see it on your screens, all that experience was taken away from the overheat. But right now, Blaziken chasing, wanted to take the Eldegoss, but then spots a Crustle, and with the X-Scissor will be forced back, and the Blaziken is stuck between multiple Pokemon of the side of SATL Esports, and that Blaziken will be put to rest for now on the top path. But they're also going even further, push that Hoopa from the hyperspace hold. Trevenant does manage to go, but that Hoopa does end up getting KO'd. A big overdunk of a 30 to break zone A on the top path, and now they are going to also secure the bottom Reggie without any contention, because Zenny game were being forced on all ends. Glaceon going all out, overheat being dodged, and the Blaziken again being KO'd. Sylveon is making sure nobody gets closer to that Glaceon, and now that is control. SATL Esports on good lead, even securing the top Regieleki. Zenny game squad under pressure completely from the side of SATL Esports in this early game.
For sure, Lucifer. And it looks like All Might is a little bit angry and not in a sense of a little bit aggressive in his terms of games, and being on the Blastoise. Glacian giving hefty amount of damage with those Icicle Spears, bringing up all the players in the top lane. It is necessary, but Blastoise, he might just be getting the Blaziken as well, but the Trevenant comes in the rescue. Hydro Typhoon being activated, finds the streak. Eldegoss also joins the party, and this is a big lead for SATL Esports right here, right now. And even Crustles doesn't just step beside or steps aside, he gets an 11 dunk in the bottom zone A as well.
Let's go and see if this does work out. SATL as of now a big lead, 246 to 12. Blaziken has not found any value. Kirim holding things off. Swifty also unable to find much. Quickly, let's talk about the levels. Way better level advantage here for the side of SATL Esports. Two of them at level 11. Sadao caught. There's nowhere that he can run from. Commits a Unite to survive against All Might. Does survive after an eject. That was a big commit out of no value just for oneself. And that is how powerful SATL Esports are looking in this game 3.
So far, they have done a tremendous job. Oh, Umbreon, he was waiting. Man was waiting for this moment for a longer period of time, but now he will be chased down. Just trying to divert the players of SATL from this Regirock, it seems. But yes, the Cindy coming into the question. The Sylveon still trying to clear the tall grasses. The Glaceon also steps in. The Hyper Voice and the Icicle Spear should do the damage. But even now, the Cinderace might just be someone to cause some big trouble. But yes, the Umbreon has been put to rest. The Hoopa is still there. But the Cinderace might just be chased down, as all the 4 players have been KO'd one after another as they got chased down. And finally, another big hefty amount of scores being dunked by SATL, making it up and over 300.
This is trouble here for Zenny Game Squad after putting up such a fabulous performance. They are nowhere to be seen in this game 3. They seem to be lost in this Thiaskai ruins, and it looks like SATL Esports have decided enough is enough. This is time to regain control, get back to that global stage and represent India. Calling themselves the world's best team, committing for a team fight, a much needed here for Zenny Squad. Hyperspace hole, caught the rings unbound Hoopa, will be gone back to base, but they'll come back into a fight. But none of them seem to be finding value. They've gone back to the Regieleki. Can they secure this Regieleki? Yes, the Sylveon commits its fate, and that doesn't find much of a value. However, Glaceon from the backline finds 2 KOs, pushing the forces of Zenny Game against them. Even though they get an ally added for them, it doesn't matter. All their players, one after another, have been KO'd. It was only Blaziken to survive on the top. Regieleki put down in vain. There is no use of that secure.
Yeah, And that is only because the kind of level buff that SATL have created, the experience that they've gained, is helping them a lot in these kind of objective fights where they're just getting the lead for themselves. But when it comes down, this is a situation that they need to handle. Umbreon, he needs to just step up front. He's still on level 10, and the others, if you see, the level 13 Sylveon and the Glaceon, the evolution is working perfectly for SATL, followed by the Blastoise himself as All Might. 28 more seconds, 43 more seconds on the clock for the Rayquaza to come, but 23 more for the bottom Reggie to appear. But the Umbreon might be trapped, but the Hyperspace Hole instantly comes in for his rescue.
I think as of now, Zenigame squad, they're exhausted. Strats, the plays, the amount of games that they've played, that is causing them trouble. Only 12 Eos energy being dunked is all they had. Therefore, meaning they have not gotten their stacks through as well. There's a Reggie that spawned in the bottom for it, but they couldn't go for it. This is now the last and the final fight, the only stretch that Zenigame squad can do anything about. Otherwise, it is SATL Esports winning it all.
For sure, Lucifer. This is the final stretch. Everybody, Zenigame, most importantly, they will be looking forward to it. SATL know they have the prompt that they are in a huge lead, and they will look forward not to make any mistake.
They're trying to pull off the same strat that they did previously, going in for the top push. It doesn't work this time. Their Hoopa falls, meaning that strategy has been failed already. And now Trevenant looking low, one after another. If they find another KO here, their thought process and their victory will be put down in vain. Cinderace tried to move in with a feint attack. He's still jumping in, but barely surviving. Trevenant goes down. Cinderace goes down. That's 3 out of business right as of now. And SATL, they have done just what they needed here to secure themselves the spot for the World Championship Series as the best Indian team. There is no space here for Zenigame to get back into the game. They have no chance. Eos energy not looking that great. The levels, they're still lacking. A 68 was dunked down here from Zenigame, but look at the difference. Hyperspace, Rings Unbound again coming through, but Sora barely having any HP to survive. And now it's all a stack and a gamble fight on Rayquaza. If they do it, if Zenigame get this hit, last hit, then they have a chance. Otherwise, this game is done. 40 seconds on the clock. Let's see if there is some magic written here for Zenigame. Otherwise, it's done, as I said.
Yeah, the Crustle finally uses his Unite to push the players back, and the Rock Tomb is doing a wonderful job. The Blaziken is trapped. The overheat doesn't work out. The Icicle Spear will do the damage. Blaziken is out. This is done and dusted. There is no way Zenigame can make a comeback out of it. And look at this. The 100 is inevitable. It goes all in as SATL Esports. They march to reach the WCS 20 to become the WCS 2024 champions of the India Qualifiers.
You could see how much they had to go through. Zenigame even made it almost feel like that we had a reset. SATL Esports are going to be the champions of the World Championship Series India Qualifiers, as we mentioned. And now this is again a moment of pride. A team that is going to go to the international stage twice in the world stage. 2023 they made it happen. 2024 they're making it happen. Experience all around for these players. ACL, they have played their earlier roster before we saw Kyurem, Bacha and all joining this SATL in 2023. Before that, they had a chance. After that, when they made this SATL roster, till now they've been sticking together. They qualified then, they qualified now.
What a match, what a kind of twist they had when everybody thought that this is going to be very tough. The second match, I really believe, Lucifer, you know what, the second match was the only one where Zenigame could have just pulled out the best game, but they got completely taken down. The only chance, because this match, SATL seemed like they don't care about what comp you're bringing, they don't care about what new Pokemon you're bringing in the TR Sky Ruins. They're determined and they did their A game, and that's the way they have dominated. 70,000 damage on All Might, 60,000 on Bacha and 61 on Snowy. These three players literally took everything away from Zenigame. Even Rex and Kyurem, the support, the front line that they handled altogether was incredible.
The main problem that was here for Zenigame and the best that SATL made do it work was the early game. SATL had their early game, whereas Zenigame, look at the Pokemon that they had. All of them are almost late game if they don't evolve. Trevenant, from Phantom to Trevenant, doesn't evolve, doesn't work. Cinderace is completely late game. Otherwise, you have to feed it so much experience to it to evolve and get to Cinderace from its small blazing football bunny. Otherwise, it will be stuck on that. Its movesets will not be unlocked, and that's the reason you can see Sadao at 0 knockouts, just 2 assists, whereas SHUL were flying colors of victory. Nobody stopping them from the 3rd minute mark itself. Before they reached 4, they were full in control, objectives in their name, victories in their name, team fights in their name. There was not even a single team fight that I could point out and say Zenigame have something to say here, and that is where SATL Esports made best of it. They bested Zenigaming, making sure whatever they had planned, prepped, strategized doesn't come into play in this game 3. No reset. They are the World Championship Series India Qualifiers winner, walking home. They'll be flying Hawaii, Honolulu, Hawaii, 1,000 USD. And this is what we all were looking forward to. The best Indian team finally crowned here in the India Qualifiers.
Not just once, but 2 times representing the Indian flag in the world stage in 2 consecutive years. 2023 Japan, 2024 Honolulu, Hawaii. This is a proud moment for every Pokemon Unite player in India that they have made it done once again. Previous time it was a hard luck, but this time you never know, because what Team True Gravity, or I might say Godlike Esports did in ACL, might just be repeated once again by SHUL.
When we spoke about the previous year, right, SHUL were fighting with a squad which did not change. It was the same Luminosity Gaming that we saw, the world #1 team. But now when they're going to go for the World Championship Series in Honolulu, Hawaii, almost every team has had a change, and SHUL don't. They have their same playing 5. That might even be the booster confidence that they need. That might help them to make their run in the world stage. It is not going to be an easy one. They have to prep, they have to get ready. All the region qualifiers are happening simultaneously as we speak. So they should go back, visit the streams, check the teams, and make it work. If Godlike were able to do it in ACL, now it is SATL's chance to bring a brighter and a brighter name for India. What a game they showcased here. Look at this. It was so well positioned. There was no control at any point for the side of Zenigame squad. Every time that we saw, the front line was phenomenal. Back line was never getting a chance, meaning ranged attackers were never even reached. Look at how far where Blastoise is and where the Glaceon and Sylveon are fighting from. They were nowhere close, and All Might decided enough is enough. It's time to bring the big bad Blastoise. And at the start, in the draft, I meant the mean look coming in from that Blastoise. Umbreon might have it, but the Blastoise is something that you have to worry about.
Yeah. The Blastoise, I mean,
This-
the way it played, and even Rex, oh my god, the way it chased down the Blaziken and the Rock Tomb was so perfect. Every time you saw that the Russell is going and using the Rock Tomb to prevent the players to escape or back off or to even come in front was definitely something that they're looking forward. But you know what? We have got the player in charge to just have an interview session, and we'll welcome All Might on the desk.
Congratulations,
Hey guys.
All Might. Hello, congratulations once again. How does it feel?
Hello Sam, hello Necros. It feels
Hello.
good again, man, to represent India again on the world stage. Finally, we are back after the setbacks, after the me being Superman in my team and making us lose. Yeah, we'll take that.
Oh,
But yeah, we are back, boys.
you guys are indeed back. I want to ask you, when I spoke to you, I think before day 1, you mentioned, I will make sure I'll get my team searched to day 2, but on day 2, I don't know. Now that day 2 has been done, you have won. You're the champions, first place in the Indian qualifiers. How does it feel? Is it relief that you are there going second time again?
Well, not yet. We are happy, but I guess last year it was for, you can say, like last year we were happy just being qualified, but this year I believe we need to do better there. Like, as you know, True Gravity has set an example, current Godlike. They have set the example, and well, we would have loved to play against them, but well, yeah, it stays the same. They have set the example. We need to stand up to it. And yes, international, we are coming.
Well, I really want to ask you one thing. The second match, it was like a very confusing pick coming up from the side of your opponent. What were the thoughts after seeing the draft being done?
You mean Machamp?
Like the Scyther coming in, the Comfy, the Zoroark, everything like that.
Well, we kind of like knew like Zenning game has those, you know, individual plays. Like they try to make the game themselves. But we can kind of beat them at the macro. Like, you know, outplaying the map. So we just picked our, you know, like comfort picks and counter picks. And as you know, in the Rayquaza fight, well, we did counter them. Although they played really good. Like both of the matches against them, it went 2-1. And we did almost the same mistake in both the losses. But yeah, you know, every game makes us better. So, yeah.
It does, and now that we are building the anticipation for the World Championship Series, before I let you go, I want to ask you one last question. How was your whole overall journey, and also what do you want to tell your fans that they will be looking forward to rooting you on the global stage?
Well, the overall journey has been spectacular, starting the tournament from like, you know, worried standpoint, because, you know, we haven't been able to do that good in the previous tournaments, but still staying calm. And compared to last year where we had like, you know, like everyone in the team did those individual plays in the regionals, and although there was some like, you know, teamwork, but all of us did our own individual plays in one. But this time I would say it was like more subtle. Like we did shine individually, but it was more like we shined as a team this time, and that's what makes me happy, you know. Like that's like in a MOBA, that's the best thing. Individual plays are fine, they are, you know, they're good in like, you know, for once, but getting that teamwork, yep. And to our fans, well, thank you for supporting us. We are here because you guys support us. We grind because you guys support us, and I hope you support us in the future as well. Thank you for staying with us in our downfall, and thank you for still staying with us in the future as well. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, All Might. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Team India. It is. We have it here for the World Championship Series. See you soon on the big stage.
Thank you, man. See you later. Necros, Lucifer.
This was fun indeed, as I said. It was a little bit of a dicey journey when things started, and this is the storyline we were talking, right? SATUL were the best team, but after that WCS run in 23, they were looking forward to doing a lot better, but surprisingly, other teams started stepping up and they couldn't get to there. But now we can see they have got back to the 24 WCS stage, qualifying from India. India's best team again being crowned as SATUL Esports. The second time world's fight title is what they're going to be trying for, Necros. I think All Might, we knew this player from a time when everybody around him was going into the world stage, playing internationally, and he never got a chance. Now back to back, he's made it possible.
Yeah, and you know what makes this kind of victory so memorable? It's like you have faced the downfall, you have seen the performance getting dipped down and the other teams overpowering you in those group stages, not qualifying for the ACL to winning the WCS. They have stated that from that downfall, making this kind of big jump, it sets a big benchmark. It boosts up your confidence in such a high level that I really believe this time, as what he said, All Might was happy in the previous year that they just qualified for the Worlds, but now they're seeking that this time they will be looking forward to even meet the benchmark what the current godlike lineups have set in the previous ACL 2023.
Upping the ante, upping the game is what everybody is looking forward to, and taking the Indian region Unite esports circuit to bigger levels. We have done it once in the Asia Championship. We are going to be doing it very soon in the World Championship Series. That's what these teams give us, that confidence, and that's the reason we keep coming back, hitting the grind, hitting these pedestals to get to positions. Now, as I said, 15,000 USD, but Zenny Gaming, they're not walking empty-handed. After putting up such a brilliant performance, second place for them, 7,500 USD. We already spoke about Godlike. Before them, we had 6 Upper Moon that also get 3,000 USD for themselves. But every other team from the 5th to 8th will be getting 1,500 USD to coming to the top 8. Imagine, that was not an easy position for anybody to come to. As we spoke, it was all in a single elimination bracket on day 1, but today day 2 was double elimination. Every team tried their best. We saw all the games were super close, but eventually the winner is one, and that winner is going to be going to Honolulu, Hawaii, saying aloha to all the people from Hawaii. There's going to be a lot of videos as well coming in later from when they go there, putting up some vlogs. I'm looking forward to them and having the best time. This is what Pokemon Unite enables players to have experiences around the world and also experience the best teams around the world and to bring their game up.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? This is the beauty of the game. Pokemon has always been a trainer's journey throughout the world, winning the battles, catching the Pokemons up and living their life. And this is what even the Pokemon Unite is bringing up. Trainers traveling from one place to another to play the World Championship and to become the grand finals. Become the champions is what everybody desire of. But you know what, Lucifer, we will be just seeing you in the World Championship stage, as this is India Qualifiers. That is going to take an end, but for sure SATUL as Team India will be hopping, and we're going to see you in Honolulu, Hawaii. Till then, bye bye, take care, see ya, peace out.
Aloha on the other side.